Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Good evening, Loa. Am I bothering you? Ars asked with a smile. Ars? Loelmina was immediately surprised by Ars coming to her at night. Can I come inside? There are some things I want to talk to you about. Of course. Please come in. Loelmina happily immediately invited Ars into her room. The room occupied by Loelmina herself was no different from the other rooms. Ars and Loelmina went straight to the sofa and sat there. Ars could see that there was a cup of tea and also a book right there. Are you reading? Ars asked while raising his brow. Yes. Sheena recommended an interesting story to me earlier and I happen to have some free time to read it tonight. Loelmina nodded and suddenly asked, what do you want to talk to me about, Ars? Oh, yes. This is about our cooperative relationship with the Prudence Kingdom. Earlier, I had contacted the King of Prudence, Elizabeth II, and briefly discussed this cooperative relationship. We will immediately establish a cooperative relationship with them later after the war that is currently taking place there is over. War? Loelmina frowned. Yes. It seems the situation of the Prudence Kingdom is not going well. They were currently under attack by two kingdoms. I have sent Hashirama to solve this war problem. There is a possibility that within 1 week, we can talk about a cooperative relationship with them. Loelmina nodded. Other than that, I also want to talk to him regarding the possibility of the Prudence Kingdom asking us for protection. I believe at this point Hashirama is explaining to the King of Prudence the reason why we are helping them. It is related to the cooperation that we want to build. However, as you know, that after this cooperative relationship is over, we will not help them even if their kingdom is attacked again by something unless they establish a cooperative relationship with us through a cooperative relationship in the area of territorial protection. So, did you came to ask how much we should charge them if they wanted to establish a cooperative relationship? Yes, Ars nodded. I have a plan to arrange the payment matter according to their annual income. However, I can't say for sure how much we should take. Loelmina thought for a moment and continued. How about we take a payment of 5% of their total annual income? I think this percentage is pretty good. Not too high and not too low either. This can also apply to other kingdoms that might establish cooperative relations through the field of territorial protection against us. Neither the small kingdom nor the large kingdom I think will have a problem with the payments they have to pay us. 5%, huh? I think that's a good idea. Ars nodded. You can arrange this later if they really ask us to establish a cooperative relationship in the area of territorial protection. However, if you don't need to talk about this. I see. Loelmina nodded. Okay. That's all I want to talk to you about. Then I'll be back first. Wait. The moment Ars got up from his seat, Loelmina immediately stopped him and said shyly, how about you accompany me to read a book, Ars? Accompany? Ares raised his eyebrows. Loelmina nodded immediately. The book that Sheena gave me is a horror genre book and it's quite scary. How about we accompany me to read? Why don't you read it tomorrow? You have enough time tomorrow, don't you? Ars asked casually and looked at Loelmina. Ars's question immediately made Loelmina silent for a moment and her face immediately turned sad. Ars then sighed, okay. I will accompany you. However, only tonight and also don't tell anyone about this. Good. Loelmina was overjoyed to hear this. Relax. I will definitely keep this a secret from Kaguya and Sheena, Loelmina said while in her heart she was also saying, there's no way I'll tell the two of them this. Otherwise, the two of them will definitely ask Ars to do it. Ars immediately returned to his seat, followed by Loelmina who immediately sat beside Ars then opened the book he had previously read then leaned his body beside Ars with joy. Ars began to accompany Loelmina to read the book and at this time he also became interested in the book read by Loelmina. The time finally showed 23:34 p.m. and Loelmina was seen sleeping beside Ars. Ars immediately put the book that Loelmina was holding on to the table and immediately lifted Loelmina's body towards her bed. Ars immediately covered her with a blanket and immediately walked out of Loelmina's room. Before leaving, Ars turned off all the room lights from Loelmina then closed the door to her room. Chapter 28, A Short Battle the Next Day. You look very happy today, Iowa. Did something interesting just happen? Sheena asked Loelmina, who was currently wearing a smiling face. They are currently gathering and eating breakfast together. All the higher-ups also knew about Hashirama's departure. This also caused no food to be placed on Hashirama's dining table. The book you recommended yesterday was really good. I really like it. Loelmina of course wouldn't tell the real reason about her being accompanied by Ars reading a book until she fell asleep last night. Really? I really enjoyed listening to it, Sheena said excitedly. Would you like me to recommend another book to you? There are many interesting books in the library and the one you read is one of them. No problem. After all, I'm quite relaxed for now. New World, Proton's Kingdom, East Wall of Proton's Kingdom. The area that would later become the battle area was the eastern part of the Proton's Kingdom. This area has a fairly large meadow and is very suitable to be used as a location for large-scale battles. In addition, this area is also the place where two kingdoms, namely the Star Kingdom and the Ginka Kingdom, were built. At this time, according to Hashirama's previous orders, the troops that had previously set up camp near the wall had been withdrawn and were currently inside the wall taking a break. While on the eastern wall there are Hashirama, Elizabeth II, Dagama, and also were there. What's the situation there? Have their troops started to move? Hashirama asked seriously. Yes, Mr. Hashiramaru replied, we just received a report from a spy who has infiltrated their current army. They were ready to attack. The army was directly led by two kings. Hashirama nodded and looked at Elizabeth II. I didn't kill the two kings and neither did the soldiers. If this war is over, you will likely get those two kingdoms and the troops are still what you need. I will only affix the pirates who participated in this battle. Regarding the king's business, you can do whatever you want with them. I understand. Elizabeth II nodded seriously. Hashirama's gaze then turned to Ru. Tell the spies from your side to withdraw immediately. We've done it, Mr. Hashirama. Currently in the Star Kingdom and waiting for further orders. Hashirama nodded. Simultaneously the sound of thunderous footsteps came from in front of them. Slowly, a large number of troops lined up neatly in 10 rows with several people moving on horses in the front row. Between the back row and the middle row, there was a group of people wearing ordinary clothes with weapons. These people are a group of pirates hired by the two kingdoms to help them in this war. They finally arrived. Elizabeth II looked ahead with a serious look. As told by our spies, Ru's gaze became very serious looking at the few people in front of the line. The pirates hired by these two kingdoms are not ordinary pirates. All of them have quite big names in the New World. The Wolf of Prey pirates with a captain is worth 250 million berries, the Lightning Spear pirates with a captain is worth 320 million berries, the Sun Bear pirates with a captain is worth 310 million berries, and the Killing Blade pirates with a captain is worth 450 million berries, Dagama also said seriously. Besides, there are also many pirate groups with lower bounties compared to them, but the bounty value is more than 100 million berries. Ha. Finally, it's been a long time since I felt this excited feeling. The captain of the Assassin Knife pirate group shouted excitedly, Slaughter! 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 Finally I can slaughter freely. All the pirate captains also smirked hearing this. Besides, they had been promised a great treasure from the two kingdoms. They have also been given a promise to be made a noble in the kingdom, and also in this war they can freely kill anyone in the war. The king of the Star Kingdom and the king of the Ginka Kingdom immediately took out their loudspeaker Den Mushi, and the king of the Star Kingdom immediately shouted, Elizabeth II. I know you hear me. You will be given by us 5 minutes to surrender. If within that 5-minute period you don't give up, we will kill all the troops that you have, and all that you have we will take over without a trace. The king of the Ginka Kingdom added. God damn it. Elizabeth II though currently had the certainty of his victory, however, listened to the taunts of the two kings. Elizabeth II remains angry. Relax, Your Majesty, Dagama immediately said, you don't need to take the words of the two people we are about to destroy. We will definitely win in this battle. This suggestion from Dagama immediately made Elizabeth II's angry feelings calmer, and he looked at Hashirama. Master Hashirama, please. Hashirama nodded and instantly disappeared from his location and appeared a few hundred meters in front of the troops of the two kingdoms. After the departure of Hashirama, one of the reporters from the World Economic Journal had arrived at the top of the wall occupied by Elizabeth II and the others. The journalist is currently eager to cover the path of the current battle. Hashirama's sudden appearance on the battlefield immediately made some people who saw him quite surprised. A devil fruit ability user? Murmured the captain of the predatory wolf pirates with a look full of seriousness. Unlike the predatory wolf pirate captain, the assassin sword pirate captain, the lightning spear pirate captain, and the sun bear pirate captain, their faces instantly changed. The face was full of fear and horror as the three of them could use their observation hockey ability and could see how terrifying Hashirama's power was. I'll give you 10 seconds to give up. Hashirama immediately shouted loudly, which was added using his chakra energy, and it made Hashirama's voice echo in the battle area. If within 10 seconds you don't give up, I will not be polite to all of you. Especially for you pirates. I won't hesitate to kill you right now. Hashirama's serious gaze instantly made the Assassin's Sword Pirate Captain, Lightning Spear Pirate Captain, and Sun Bear Pirate Captain shrink because the three of them were able to verify the truth of Hashirama's words. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, people who didn't know how scary Hashirama was just laughed without feeling any fear at all. Is that person stupid? The reporter, who was currently standing on the wall along with Elizabeth II and the others, asked strangely. That person is not stupid. Drew, who heard the reporter's question, then answered, that person does have the power to destroy everyone in front of him. Is it true? The reporter was immediately surprised to hear Ru's statement and then asked again, Commander Ru, who is that man? Is he the secret weapon of the Prudence Kingdom? No. Ru shook his head and replied, that person's name is Hashirama Senju. He is someone sent by the Fortis Kingdom to help us finish this battle. Hashirama Senju? Fortis Kingdom? The reporter muttered in confusion. The reporter's gaze glanced back at Hashirama and asked, but I don't see anything that makes that person so strong. There's no news about him either. There is news about him, Elizabeth II suddenly said. However, the news does not reveal his identity. Not revealing his identity? How could it be? The reporter asked with an unbelievable face. That's true. The news was also published by your newspaper some time ago, Elizabeth II answered again. Some time ago? The reporter tried to remember again and his face immediately changed. It can't be news about it, can it? If you think that the news is about Whitebeard's defeat to an unknown person. Yes, that person is the one who defeated Whitebeard a while ago, Elizabeth II said in a slightly proud tone, even though Hashirama himself was not under his army. The reporter instantly fell silent hearing this, and his face couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Because if the information that Elizabeth II said was true, this would be very exclusive news. The reporter's face immediately changed with excited feelings and immediately prepared his camera. Even now he can't believe it 100%. However, if that person really is the one who defeated Whitebeard, he will be able to make exclusive news for today and even get a place at headquarters later. Ha 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 ha. Give up, you say? How about you just give up, kid? You can come with our troops to attack the Prudence Kingdom. I acknowledge your strength and I will appoint you as one of the captains of my army. How about that? The Star King asked in a sarcastic tone. 876 Hashirama did not listen to the words of the King of the Star Kingdom and continued to count down quietly. The face of the captain of the Killing Blade Pirates grew more and more frightened. Wait a moment. He immediately shouted loudly at Hashirama. 5-4 Hashirama didn't listen to her at all but continued to count quietly. The scream from the captain of this killer knife pirate immediately caught the attention of everyone present. I quit. Suddenly the captain of the Sun Bear Pirate group shouted, and this made Hashirama's countdown stop immediately. Back off? King Star and King Ginka were surprised to hear this, then looked at the captain of the Sun Bear Pirates. Captain, what do you mean you're retreating? One of his pirates immediately asked strangely. I told you. We're retreating in this battle, the captain immediately said back and looked back at Hashirama. We won't fight a monster like him. Monsters? What do you mean? The Star King asked in confusion. However, the captain of the Sun Bear Pirate group did not answer and just stared at Hashirama. I have already retreated in this battle. You're not going to attack me, are you? Hashirama nodded. You take all your group to the side and don't interfere in this matter. I won't attack you. The captain of the pirate group nodded and immediately took his men away from the squad. This then made King Star and King Ginka very angry. God damn it. How could you back off? Are you a coward? King Ginka shouted angrily. The footsteps of the Sun Bear Pirate captain suddenly stopped and looked at the two. I'm not a coward. I still love my life and don't want to die. I don't want to fight a monster like him. Bastard. The Star King shouted angrily. I'm back too. The Lightning Spear Pirate captain also suddenly shouted with a face full of fear and looked directly at Hashirama. You're not going to attack me, are you? Hashirama nodded. Get out of this area. I won't hurt you. The captain of the Lightning Spear immediately brought his pirate members to follow the Sun Bear Pirate group. The departure of the two pirate groups made the atmosphere there very strange. The faces of the current King Star and King Ginka had also turned grim and full of annoyance. Those two bastards. Just wait. After this battle ends, I will definitely make the two of them suffer the consequences. Murmured the Star King furiously. HMPH. Let the two fools leave this battlefield. Even if they are out, we will still win this battle. King Ginka said coldly. I quit. Instantly the sound of someone retreating was also heard, and it came from the Assassin's Sword Pirate captain. The retreat of the captain of the strongest pirate group instantly made everyone there instantly fell silent. His crew immediately looked at his captain with strange looks. Without giving an explanation, the captain immediately looked at Hashirama with a look full of fear. I will withdraw from this place. You're not going to attack me, are you? Hashirama nodded and immediately said, please go somewhere else. The captain of the assassin's sword immediately took all his crew away from the scene of the battle. The departure of the killer knife pirate group instantly made everyone there speechless and also unable to say anything. HMPH. Forget about those three stupid groups. Even if we are the only ones at war, we will definitely get victory, especially just against someone. The captain of the predatory wolf pirate group said in an arrogant tone. The current King Star and King Gika's faces had turned full of anger. Because it wasn't just two groups that betrayed him but three groups. The gazes of these two kings stared at the three groups of pirates who were already a few hundred meters away from them with eyes full of killing intent. The three groups of pirates were currently not leaving because they wanted to see with their own eyes how terrifying the people they would be fighting would be if they didn't withdraw from the battlefield. 3, 2, 1. Hashirama's gaze instantly became serious and stared ahead. I don't think you're going to back down in this battle, are you? Then, I don't have to hold back anymore. Instantly a huge wave of power shot out from Hashirama's body. This wave of power instantly enveloped the entire island. However, the intensity or the strongest strength of the wave of power is in the battle area, more specifically to the troops of the two kingdoms. Without waiting for a long time, the 150,000 troops from the two kingdoms along with the 5,000 pirate groups who fought with them immediately fell. This Conqueror's Haki, muttered the captain of the Sun Bear pirate group. This power of Conqueror's Haki. Stronger than 4 Emperors Red Hair. The captain of the Assassin Knife pirate group once met Shanks and felt how powerful his Haki was. I think we made the right choice. The captain of the Lightning Spear pirates added. The third heart of the captain is currently very relieved and also happy. If they don't make a choice and keep fighting Hashirama, they are currently in critical condition and maybe their lives will not be saved today. All the crews of the 3 pirate groups are also currently feeling happy and also very grateful to the captain for making the right choice. There were only about 50,000 troops currently standing still. However, their current bodies were also at the threshold, with their bodies currently kneeling on the ground with faces full of cold sweat. Elizabeth II and others who saw this, even though they had heard from Hashirama directly regarding his strength. However, they were also very surprised. What a terrifying Conqueror's Haki, Elizabeth II muttered in shock. The reporter who was beside him at this time was also shocked and then turned into full of joy. He quickly took a picture of the moment and didn't want to let go of the moment at all. Hashirama saw that there were still survivors. Instantly a terrifying wave of pressure immediately pressed down on the survivors. Their bodies that had previously been weakened by Hashirama's attack of Conqueror's Haki could not withstand the spiritual pressure released by Hashirama. Everyone's bodies instantly collapsed to the ground with their faces currently filled with fear. Feeling at this time knew that the king's second choice was the worst choice. They didn't expect that they were currently provoking someone they shouldn't have provoked. Hashirama, who saw that there was no longer anyone who could fight, immediately withdrew his spiritual pressure and looked straight ahead. Not worth continuing. Hashirama instantly disappeared from his spot and reappeared beside Elizabeth II and the others. The battle is over. You guys can take over here already. Hashirama said calmly and continued, how much time do you have to restore the current situation? If possible, I hope we can start building a cooperative relationship. Elizabeth II's eyes immediately got excited hearing this. We can start a cooperative relationship talk at any time, even now we can. Our kingdom doesn't have any damage and we just need to take control for the other 2 kingdoms. I can leave this part to Dagama and Ru. Dagama and Ru raised their heads proudly. I don't have the authority to talk about cooperative relations. I will inform our king about this. However, since the King of Prudence is ready to start a cooperative relationship talk with us, there is a possibility that our king will send our men tomorrow. Please wait for direct confirmation from him. If we were to send our men tomorrow, our king would definitely notify you first. I understand. Elizabeth II nodded. Okay. My business is done here. I need to present this war report to His Majesty. He must get this information and also the readiness information from you. Hashirama didn't wait a long time and immediately flew away from the location. Hard to believe it, Dagama said in a tone full of excitement. Only less than 5 minutes. He managed to destroy all those troops. Not 5 minutes. Not even 2 minutes. All those troops have been destroyed by him, Ru said excitedly. I think we could consider establishing a cooperative relationship with them in the area of territorial protection, muttered Elizabeth II. I agree with this, Your Majesty, Dagama said excitedly. If our kingdom is protected by their kingdom, our kingdom will definitely be safe and no one dares to attack us, not even the world government. That's right, Your Majesty. I also agree with this idea. We have seen Lord Hashirama's power firsthand. Besides, Ru paused for a moment, Master Hashirama previously introduced to us that his own position in the Fortis Kingdom is head of the intelligence department. I think this department is probably related to the intelligence department and not a fighting department directly. The Fortis Kingdom definitely has a special battle department, and I'm sure there are some people with the same level of power as Mr. Hashirama there. Elizabeth II and Dagama's eyes immediately filled with excitement upon hearing this, and also filled with fear for the Fortis Kingdom. We will do it, Elizabeth II said seriously. Besides, we will also sever affiliation with the world government. Although there were many advantages to establishing relationships with them, it was mainly being able to build relationships with the kings of other kingdoms and also control the power of the world. However, there are also many losses from our side. I agree with this, Dagama immediately said. We no longer need to join the world government if we have the protection of the Fortis Kingdom. Ru nodded and continued, Your Majesty, I think we need to convey the news of this war to the citizens of our kingdom, and also we need to take care of the matter of our current situation. If indeed tomorrow will be discussed cooperation relations, we must immediately restore the current conditions. Elizabeth II nodded. Ru, you lead all the troops we have to restore conditions and also go straight to declare to the other two kingdoms that they have lost the war. Their current kingdom already belongs to the Proton's kingdom. In addition, you capture the pirates who participated in this battle to be handed over to the navy. We will give the prize later to the kingdom of Fortis for helping us in solving this war problem. You also captured the two kings of that kingdom. We will behead both of them in public to let everyone know that we have won this battle. I understand. Ru immediately went to carry out the order. He immediately brought his entire army into the battlefield at this time. Let's go, Dagama. We need to convey the news of the victory of the war that we have obtained, Elizabeth II said, and immediately walked away from there. Your Majesty, at the time of delivering the victory speech, I think we better add the Kingdom of Fortis. They have helped us and we are currently building a cooperative relationship with them. Let our people know who is helping us so that they also welcome with great joy the cooperative relationship that we will build. Dagama immediately gave advice. Good idea. Elizabeth II nodded. The two of them immediately left the place to convey the news of this battle to all his people. Meanwhile, the reporter who had previously covered the battle that ensued had left and had now submitted the report in his possession to the headquarters for publication to the world. Right now the World Economic Journal news agency was going crazy because the identity of the person who defeated Whitebeard was finally revealed. Chapter 29, World Shaking News. The identity of the man who defeated Whitebeard revealed. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, 2nd floor, lounge. At this time in the lounge there are Rs, Loelmana, Kaguya, Juichiru, Jin, Sheena and also Kojira who are sitting relaxing and doing various activities they have. What are you doing, Rs? Sheena asked with great interest. I'm calculating how many farm animals we will order to the Proton's kingdom. I need to regulate how many orders we will order so that there is no loss of control due to the number of animal orders that exceed the limit of the number that can be accommodated by us later. If I'm not mistaken, the area that will later be used as a farm is 10 square kilometers in size, right? Kaguya asked with interest. How are you going to divide the territory? I have divided it into 3 regions. The area where cattle farms will be built is 5 square kilometers while the area where goat and chicken farms will be built is 2.5 square kilometers. The cow territory is bigger? Jin asked while raising his eyebrows. Yes. The need for meat is very dominant in this world. If we divide the region according to the same size, the number of cows that we can raise is only a small amount. Besides, the profit in selling beef is more than selling chicken or mutton. Rs said calmly, I want to prioritize cows over these 2 animals. So how many cows can we raise according to your calculations? Juichiru asked with great interest. I have arranged for the construction of each cowshed to take up 1,000 square meters. With such a size, each cow pen will be able to accommodate as many as 150 cows. The area for the construction of cattle farms which will later be used is 4 square kilometers. That means we can build around 400 cowsheds which in total we can cultivate as many American Samoa 60000 cows. 60,000 cows, huh? Kojiro muttered, that's a huge amount. What price will you give for the sale of this beef, Rs? Kaguya asked with great interest. Meat sales will calculate grams or can be calculated using the standard 100 grams for the minimum selling price. We can arrange for every 100 grams of beef to be worth 900 berries, and this is specifically for citizens of our kingdom or kingdoms that have a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. While the kingdom that does not have a cooperative relationship with us, we can set the price for the beef per 100 grams is 1,100 berries. The price for the average beef in the world itself ranges from 1,200 berries to 1,500 berries for each gram. The price of beef is also influenced by the location of the sale. The more steps the location where the beef is sold, then it will be more expensive too. 900 berries? If every month we will slaughter 200 cows, we will produce at least 200 tons of beef. Then, for every 100 grams of beef, we sell an average of 900 berries for 100 grams of beef. That means we can earn as much as 1.8 billion berries, Kaguya said calmly. 1.8 billion berries? Joichiro whistled. That's a huge amount just by calculating a month's income. If we can control the income for the sale of the beef every month like that, we can get an annual revenue of 21.6 billion berries. Footsteps were heard walking towards the lounge. Finally, I'm back, Hashirama said excitedly as he watched his friends gather. Hey, you guys. I finally came back. Welcome back, Hashirama. Kaguya immediately greeted him. How was the mission Ars gave you? Is it done? Kaguya asked with great interest. I've finished it. The enemy it faces is quite weak, Hashirama said casually. Simultaneously a notification sound is heard. Ding, happy. Currently your kingdom has been recognized by million living beings. Your popularity points will increase by 1 from now on. Ding, happy. Currently your kingdom has been recognized by 18 million living beings. Your popularity points will increase by 1 from now on. Ding, happy. Currently your kingdom has been recognized by 19 million living beings. Your popularity points will increase by 1 from now on. What's the matter, Aries? Loelmana, who first saw the change in facial expression from Ars, immediately asked with a slightly worried tone. This also immediately got the attention of everyone who was there. No need to worry, Ars immediately woke up from his shock. I just received information from Ellie that my current points have increased to 20. Elizabeth II seems to have added our royal name to her victory speech. Really? Hashirama asked with interest. He is really a good person, by the way. How about our cooperation talk, Hashirama? When can we do it? Kaguya asked with great interest. Oh yes. We can do it anytime. The current state of their kingdom has not suffered any damage and they are ready to discuss a cooperative relationship with us. Really? Ars asked, then continued. Then tomorrow we will have a cooperative relationship discussion. Let them stabilize the situation there to make it more comfortable for us to talk about our cooperation. Ars' gaze looked at Loelmana. You get ready, tomorrow you have to do your job well. Stay cool. I will definitely do it. Ars' gaze stared at Hashirama. You accompany him, Hashirama. Be the guard tomorrow. Don't let anyone dare to attack him. If there is, just finish it off. I understand. Hashirama nodded. Ars' gaze then looked at Kaguya and Shina. If you two want to come along. No problem. You can have fun there by shopping for the things you want. Also use this time as your vacation time. Really? Shina asked excitedly. Yes. You can get it. Ars, what about us? Joichiro asked excitedly. You can come along. However, if you go you have to prepare all the ingredients that you will cook later in the day. So that when you come back, you don't need to prepare the ingredients and prepare the dish right away. Hee. I see. We will definitely do it, Joichiro said happily. Immediately, Ars's face changed again because there were so many notification sounds. The notifications totaled more than 20 notifications. This change in Ars' face was also seen by all of them. Another notice? Kaguya asked back. Aries nodded, yes. However, this is the last time I get such notification. Last time? What do you mean? Jin asked. I previously communicated with Ellie and asked how many popularity points I could get. Ellie told me that I will only get a maximum of 50 popularity points, and currently my popularity points have reached their highest point and will not get any more. That means. Kojiro said. Ars nodded. Our current kingdom has been recognized by the entire world. Hashirama has also been known thanks to him taking part in this war. The news by now has probably spread all over the world. Ars' gaze stared at Hashirama. You are now a famous person, Hashirama. Even your popularity will be even higher thanks to you defeating Whitebeard. Ars paused for a moment and continued. I'm interested. Will you get a bounty, especially if you interfere in a battle involving a kingdom that is under the affiliation of the world government? A bounty, huh? Is it possible that I can get a higher bounty than Whitebeard? Hashirama thought for a moment. How much is Whitebeard's bounty, Ars? Shina asked with great interest. 5 billion more, Ars said calmly. I don't think it's possible for your bounty to be higher than Whitebeard, Hashirama. Even if you defeated him, your bounty would definitely be below it for some reason. If I guess, your possible bounty if the world government releases it is in the range of 3 to 4 billion berries. 3 to 4 billion berries? That's quite a number. Shina said with a slightly surprised face. Why is your face so sad, Hashirama? Loelmana asked strangely. Why is my bounty lower compared to Whitebeard? Hashirama muttered sadly. Really? Are you sad just because of that? Kaguya asked strangely. That's natural, Kaguya Ars said calmly. Everyone in this world, surely if they were a fugitive from the world government, would be very happy if they had a higher bounty than their acquaintances. A bounty can also be said as a symbol of status or honor for a man. That's still weird to me, said Kaguya. As Ars said, the kingdom of Fortis is now well known to everyone thanks to the news spread by the World Economic Journal newspaper. Everyone currently knows about the kingdom called the Fortis Kingdom. They also currently knew by the identity of who had previously defeated Whitebeard. Grand Line, Water 7 Island, number 1 shipyard. What? Pali, who had just read the newspaper he had bought, immediately shouted in surprise, the person. The one who defeated Whitebeard was Hashirama? This immediately caught the attention of everyone present. They immediately gathered around Polly and their faces immediately changed upon reading the news. Everyone there had met Hashirama and they didn't expect such a calm and small person to have such strong power. Rob Lucky and Kaku as well as their facial expressions immediately changed reading the news. New World, Yukiri Island. So, the person who defeated Whitebeard was Hashirama, Sanju Shanks said in a deep tone as his eyes focused on Hashirama's photo in the newspaper. He looks very young, boss. His age is almost like his age, Asia Soup said calmly. What do you think, Ben? Shanks asked as he looked at Ben Backman. Compared to the news of the identity of the person who defeated Whitebeard, I'm more interested in news about the origin of Hashirama Sanju. I have never heard of a kingdom called the Kingdom of Fortis, Ben Beckman said calmly. Hearing you say such a thing, I've never heard of it either, Shanks muttered under his breath. Send our intelligence squad and look for information on the Fortis Kingdom. Whatever information you get, immediately tell me. New World, Sphinx Island, exterior, Oyaji. There is news about Hashirama. Marco, who had just bought the newspaper, said excitedly, and it immediately caught the attention of everyone there. News regarding Hashirama? What is Hashirama doing, Marco? Ace asked excitedly. Gormara read the news, Marco. I'm interested in what he's doing. Whitebeard said excitedly. Marco immediately read the news about Hashirama. Everyone present there listened intently. As expected of him. Can defeat 200,000 troops in just under 5 minutes. That person's strength is truly terrifying. Jaws said in a tone of praise. Gorgora, as expected of that person. Looks like I can't be lazy either. Otherwise, our next battle, I will definitely lose, Whitebeard said excitedly. There's no way Oyaji will lose the next battle, Vista said excitedly. Oyaji will definitely win that battle. That's right. Hashirama can defeat 200,000 troops in less than 5 minutes. Oyaji can do better than him, Jaws said nodding. Even though the news was about Hashirama, who wasn't actually the crew of Whitebeard's pirate group. However, everyone there had considered Hashirama their friend. After all, they were previously very happy with Hashirama's existence and even Whitebeard. If not for Hashirama having joined the Fortis Kingdom at this time, Whitebeard had a plan to invite Hashirama to join together by inheriting his position later, because in terms of strength and personality, Hashirama was the most appropriate candidate. New World, Onigashima Island. So, the one who defeated that old man was someone named Hashirama Senju? Kdu, who was currently lying down with his whole body bandaged, laughed excitedly. King. Tell our entire intelligence squad to find out information about this Fortis Kingdom. If there is the slightest information about this kingdom, you tell me as soon as possible. Okay, Kdu-san, it's different from the wound that Kdu got. King's damage was less and he was currently able to move as usual. New World, Whole Cake Island. Mama. What do you think if this person named Hashirama Senju becomes your new father? Big Mom asked with an excited look while looking at her children who were currently with her in the park having breakfast together. Mama, won't that person be paired with Big Sister Smoothie? Flame asked in confusion. Mama. That was the plan. However, if he is more interested and wants to marry me, I don't have a problem with that either. Mama. Big Mom said excitedly, then looked at Kitakuri. Send our troops to find out Fortis Kingdom's information. Also, if you have found the location of this kingdom, you guys send this marriage proposal to Hashirama Senju. He can choose to marry me or marry Smoothie. He is free to choose. Okay, Mama. Kitakuri nodded. Grand Line, Kurugana Island, Castle. Too bad. If that person is a swordsman, he must be a good swordsman. Mihawk said calmly as he narrowed his eyes. The Fortis Kingdom. There might be some great swordsman there. Mihawk immediately stood up from his seat and then went to his room to prepare himself to go on a voyage in search of the Fortis Kingdom. New World, White Island, Baltigo, Office of the Leader of the Revolutionary Army. I believe you two have read today's latest news, Dragon said seriously to Sabo and Koala, who were currently standing in front of him. I want you two to go do some investigation related to Fortis Kingdom. Look for information about this kingdom and also find its location. If you two have found the location of this kingdom, you see, can this kingdom establish a cooperative relationship with us? Dragon, or his full name is Monkey D. Dragon. He is a leader of the Revolutionary Army, the son of Monkey D. Garp, a former Marine Admiral candidate, as well as the most wanted person by the current world government. Yes, Leader Sabo and Koala nodded simultaneously. Sabo is a chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, or can be said as the second person of the Revolutionary Army. While Koala is one of the top brass of the Revolutionary Army with a position as a fishman martial arts trainer. Red Line, Marijoa, Bangwa Castle, Gorosei Office. Is there still no whereabouts of the Fortis Kingdom found? Masato asked a Cipher Pol Zero agent who was currently kneeling in front of him. I apologize, Masato-sama. However, at the moment we still can't find the whereabouts of that kingdom. We've been trying to find out through Whitebeard's pirate group. They also don't seem to know the location of this kingdom's whereabouts. You trash. Yasunori immediately said angrily, the training we gave you guys was in vain. Just by looking for one kingdom you can't? You trash. Suddenly someone walked into the room and immediately knelt down. Report. Gorosei-sama. We just got a Den Mushi call from the King of Protons. They told us from now on they will be leaving the world government affiliation. Gorosei was immediately surprised to hear this information. They didn't expect that the Protons Kingdom would actually sever any affiliate ties with them. This is a loss for them, especially the Protons Kingdom is one of the biggest tax-generating empires every year. Chapter 30, Cooperation Talk. The next day. New World, Royal Ship of Fortis. Has ours already decided how many livestock we will buy later for the Protons Kingdom, Loa? Kaguya asked while looking at Loelmina, who was currently beside her. The two of them were currently inside the ship's cabin along with Hashirama and the others. Already. Ours has given me a list of livestock that we will buy. Loelmina nodded and immediately took out the paper that ours gave her. The plan is that we will buy 2,100 cows, 350,000 chickens, and 4,620 goats. All of these livestock will later be accommodated into 14 cages that will be built for the first time. 14 cages? Why not more? Hashirama asked in confusion. Ours probably thought that the most important thing was the place and the things first. Since there are currently a lot of projects to build. If ours will only focus on one project, for example, building a cowshed, that will likely take a very long time. Maybe 1 to 3 months the project can be completed, Jin answered calmly. I think so, Kojiro nodded. Right now we don't really need a lot of livestock since our meat needs are still not high enough. In addition, we also do not need to buy cows in large quantities. If we have a cow and a bull, we can marry them to produce children. This can also save our royal funds because the selling price of one cow alone is quite expensive. Kaguya nodded. Every single cow can at least have a price ranging from 2 million berries to 5 million berries. We currently have plans to purchase 2,100 cows. Although currently the funds owned can still buy in larger quantities. However, the funds will still be used for other purposes. Then shall we make the payment in person? Joichiro asked while raising his eyebrows. We will not make such payments. We will make payment when we receive the goods, Loelmina said calmly. Currently we still do not have a stable, and this cooperation discussion is only intended to inform the King of Protons that we want this number of cows and please prepare them. This can also help the Protons Kingdom to manage the issue of the price of the cows they sell to us. Ours doesn't want us to take big advantage of them, especially if there is a possibility that they will build a working relationship in the area of territorial protection. I see. Hashirama nodded. New World, Protons Kingdom Port. Right now the area of the harbor section was already filled with many citizens from the Protons Kingdom. This gathering of citizens from the Protons Kingdom is to welcome the high-ranking officials of the Fortis Kingdom who came to talk in terms of building cooperation. Everyone seemed very enthusiastic. It was also seen that Ru had controlled the area so that the citizens would not take actions that would embarrass the kingdom. Look! There is a ship currently heading this way. What a huge ship! Is it a ship from the Fortis Kingdom? Everyone shouted excitedly. Everything. The ship in front is the ship of the Fortis Kingdom. Please don't embarrass our kingdom. His Majesty would like to discuss the cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom, one of which is the cooperative relationship in the protection of the territory. If so, this cooperation runs smoothly. Our kingdom will have direct protection from the Fortis Kingdom. Therefore, please be careful and also don't create a problem that our kingdom can't build a cooperative relationship with them. Ru shouted seriously. All the citizens nodded and continued to watch the ship that was slowly starting to land in the port of the Fortis Kingdom. Simultaneously, a descending ladder was immediately lowered by Hashirama's clone, who had now changed his appearance to that of a soldier. Hashirama was the first to step down, followed by the other higher-ups. Everyone was currently wearing their formal attire. Even Joichiro and the others who were aiming for sightseeing were asked by ours to put on their clothes. So pretty. Who are the three women? By the time Loelmina and the others descended along with Hashirama, all the men who were there were immediately amazed by the appearance of Loelmina and the others. By now Loilmina and the others had made up for themselves both casually and in their formal attire. The three of them can currently be said to be first-class beauties in the One Piece world. Ru, who was there, was also amazed by the appearance of Loilmina and the others. "Commander Ru, we meet again." Hashirama immediately took the lead. Ru immediately woke up and immediately smiled, looking at Hashirama while returning his greeting. "Mr. Hashirama, thank you in advance for helping us in solving the war problems we experienced." "Master Hashirama? Was that person who defeated 4 emperors Whitebeard? Extraordinary." The crowd immediately shouted excitedly because right now they could see firsthand someone who could defeat Whitebeard. "No need to thank me. I was just running errands at that time." Hashirama then took a step to the side. "Oh, yes. Commander Ru. Introduce the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom. These are the higher-ups who deal with paperwork and other matters. Our purpose in coming here is not only to talk about cooperative relations, we also want to take a trip to see your kingdom. They just had a vacation from His Majesty and want to use this time to rest. We are very happy to hear that. You will be very welcome in this kingdom," Commander Ru said with a happy smile. Loilmina then came forward. "Hello, Commander Ru. Introduce, my name is Loilmina. I am the head of the Fortis Kingdom's Department of Foreign Relations. His Majesty has appointed me as the person who will be in charge of the cooperative relations talks." "Hello, Miss Loilmina. Nice to meet you. My name is Ru. Please just call Ru," said in an embarrassed tone and stammered a little. One by one the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom began to introduce themselves to Ru. "Okay. You are free to do whatever you want now. However, if I have contacted you, must return to the ship immediately. We will return to the kingdom soon. We have a lot of work to do." "We understand." Kaguya and the others nodded. "Commander Ru, to meet the King of Protons, it is enough that I and Ru go. While others let them roam the city to rest. Because in this assignment, only I and Miloa were appointed to do it." "I see." Ru nodded. "Then please get on the horse carriage that we have prepared. The carriage will take us to the palace. His Majesty is currently waiting for your arrival." Hashirama and Loilmina immediately went along with Ru. As for Kaguya and the others, they started to go around the Protons Kingdom shopping, while each of them was protected by 2 of Hashirama's clones, each of which had the power of 7 warlords of the sea. The adventurous journey that Kaguya and the others took went very smoothly. Because wherever they would go, they would always be greeted very kindly by the citizens of the Protons Kingdom. This is also a form of their gratitude for helping to resolve the long-standing war conflict in their kingdom. Meanwhile, on Hashirama and Loilmina's side, the 2 of them were currently in a horse carriage and were on their way to the royal palace in the middle of the Protons Kingdom. "Miss Loilmina, if you may know, do you already have a partner?" Ru asked boldly, but his face was slightly embarrassed. Hashirama instantly flinched and continued, "I'm sorry, Commander Ru. However, you better not try to catch up with Iowa. Loa herself already has someone she likes, and that is your Majesty." "Hashirama." Loilmina's previously graceful and dignified face immediately turned red with embarrassment upon hearing this. Ru, who heard this, immediately broke his feelings and immediately remembered that there was Sheena. The previously crushed feeling instantly calmed down. Also, don't expect too much from Sheena as well as Kaguya. The 2 of them also seem to like His Majesty. It will be very difficult for you to pursue both of them. The heart that had previously improved was immediately broken again hearing Hashirama's words. Ru immediately sighed. "I don't think it's possible." Protons Kingdom, Royal Palace, Front Gate. At this moment at the front gate of the Royal Palace were waiting for Elizabeth II, Dagama, as well as some of the troops guarding the 2. The horse carriage used by Hashirama and the others finally arrived there, and immediately the door was opened. Ru was the first to go down, followed by Hashirama and finally Loilmina. "Sir Hashirama, we meet again," Elizabeth II said excitedly seeing Hashirama's arrival and immediately gave him a handshake. "We meet again, King of Protons." Hashirama immediately returned the greeting, then looked at Dagama. "You too, Dagama. We meet again. Nice to see you again, Mr. Hashirama." The 2 of them also shook hands, then Hashirama took a sideways to show Loilmina to both of them. "Master Hashirama, Elizabeth II asked carefully. "Hello, King of Protons. Introduce, my name is Loilmina. I am the head of the Fortis Kingdom's Department of Foreign Relations. I have now been given the responsibility by His Majesty to take care of the matters of our cooperation talks." Loilmina gave a polite and graceful introduction. "Welcome to the Protons Kingdom, Miss Loilmina. I'm Elizabeth II. The King of the Protons Kingdom." Elizabeth II's gaze stared at Dagama. "This person beside me is Dagama. He is the tactician of the Protons Kingdom." "Greetings, Mr. Dagama. Nice to meet you too, Miss Loilmina," Dagama said excitedly looking at Loilmina since she doesn't have a partner at the moment. "Dagama, you better not try to get close, Miss Loilmina. She is the partner of their royal king. Rue suddenly whispered softly, which made Dagama instantly pause and let out a disappointed sigh. So, are we currently dealing with the future queen of the Fortis Kingdom? Dagama asked quietly. Maybe Rue nodded. Miss Loilmina, how about we talk about our cooperation inside? We have prepared a room for this conversation. That's better, Loilmina replied with a smile. They all immediately walked towards the inside of the royal palace and went straight to the room that will be used in this talk. It didn't take them long to get there. Loilmina and Elizabeth II sat opposite while Hashirama stood behind Loilmina and Faru and Dagama stood behind Elizabeth II. We have been informed by His Majesty regarding the matters we will be discussing at this time. How about we start first about your desire to establish cooperation with us in the area of territorial protection? Elizabeth II nodded excitedly, then asked, if I may ask, how much do we need to pay you each year? We will not charge you a flat fee. If you really want to build a cooperative relationship in this field, you only have to give us 5% of the total annual income of your kingdom. That means, even though your kingdom earns low income in a year, you just have to adjust it how much we have to pay us. Elizabeth II's eyes immediately became very happy to hear this, because this in itself was in accordance with Hashirama's previous words that their kingdom would arrange for payment issues that would not burden their kingdom. That's all the payments you have to make every year. Before you pay us the fee, you have to provide us with a financial statement of your income, and we ourselves will determine how much you have to pay. Of course, we will follow the rules by only taking 5% of your total royal income. Loilmina paused and continued, if the King of Protons agrees to this. Later, we will together go to the Kingdom of Fortis to sign this cooperative relationship. Going to the Fortis Kingdom? Aren't you the one to sign it? Elizabeth II asked in confusion. Even though I have been given full power over this conversation, I only have power over the conversation. The signing of this cooperative relationship will be directly carried out by His Majesty. This is also to maintain your status as king. Even though I have full power. However, our current status is different. You are the king of a kingdom while I am only the head of department of a kingdom. You are worthy of respect and our king wants that too. Loilmina paused and continued, besides, our king would also like to invite you to come to our kingdom with the intention of showing you our kingdom firsthand. Elizabeth II was very happy to hear this and immediately nodded. I understand Dagama and Rue were also very happy to hear this. The two of them did not expect that the king of the Fortis Kingdom would view their king with equal status, even though they could currently be said to be a kingdom under their protection. Okay. Let's start the next conversation. Loilmina said calmly, as the king of Protons already knows. Our aim is to establish a cooperative relationship because we want to buy a large number of farm animals from your kingdom. The livestock that we want to buy include cows, chickens and goats. However, at this time our kingdom is still under construction, especially for livestock cages. This is still in the process of being developed. Therefore, we would like to tell you in advance how many livestock we want so that you can prepare it if indeed the number of livestock you have is not enough. In addition, we will also take it periodically following the completion of the construction of our farms. If I may ask, how many livestock do you want to buy from us? Elizabeth II asked curiously. We want to buy 2,100 cows, 350,000 chickens, and 4,620 goats. Loilmina said calmly, if possible, please prioritize cattle. Since it is the animal that we will buy first. Other than that, please also arrange for the cow that will be sold to us is a 2-year-old cow. I understand. Elizabeth II nodded seriously. I will definitely work on this. Okay. Loilmina breathed a sigh of relief then continued, this conversation is over. Because you have agreed to this. Furthermore, we hope for you to come with us to our kingdom. You will later get our royal flag along with a special eternal pose that can help you to come to our kingdom. Special eternal pose? Elizabeth II asked in confusion. Our kingdom is built on an island that has special electromagnetic waves. If you use regular pose logs to retrieve island data, you won't be able to get the data. You must use the special eternal pose built by our kingdom in order for you to come to our kingdom. Elizabeth II nodded and also felt a bit of an extraordinary feeling hearing this. Oh yes. Besides that, please prepare your royal flags. Flag? Elizabeth II asked confusedly again. Our kingdom is currently in the project of building a fellowship building. The alliance building itself is a building which will be the location of the battleground of the kings who establish cooperative relations with our kingdom every year to avenge various cooperation and other problems. Your royal flag will later be flown there, which indicates that you are a kingdom that has a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. Apart from you, at this time we have also established a cooperative relationship with the Ryugu Kingdom regarding the matter of foodstuffs, especially in matters of seafood. Ryugu Kingdom. Elizabeth II was quite surprised to hear this. Then also, because you guys have also established a cooperative relationship with our kingdom, you will later get the same rights as the citizens of our kingdom. Those rights change to buy everything that our kingdom produces at prices that are below the current market price. Loelmina paused and continued, though currently our kingdom is still under construction. However, our current kingdom already has something to trade. Our kingdom has produced a wood whose quality is almost comparable to the quality of wood that comes from the Adam tree. The amount is also very strong and very good for use as raw material for shipbuilding. Loelmina paused for a moment and continued, our wood has now been sold to a shipyard company on Water 7 Island, namely Galila Company, with a selling price of 500,000 for 1 unit of wood. 500,000 itself is the market price. Meanwhile, because you guys have built a cooperative relationship with our kingdom, you will get a discount. Previously the selling price of the wood was 500,000 berries. You can buy it from us for 400,000 berries. 400,000 berries? That's a lot of pieces. Elizabeth II said with a face full of surprise. That is the benefit of building a cooperative relationship with us. Our kingdom definitely won't hurt the kingdom that builds cooperative relations with us. Loelmina said calmly, if you want, you can also try to build a business through selling the wood to increase your kingdom's income. You can buy wood from us for 400,000 berries and then resell it for 500,000 berries. Through this business, you can get a profit of 100,000 berries for every unit of wood you sell, and I'm sure it's also impossible for wood like that to be difficult to sell, especially the wood has a quality that is almost comparable to the wood from the Adam tree. There are many shipbuilding companies that will definitely buy it for you. Elizabeth II's eyes immediately lit up hearing this, then looked at Loelmina. Is it okay if we do that? It doesn't matter. Loelmina shook her head. After all, the purpose of the wood we made is also to sell so that our kingdom can get funds. If you buy it from us we will get the funds, and if you resell it you also get the profit fund. Don't we both benefit? That's it, Elizabeth II said excitedly and started thinking about his sales plan in his head at this point. The same is true for Dagama, who has started thinking about sales tactics so that they can get a lot of profit. By the way, King of Protons. Even though our conversation is currently over, can we hold out for a bit? This time we did not come alone. However, there are also several higher-ups from our kingdom who are currently enjoying their vacation time here. We might only be able to leave at 10 o'clock later. No problem, no problem. Take your time as much as possible. We are happy to welcome you here, Elizabeth II said with a cheerful smile. Oh, yes. Ru, you brought that thing ready, Your Majesty. Ru immediately left the room, and not long after he returned with several troops carrying a large number of suitcases. Ru immediately opened the suitcase and saw a large amount of cash there. Miss Loelmina, please accept this. This is the money we got from the Navy after exchanging all the pirates that Hashirama defeated before. We have calculated everything and this financial total is 5.3 billion berries. You did? Hashirama asked in confusion. Of course, Elizabeth II nodded. Compared to us having to kill them and let their bodies rot, we prefer to let them live and hand them over to the Navy. These are all the gifts we got. We have no right to accept this. You are the one who deserves it. Then we will accept it. Loelmina nodded and looked at Hashirama. Hashirama immediately stepped forward and put all the money into the storage bracelet he was currently using. Elizabeth II and everyone present were immediately taken aback by this. Their gazes then turned to the bracelet used by Hashirama. Their conversation then continued by discussing various things, especially Loelmina and Hashirama explained a lot about their kingdom to Elizabeth II and others. Matters related to rules, rights, technology, and also various other policies. Chapter 31, Surveillance. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, 2nd floor, lounge. Ours, we are ready, said Dina, who was currently standing in front of ours along with Megumi and Nezuko. Last night, ours summoned 3 other characters. The 3 of them had also been introduced to all the higher-ups, and the reason why the 3 of them didn't go on the trip to the Protons Kingdom was that ours wanted the 3 of them to adapt first in this kingdom. Inatul, head of the Department of Agriculture. Nezuko Kamadu, deputy head of the Department of Agriculture for Vegetables. Tadokuro Megumi, deputy head of the Department of Agriculture for Fruits. Good. Ours immediately got up from his seat and said, then let's go. Ours and the 3 of them immediately walked down from the Royal Palace to take a walk to see the development of the Fortis Kingdom's construction. Are you guys able to start adapting to where you live now? Ours asked casually. Reasonable. It was actually quite difficult to sleep well last night. Ina said that's probably because it's your first time here. Your body is still in a state of tension and still alert to new places. Gradually you will surely begin to adapt to this place immediately, ours said calmly. What about you two? I am the same as Ina. It's still hard to sleep comfortably. Megumi said slightly nervously. Nezuko nodded. Try to slowly adapt. You guys will definitely get used to it soon enough. Ours paused and continued. Anyway, apart from Ina, the 2 of you currently still don't have any assignments. The area that will be planted with vegetables and fruit is currently not yet prepared. Therefore, I would like both of you to prepare yourself by studying various plant cultivation issues in the library. There are books that explain the cultivation of plants there. R's gaze stared at Nezuko, especially for you, Nezuko. You are from the ancient world. You certainly don't know much about the process of cultivating plants in the modern era. You need to study. I'll do it, Nezuko answered while nodding. R's gaze then looked at Ina. That goes for you too, Ina. Even though you don't go directly to the field and most of your work is in the field of documents, you also need to learn how to cultivate plants in a modern world that has no concept of power. Because the cultivation of plants in that world is better and more developed than your previous world. I see. Ina nodded. If you guys want to start, please just wait for Sheena first. He was the oldest person in the library. You can ask him to help you find the book you want. The three of them continued on their way while talking. While walking and talking, they also observed the construction process of the royal buildings that were currently underway. Your Majesty, Garm, who had just come out of one of the buildings built by his team, immediately greeted respectfully. Oh, the three of you are here too. Hello, Garm. Megumi and Nezuko immediately greeted respectfully. Ina just smiled and said, His Majesty is taking us for a walk to see the kingdom building. Is this a project you are working on? That's right, Garm nodded. This is a house that will be used by civilians with less than 4 family members. This house is very beautiful and luxurious. You're really great, Garm, Nezuko commented in a praising tone. This immediately made Garm very happy. Garm, is the construction finished? Ars asked while seeing that there was no movement at this time. It's just finished, Your Majesty, Garm nodded. I was just about to tell you this and it turns out that we met here. I see. Ars nodded. Where are the workers? They are currently taking care of the equipment problem in the house. Okay. You first take care of the equipment used. Later, after that, you give the full rest time to the workers who work with you. I will take Ina and the others around and later after that I will manage the equipment and facilities in this house. I see. Garm nodded and continued, Your Majesty, there is a possibility that the project currently being handled by Dord will also be completed this time. He's probably looking for you right now. Oh? Are you done too? Then also tell what I told you to him. I'll come to the project site after it's finished and take the three of them for a walk while let's continue our journey. Ina and the others nodded. Ars continued his journey by bringing Ina and the others to the fellowship building, which was currently under construction and was still about 60% completed. Is this the fellowship building? Nezuko asked with a curious face. Yes. This is the building. Currently, the project is being handled by Myerd. Ars nodded and answered him. Does that mean Kajin took care of the biggest first unit house building problem before? Megumi asked. Yes. He is in charge. Ars said. Let's go inside. Ars and the three of them went straight into the courtyard of the fellowship building. One of the workers who were there, when he saw Ars, and the others were immediately shocked. Your Honor. The worker exclaimed involuntarily. Hello. Ars greeted with a smile. Could you please call Myerd to come here? I would like to hear a progress report on this development. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. I'll call Mr. Myerd immediately. The worker quickly rushed over to Myerd's current position. The workers are doing really well, Ina said with a smile. By the way, I'm quite interested in the kingdoms we cooperate with, especially the Ryugu kingdom. Are you interested enough? Ars asked while raising his brow. I'm also interested, Megumi said. I've always been curious and wanted to see a mermaid. Nezuko also nodded. You will definitely be able to meet people from the Ryugu kingdom. Maybe tomorrow you will meet them, especially tomorrow is the appointment time for them to supply us with food ingredients. Your Majesty. Myerd came in a hurry after noticing Ars' arrival on the front page of his project. How was the construction process, Myerd? How long before this fellowship building can be used immediately? Ars asked calmly. Myerd took a deep breath. Currently the construction process is 60% complete. The construction of the longest part, namely the construction of the foundation, has been completed and only needs to complete the inner part. There's a chance we can get this done by February 14th. The building can be used after that. Ars nodded and looked at the construction of the fellowship building. Ellie, how many points do you have to spend to buy the equipment and facilities of this fellowship building? You need 2.5 million points. 2.5 million? That's quite a lot. Ars muttered softly. 2.5 million? Nezuko asked confusedly while looking at Ars. 2.5 million? What I mean is 2.5 million points. It takes 2.5 million points to be able to equip the facilities and equipment of this fellowship building. Ars sighed. To be honest, the price is comparable to the size of this building, which is quite large. Ars gazed and stared at Myerd. You have rearranged the size issue before the construction? Relax, Your Majesty. I have rearranged it. At least the height of each ceiling for this fellowship building is about 10 meters for each floor. That's what allows people with a height higher than normal to get inside. That's great news. Ars nodded and continued, okay. If so, let's move on. You continue your work too. I understand, Your Majesty. Ars and the others then left the place and started to continue their journey to see the Fortis Kingdom. It took them 30 minutes to finish looking all over the place, and at this time they had just returned from Ishiki's rice field where he worked. They also met Ishiki there. Okay. Our journey is over. I will go to arrange the problem of housing facilities that will be occupied by the residents. Do you want to come along or do you want to return to the royal palace to rest? I want to come along, Ina immediately replied. I am quite interested in the interior of the house. Me too, Nezuko replied. I want to see what the inside of the house looks like. The house looks very beautiful and luxurious. Megumi also nodded in agreement. Okay. Then, let's go to the house that Garm built first. Ars and the three of them continued their journey towards the house built by Garm. There are 5 housing units built by him at this time, and all of them were completed at the same time. By the time they got there, Ars and the others saw no sign of workers there, nor did Garm. At this time the building also looks completed and is also clean from all kinds of construction debris. Ars and the others immediately entered the first house. Ellie, I want to exchange the facilities and equipment in this house. The price for installing and purchasing all existing facilities is 500,000 points. Do you want it? Sure. Aries nodded. Instantly the previously empty house turned into a full house. Various kinds of home furniture immediately appeared there and had been installed neatly. Extraordinary. The three of them exclaimed when they saw the incident. You can see the inside of the house. However, please don't damage or make things dirty in this house, because in the afternoon we will hand over this house to our residents, said Ars. We understand. The three of them nodded. Ars and the others started to go on an adventure inside the house. It didn't take them long to finish their adventure. After finishing in the first house, Ars continued to purchase 4 other houses and then continued his journey to the house that Dord and his team had built. Arriving at the area, Ars did not find the whereabouts of the workers and Dord there. However, it can be seen that 5 housing units handled by Dord have been completed as seen from the front. The 4 of them immediately entered the first house, and it was the same as the house that Garm handled. The house has been completed and the inside of the house is clean without any construction dirt. Ellie, I want to buy equipment and facilities for this house. The price for the purchase of home equipment and facilities is 750,000 points. Do you want it? Continue. The house that was previously empty without anything immediately turned into a house full of various kinds of furniture. The 4 of them immediately went on an adventure in the house. This house has more rooms than the previous house, Nezuko exclaimed. Of course, Ars nodded. This house is a house that will be given to workers who have more than 4 family members. They will be stationed here. By the way, Aries, are you going to build a house of the type currently built? Ina asked with interest. No, Ars shook his head. The houses that Garm and Dord are currently building will only be 2,000 units. Each type of house will get 1,000 units of development. I will only hand over this house to the first 2,000 people who come to this kingdom and become citizens of this kingdom. As for the others, they will get a house of another type as well. The size itself is smaller than the size of these 2 houses. However, the houses built later can also be said to be comfortable and luxurious homes. If we compare it with the standard of this world, at least the houses that will be built will have the same quality as the houses of the Tenri Obito. Does that mean the houses built today are of higher quality compared to the houses used by the Tenri Obito? Megumi asked. Yes, Ars nodded, even though the Tenri Obito has a lot of wealth. However, the architecture in this world itself is still not very advanced. Most of the buildings built in this world follow the construction of the medieval era. Ars paused and looked at Ina, or, it can be said that the luxury houses in this world are more like the building concepts in Ina's world. Previously, if we compare the buildings in the modern era and the medieval era, even during the medieval era, the mansions were as big as castles. However, their facilities and furniture are still very underdeveloped when compared to the furniture of the modern era buildings. Yes, it's true that the facilities in the modern era are very advanced. Tina nodded. I even had to relearn how to use the furniture in my room last night after taking care of my clothes and other matters. Are you too, Nezuko? Megumi asked with interest. Nezuko nodded. My previous world was in an era that was far from modern. There are a lot of things I'm very unfamiliar with here and I need to relearn how to use them all. Nezuko paused and continued. Lucky last night Sheena helped me. That way, I already know enough about how to use every piece of equipment and furniture in the royal palace. The 4 of them then resumed their journey by installing furniture and equipment in the other 4 houses that Dord had completed. After finishing this, the 4 of them immediately returned to the royal palace since Ars had received a report from Luelmina that they would be returning soon. New World, Fortis Royal Ship, Ship Cabin. What did you two buy just now? Lowellmana asked with interest Sheena and Kaguya, who were currently sitting with her. I bought some clothes and there are also some chocolate bars, Kaguya said with a faint smile. There were some interesting books that my Ole bought and also some chocolates, Sheena said. Chocolate? Why did you buy chocolate? Lowellmana asked in confusion. Don't you know it, Loa? Kaguya asked with a surprised face. Didn't know it? Lowellmana asked in confusion. We will be entering February 14th soon, Iowa, Sheena added. Don't you know that day? February 14th? Is there anything special about that day? Lowellmana asked in confusion. Kaguya and Sheena looked at each other and nodded. I don't think your world has that kind of tradition, Iowa. Kaguya sighed and continued. In our own world there is a day called Valentine's Day. Today itself falls on February 14th every year. Every entry on February 14th, each woman will later give a chocolate bar made by herself to a friend, partner, or loved one in the category of a man. We can also mean that it is a day of love, with a woman showing her love and affection for a man she likes. However, women can also give chocolate to their male friends. That chocolate can be said to be friendship chocolate and so on, Sheena added. Is it true? Lowellmana asked surprisedly. Oops, I didn't have time to buy it. Lowellmana is currently wearing a sad face. Because if that really happened, Lowellmana had the desire to make her own chocolate and then hand it over to ours. Sheena and Kaguya looked at each other again and nodded. You don't have to be sad, Loa. If you want, we can share our chocolate with you, Sheena said with a smile. Yes. After all, we also bought quite a lot. Both of us previously had plans to make lots of chocolates to give to our friends, and also we thought you knew about this, so we bought them for you too because we knew that you wouldn't have time to buy them, Kaguya said with a smile. Really? Lowellmana, who heard this, was immediately delighted. Thank you, Kaguya, Sheena. The three of them continued their conversation again, with Lowellmana asking many questions about the traditions that belonged to Kaguya's world and Sheena's world before. Kaguya and Sheena were also quite interested in the traditions from Lowellmana's previous world and started to wonder about the traditions of her world. The conversation between the three of them was so exciting that the three of them didn't feel that at this time they had returned to their home. Chapter 32, Signing New World, Fortis Kingdom, Port of Ship Construction Department. The ship used by Hashirama and the others was finally slowly starting to land nicely at the ship construction department's harbor dock. Everyone is now in the hull of the ship getting ready to get off the ship. Everyone immediately got off the boat and immediately started walking towards the royal palace. That building. Elizabeth II's gaze suddenly turned to the second type of house building that had just been completed. That building is one of the development projects our kingdom is currently undertaking, King of Protence Lowellmana introduced with a smile. The house itself is one of 3 houses currently under construction. The house that the King of Protence is currently looking at is the second type house that we will later give to the citizens of our kingdom. Given? Elizabeth II, Dagama, and Rue immediately exclaimed with faces full of surprise. Of course, Lowellmana nodded. There is also one other house to be given. This house itself was the exclusive home for the first 2,000 people who became citizens of our kingdom. They will be given better treatment than other citizens. Lowellmana's gaze then looked at the very large and spacious building that was more magnificent than the building seen by the King of Protence before. Look at the building over there. King of Protence Elizabeth II immediately turned his attention to the direction of the first tribe house building. What do you think about the building? Lowellmana asked with a smile. A very luxurious building and also very large, Elizabeth II praised. That building is a building of the first type of house, and also that building is the residence of the higher-ups of our kingdom. In addition, every royal family who will later establish a cooperative relationship with us will also be given one for them to use as a resting place when visiting here. Elizabeth II, Dagama, and Rue were quite surprised to hear this. They continued walking towards the royal palace while Lowellmana helped the Protence King give some direct explanations. It didn't take them long to arrive at the front yard of the royal palace. This. Elizabeth II's gaze was slightly taken aback by the number of neatly arranged dining tables. This is an area that we specially built for workers to pick up food. Usually they will eat at 6 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and 6 o'clock in the evening. They are free to eat anything. The dishes they eat are also the same as the dishes eaten by us. Because the one who prepared the dish was the royal palace chef, this treatment. Rue muttered with a face hard to believe. They continued to enter the royal palace. When Elizabeth II, Dagama, and Rue entered the royal palace, the three of them were immediately greeted with a very luxurious and classy interior. The three of them were immediately stunned by such a sight. Lowellmana then turned to look at her companions. I will take the King of Protence and the others to meet His Majesty. His Majesty is currently waiting for his presence in the guest room. Lowellmana's gaze then turned to Hashirama. Hashirama, Your Majesty has asked me to inform you so that you can take our royal flag, our royal eternal pose special, the booklet, along with the documents of the treaty. Cooperation in His Majesty's office. Everyone nodded. Loelmina's gaze then turned to Elizabeth II, King of Protons. Please come with me. His Majesty is waiting for us. Okay. The Protons King nodded. Loelmina immediately took Elizabeth II and the others to the guest room. Hashirama went to carry out the tasks assigned to him, while the others did their own thing. It didn't take long for Loelmina and the others to finally arrive at the guest room. Loelmina immediately walked towards Ars, who was waiting on the sofa, and immediately saluted. Your Majesty, the King of Protons and his higher-ups have arrived. Thank you for your hard work. Ars smiled, then immediately walked towards Elizabeth II and the others. Hello, our first meeting. Introduce, my name is Ars. I am the king of this Fortis kingdom. Ars immediately extended his hand towards Elizabeth. Hello too, King Fortis. My name is Elizabeth II, I am the king of the kingdom of Protons. Elizabeth II immediately returned the greeting, then continued. I want to thank King Fortis for previously helping us in solving war problems and also agreeing to the cooperation we want to build beforehand. No need to thank me. We both need each other. Apart from that, we also benefit from each other. Ars said with a smile. Ars' gaze then turned to the two people behind Elizabeth II, the two of them. The two of them are the top brass of my kingdom. To my left is Dagama. He's the tactician of the Protons kingdom, while the one on my right is Ru. He is the commander of the Protons kingdom's army. Hello, nice to meet you. Ars immediately stepped forward while extending his hand in a friendly manner. Nice to meet you, King Fortis. Dagama immediately returned the greeting. I would like to thank you for helping our kingdom. If it weren't for your help, our kingdom might not exist today. Ars just nodded, then looked at Ru and stretched out his hand. Nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you too, King Fortis. Ru returned the greeting, smiling with a smile, then continued. I also want to thank you. With your help, no troops from our kingdom were injured in yesterday's battle. Ars nodded, then looked at the King of Protons. How about we sit down to talk while waiting for Hashirama to come with the signing documents? That's a good idea. Ars and Elizabeth II immediately took a seat on the sofa while Dagama and Ru stood behind Elizabeth II and Loelmina stood behind Ars. King Fortis, I want to ask you something. Elizabeth II started the conversation. Please. Ars nodded. I wonder if your kingdom has currently opened a purchase for shipbuilding? Elizabeth II asked in an excited tone. Boat? Ars asked, confused about this. Sure. Elizabeth II nodded. I really like the ships built by your kingdom. Your ship is very luxurious and elegant. The technology on board is also very advanced compared to other ships. Ah, I see. Ars nodded. Too bad, King of Protons. At the moment we still haven't opened the sale for the ship, as our head of ship construction department and deputy head of ship construction department are still involved in the building and infrastructure construction projects of our kingdom. This also causes us to still not be able to open the business. So, that's a shame. Elizabeth II sighed. There is no need to be sad, King of Protons. There is a possibility within this year. It is likely that our ship construction department will be up and running soon. At that time, the King of Protons could place orders directly. Also, in the future there will be many variations of the ship that we will build besides the ship you used before. That sounds really good. The Protons King nodded. By the way, I heard from Iowa that you guys have a desire to set up a wood selling business. Is that true? Ars asked with great interest. That's the plan. Elizabeth II nodded. If I may ask, is it okay for us to do it? Don't worry. You guys can do it. It can also help you increase the income of your kingdom, and also it can increase the income of our kingdom. With a high income of your kingdom, you can prosper the citizens of your kingdom. I hope the King of Protons always remembers this. I want to build a cooperative relationship with a kingdom because the kingdom prospers its citizens. If the kingdom doesn't do that, I won't do it. And if the King of Protons did such an act, I apologize. Our cooperative relationship agreement will be immediately cancelled. I see, King Fortis. I will remember this. Well, it didn't take long for Hashirama to enter the room. Hashirama immediately handed over the documents that he brought to Ars. This is the document that your Majesty asked for. Thank you. Ars nodded and immediately pushed the document to Elizabeth II along with his writing instrument. Please check it first. If there is an error in the writing in the document, please tell me, so we can change it right away. Elizabeth II nodded and immediately took the document that was given to him and examined it. Felt that there was no mistake in the agreement that was there. Elizabeth II immediately signed the document and then handed it back to Ars. Ars immediately signed the document and handed the document back to Hashirama. Ars then stretched out his hand towards the front. With this, our kingdom is bound by a cooperative relationship. I hope we can work well together from now onwards. I hope too. Elizabeth II excitedly reached out his hand to return the greeting. In this way the Kingdom of Protons and Kingdom of Fortis officially established a cooperative relationship. Ars then handed the signing document to Loelmana, then asked Hashirama to hand over the Fortis Kingdom's special eternal pose and booklet, then hand it over to Elizabeth II. Those two items are our royal special eternal pose and the booklet that records all the Den Mushi numbers belonging to the higher-ups of our kingdom. I hope that the King of Protons can take good care of the special eternal pose, since it would be very troublesome if the special eternal pose fell into the wrong hands. I will definitely take good care of this, Elizabeth II said seriously. Good. Ars nodded, then continued. Then regarding the booklet. The book recorded the number of our royal Den Mushi. If the King of Protons needs help or wants to place an order for goods, please just call at one of the dignitaries of our kingdom. We will immediately help and prepare all the things needed. Elizabeth II nodded and immediately kept the two items carefully. Next is the flag of our kingdom. Because you have chosen to establish a cooperative relationship with our kingdom through a territorial protection cooperation relationship, then raise the flag of our kingdom in your territory. However, you do not need to raise it higher or equal to your kingdom's flag. Just fly it in a location that can be seen by anyone when it comes to your kingdom. It can help to inform that the Protons Kingdom is currently under our kingdom's protection. Usually if we just build a cooperative relationship, I will not give our flag to be flown in an area that is not our territory. However, since you asked for territorial protection, we have to do it. Ars then looked at Hashirama. Give them our flag. Okay. Hashirama nodded and immediately walked towards Dagama. Sensru was currently holding a suitcase carrying the flag of their kingdom. Hashirama immediately handed over the flag to Dagama, which he received with care. Did you bring your flags? Ars asked with great interest. We brought it. Elizabeth II nodded and looked at Ru. Please give me our flag. Ru nodded and immediately walked towards Hashirama, then handed the flag to him. Hashirama immediately held the flag carefully. You can go keep the flag in my study. Put that flag next to the Ryugu Kingdom's flag. I understand. Hashirama nodded and immediately left the room. The flag will be flown later when the fellowship building is ready for use. Later, when the time comes, we will contact you along with the people from the Ryugu Kingdom. We will both fly our flags in time there. Besides, we might as well talk about some things together. It's like cooperation. Ars paused and continued. I think it's fine for your kingdom to establish a cooperative relationship with the Ryugu Kingdom. The Ryugu Kingdom itself is an empire built by the fishman race. They have many advantages in the ocean, for example for seafood, fish and others. You can try to build cooperative relationships with those related in this field. Our kingdom is also building cooperation with them through the food ingredients sector. They excel in the oceans and are excellent contributors to seafood ingredients. If you build a cooperative relationship with them, the availability of marine food ingredients will be sufficient. Besides that, there are many things that can be found in the ocean, such as energy sources and various other things. Ars paused for a moment and continued. We as humans are certainly not a feeling that has full power over the ocean. We find it difficult to fully explore the ocean area. However, in contrast to the fishman race, they are born in the ocean and have the ability to explore the ocean. Elizabeth II's eyes immediately lit up and was excited to hear this. Your Majesty, I think we can do that, Dagama suddenly said, especially because of the expansion of our empire. We will need a lot of food supplies as well as various other things. We can establish a cooperative relationship with the Ryugu Kingdom to resolve this matter. However, before you two decide on this, please tell me your wish to cooperate with the citizens of your kingdom. Ars suddenly came in. Even though you two see an advantage in terms of this cooperation, I'm afraid many citizens of your kingdom will not accept this cooperation. You should also know the discrimination that the fishman race suffers from. I think so too. Elizabeth II nodded seriously. What about the citizens of your kingdom, King of Protons? Do they know about this cooperative relationship? Ru suddenly asked. They already know about it and we have told them about it. They had previously felt strange about it. However, after we reassured them, they immediately accepted it very well and didn't mind the cooperative relationship, even though they are currently welcoming people from the fishman race. Ars paused and continued. If you intend to establish cooperation with the Ryugu Kingdom, you explain the benefits of cooperating with them, such as the availability of abundant foodstuffs and others to the citizens of your kingdom. Besides, if your kingdom wants to have a good income, you guys are trying to cooperate with the Ryugu Kingdom as well by giving them the right to open a business in your kingdom. Ars paused for a moment and continued. Through the business, your empire can get as much incoming income as it does through goods income tax. In our own kingdom there is something called goods tax and import tax. Everyone who will do business in our kingdom, their merchandise will be subject to goods tax. We will collect a tax of 5% of the total price of the goods which have been successfully sold to consumers. Then there is also the import tax, where the tax is a tax paid by someone to the kingdom if that person opens a business and brings goods from outside the kingdom. For example, there is someone who wants to open a business in our kingdom, such as a clothing business. However, the clothes are from outside our kingdom. Clothing sold by the person may be subject to an import tax of 5% of the total selling price. Then also add 5% of the goods tax, which means the clothes will get a 10% tax. The tax will later go into your royal income. Ars paused again and continued, don't be afraid to tax the citizens of your kingdom. Because the tax itself is also money that can build your empire. However, you also cannot give taxes arbitrarily, just like the world government gives taxes to the kingdom at large costs. You can manage your royal taxation matters as your royal income. However, you should also not rely too much on taxes as your source of income. Because the tax itself is the lowest income that can be obtained, or only as a support fund. You can think of other ways to get or increase the royal income you have. Ars stopped back and continued, I will take the example for the empire built by us. Apart from taxes, which are the source of our kingdom's income, there are also many things that we can use as a source of income, such as the sale of the wood we produce and also rice, which is currently in the process of growing. In the calculation of each month, at least in the sale of timber produced by our kingdom, we can produce as many as 50 to 100 billion berries. Meanwhile, in our rough calculation, for the sale of rice we can get a profit of 45 to 60 billion berries per month. Elizabeth II, Dagama, and Ru took deep breaths in shock hearing this. Because for their own kingdom, in order to be able to get an income of 50 billion berries, it must take 1 full year. Even to collect this, they have to work hard to do it. What I'm giving this example is just some of the revenue from our kingdom. Our kingdom itself still has many ways to get royal income, such as electricity payments, water payments, selling cow's milk, selling chicken eggs, and also various other things. At least, through my rough calculations, if all of our current departments were running, every month our kingdom would earn 300 billion berries to 500 billion berries. Elizabeth II, Dagama, and Ru immediately fell silent when they heard this. You don't need to be surprised like that. Ars paused for a moment. The territory your kingdom has is huge, and if you can make good use of your territory, it's not impossible to have income like our kingdom. Only you yourself are always focused on earning royal income through taxes, but not trying to rack your brains on how to increase your empire's income. Hearing this made Elizabeth II, Dagama, and Ru very embarrassed. Then, King Fortis, can you tell me what to do? Elizabeth II asked shyly. Elizabeth II is older than ours. However, their way of thinking is very different. The first thing you should pay attention to is the tax issue. Taxes are something important. Although the income taxed is relatively low, however, the income from the tax can also be a support for a kingdom's funds. In our own kingdom, we divide taxes into 4 categories, namely payroll taxes, building taxes, goods taxes, and import taxes. Salary tax is a tax that must be paid by someone who already has a job with his salary already included in the taxpayer. Our kingdom requires a person to start paying taxes once his salary has hit the 1 million berries mark. While payroll taxes also have several levels. The higher the salary earned by the person, then the tax required on it will be higher. Then there is the building tax. This building tax is a tax that must be paid by someone who owns a building in his name. This tax itself is paid annually. Everyone who has taxes in his name is obliged to pay as much as 2% of his total annual income. Meanwhile, if someone owns 2 buildings that stand in his name, he must pay 4% of his total annual income. The more buildings that stand in his name, the more taxes he has to pay. Our kingdom only limits each person to only 5 buildings in his name. Ars stopped for a moment. At the same time, Hashirama had returned and immediately stood behind Ars. As for the goods tax and import tax, I have explained before. If you wish, you can't try to use our kingdom's tax policy. Is it okay if we follow the policy? Elizabeth II asked excitedly. No problem. Ars nodded. If you want to follow him, I have no problem with that. However, we recommend that you share this and your purpose for implementing this policy, so that later the citizens of your kingdom don't feel strange and complain about the policies you set. Ars paused as well. Also, you can follow the rules and policies set by our kingdom. I have no problem with that except for the salary issue. Our own salary is better if we manage it individually without following the salary from other places. Because our income is also different from each other. Elizabeth II nodded seriously. Then, you can also build a business run by your own empire. For example, the business of selling wood, which you will later buy from our kingdom. You will certainly get a very large profit from this income. Also, later on, you can try to build other additional businesses such as selling rice and others purchased from our kingdom. The price of rice that we will sell is cheaper than the market price. You can later sell the rice at a price below the current market price, even though it only has a price difference. However, people will definitely prefer to buy goods at lower prices. That way, your royal income will increase compared to before. Ours paused for a moment and continued, also, if your kingdom's income increases, don't keep the money just for yourself. Don't just use that abundance of money to have fun like someone who has forgotten himself as well as the Tenri Obito. The income you get is used to improve the quality of life of your people. Give a salary that can meet their needs. Besides that, if you can build a place that can attract the attention of citizens or foreigners visiting your kingdom so that later you can use the building as a source of income. Elizabeth II, who heard the suggestions and input from ours, immediately felt that there were many ideas that appeared in his mind. Before you deny that, it's best to talk to the higher-ups of the kingdom. Even though you are a king, better to ask for their advice and income. It was the best decision. I usually make a decision. I often do it through meetings with royal officials. I will take their income, then take the best opinion for us to use. The same goes for tax and other policies. Almost all of them are policies that are obtained from joint talks. I understand. Elizabeth II nodded seriously. Okay. Cooperation talks have been completed. There was still plenty of time for lunch. Would the King of Prudence want to accompany us to tour our kingdom? Incidentally, the house that will be used by the residents is ready to be used. We can all see him on this trip. That's a great idea, Elizabeth II said excitedly. I'm also interested in seeing it. Tars nodded, then looked at Loilmina. Loa, you go and save the document, then also tell Sheena to call the people who will get their house quota. Tell them to prepare their stuff. They will soon occupy the house that has been promised to them. Meanwhile, if the workers who get the current quota are still working, you go tell Cajun and Myard that I'm giving them the day off. I understand. Loilmina nodded and immediately left to carry out the task. In that case, King of Prudence, Master Dagama, and Master Ru. Let's go. Okay, Elizabeth II nodded and couldn't wait to see the luxurious building he had previously seen. The five of them immediately walked out of the room and then continued their journey to see the construction of the Fortis Kingdom together. Chapter 33, Placement. New World, Royal Ship of Fortis. What does the King of Prudence think of our kingdom? Hashirama asked with a smile. Currently they are in the hull of the ship where the ship is currently sailing to go to the Prudence Kingdom because its business is finished. What an extraordinary kingdom. No, not his extraordinary kingdom. Rather, the person leading it is someone who is truly extraordinary, Elizabeth II said in a voice full of admiration. I have never met a king like King Fortis. A king who has very broad insight, has very great charisma, and is also very kind to others. I can see that everyone who works in your kingdom loves him very much. That's the reason why we are willing to follow him, Hashirama said with a smile. The house project built by your kingdom. Honestly, it's hard to believe that such a luxurious house would be given to the people of your kingdom. Elizabeth II paused and continued, though I have never seen the houses of the Tenri Obito in person. However, I have visited Marijoa several times and participated in the reverie meetings held there. The building there is indeed very majestic and luxurious. However, if you compare the luxury of the house and also the royal palace that you have, it's very different. We will always give the best to our people. Although the two types of houses that are currently under construction will only be built as many as 1,000 units per type. However, the next house to be built is no less luxurious. Only problem is the smaller size. If not for the problem of the area where the population lives are small, it is not impossible that all residents will get the same house. Hashirama paused for a moment and continued, by the way, has the King of Prudence really made up his mind about following the policies our kingdom has? Sure. Elizabeth II nodded seriously. I don't think the policy is too burdensome for our people, and also there are many benefits to be gained through the arrangement of the policy, Your Majesty. Even so, we also have to discuss with the other high-ranking royals. I think we should also follow the decision-making method of King Fortis. The way he did, I think the best way. We can ask the higher-ups to voice their opinion and we will choose the best opinion to use, Dagama said. I know. Elizabeth II nodded. Your Majesty, regarding notification to the people, you can count on me and my troops. Ru immediately said, we will definitely inform them and also inform them of the benefits of this tax policy. They will definitely agree, especially if they know the Fortis Kingdom is also using this policy. The people of your kingdom seem to really like our kingdom, Hashirama said with a smile. I heard from my friends that they get a lot of discounts when shopping in your kingdom. Of course, Master Hashirama. Ru nodded. After all, your kingdom is the kingdom that helped us in resolving the war conflicts that we experienced earlier. We should repay the kindness you have given us. Hashirama nodded and asked back, oh, yes. I heard from your Majesty that you were discussing the matter of cooperative relations with the Ryugu Kingdom while I was away. Do you want to establish a cooperative relationship with them? That's the plan. Elizabeth II nodded. If you build a cooperative relationship with them, I think it was a very good decision. You can give their race permission to build a business in your kingdom, and by using the same tax policy as ours, you can earn quite a bit of income from their business. Hashirama paused and continued, I usually talk to His Majesty when I have free time. His Majesty once told me that establishing a relationship with the Ryugu Kingdom was the best decision. In addition to sufficient food ingredients that come from the ocean, we can also get quite a lot of income from the business they build. Because the taxes they have to pay us are three: building tax, goods tax, and import tax. The conversation between the four of them continued until the ship they were using had arrived at the port of the Province Kingdom. There were already troops from the Province Kingdom waiting there because they had previously been contacted by Ru. Okay. My job here is done. If you need anything, feel free to contact me directly. His Majesty usually has quite a lot of business to attend to and he rarely brings his den mushi with him at times. I see. Thank you for driving us back, Mr. Hashirama, Elizabeth II said. You're welcome, Elizabeth II, and the others immediately got off the Fortis Kingdom ship. After they all got off, Hashirama immediately turned back the ship used by him and slowly sailed back towards the Fortis Kingdom. Meanwhile, from inside a building near the port, the King of Province is back. Agent Cypher Pale Agents said seriously, using his den mushi. Good. We will start operation tonight. We should be able to get the Eternal Pose heading to the Fortis Kingdom. We can't fail. Another Cypher Pale Agents said seriously through the den mushi. I see New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace front courtyard. Currently 10 people who match the serial number to get the promised house are already there with some of their clothes in their bags. Their faces showed enthusiasm because they had seen the house that they would later use. The house looks very luxurious and comfortable. Nowadays people who don't have jobs or are on vacation are also gathering with looks full of envy and sadness. Everyone who was there had also seen the house that would be given to them later. No one could hide their jealousy. Because the house is very luxurious and also beautiful. Though they'll eventually get it too. However, it's hard to hide jealousy right now at having to get it later. Ars immediately walked out of the royal palace followed by all the high-ranking royals who currently have no work at all. Your Highness, Sheena immediately walked over to greet him with a smile. Have the 10 people who got their quotas first arrived? Ars asked with interest. Yes, Your Majesty. That's them. They've already made all their preparations. Sheena said while looking at the 10 people whose faces couldn't show any feeling of joy at finally getting what they promised. Ars nodded and walked over. Hello. I'm sure you're all very happy right now, aren't you? Sure, Your Majesty. One of them immediately replied excitedly. This is what I promised you. You will get the house we have promised you. Remember, take good care of the house because from now on, it will be your home. Then, I want you to listen carefully because there are some policies that you should know about this kingdom. Ars gaze then looked at the people around him. Please everyone come closer. I hope you can pass this on to your friends. Everyone who was around immediately approached to hear the delivery from Ars. You guys already know about this royal tax, right? This kingdom itself not only has a payroll tax but also a building tax, goods tax, and import tax. We will skip the discussion for goods tax and import tax. Because this tax is related to business. We will discuss the building tax. The building tax itself is a tax imposed by the kingdom on someone who owns a building in his own name. It means that whoever gets the house will be directly owned in his name. Like payroll taxes, building taxes also have multiple payments. Payment of this building tax will only be paid once per year. You only have to pay as much as 2% of the total income you get every year. Meanwhile, if you have 2 buildings in your name, you have to pay as much as 4% of your total annual income every 1 year. Every time you have one additional building, the building tax will increase by 2% and a maximum of 5 people can own a building in their name. Everyone nodded and took note of this carefully. Then, there is also such thing as payment for electricity and water. In your current home there is such a thing as an electrical control panel and a water control panel. Both control panels will record the amount of electricity you use. The more electricity and water you will use later, the higher the cost you pay. Ars paused, however, at this time the department related to electricity and water is still not running. Therefore, for now the payment for electricity and water will not be enforced. Even so, you also can't immediately use water and electricity freely. Because, if you do something like this will continue over and over again until the start of electricity and water payments, which increases the amount of your home electricity payment. Therefore, use electricity and water wisely. Don't because there are currently no payment rules, you can use them freely. Do you understand? We understand, Your Majesty. Everyone nodded seriously. I hope you can also convey my delivery to your other friends. Oh yes. Regarding the issue of paying for electricity and water, we will discuss this in advance how much we have to charge the payment. However, be sure. We won't charge too much. The high cost is just because you use electricity too often for things you don't need. If a decision regarding the amount of payment to be paid has been reached, we will inform you all soon, so that you already know and can manage finances and also regulate the amount of electricity that you will use every month. Your Highness. One of the people who got the house quota immediately raised her hand. She is a woman who works as a maid of the royal palace. Please, Ars nodded. Does that mean that we are now obligated to pay the building tax? Sure, Ars nodded. You guys have now got your house and it was built in your own name. However, regarding the issue of payment, you will pay later in December. Because of that, if possible, when you have received your salary, you set aside about 2% of your salary which will later be used to make building tax payments. Because if you don't pay for it, we will reluctantly withdraw ownership of the building and pass it on to someone else. Ars said, then smiled. You don't want your house to be handed over to someone else, do you? Especially the house itself will be built only 1,000 units. The house is only exclusively for people who are first-time citizens of our kingdom. We won't be building it again after this. It can be said that the house is very special and can give a sign that you are the first people to become citizens of this kingdom. It would be very unfortunate if it came to only building tax issues that you should pay 2% of your total annual income. We will take the building back and give it to someone else. You don't want that, do you? Of course not. Everyone immediately shook their heads and replied in unison. You guys should know about the Tenri Obito, right? Ars asked with a smile. They all nodded with ugly faces. The Tenri Obito are very rich creatures. They have a lot of things that are very difficult for other people to get. However, you know that this house built for you is a very luxurious and magnificent house. Even if you compare this house with the house used by the Tenri Obito, that's very much different. This house of yours is the most luxurious house beyond Tenri Obito's house. It was also confirmed directly by the king of Protons who had came to Marijoa. He had told me that this house we built was a very luxurious house, even more so than Tenri Obito's. You should be proud and go through this pride. You have to maintain ownership of the house. Don't let it be just because of a small problem. Those of you who have a more luxurious house than Tenri Obito's will be taken away by us and handed over to someone else. Hearing this, everyone's gaze instantly changed. Currently in their minds, they would never give the house to anyone. They will pay off all payments on time and more. Your Highness, one of the people who got the quota again raised his hand. Please, Ars nodded. If in a certain condition someone is taken back from the house that was given to him, will the kingdom give him the house back in the context of the lower quality of the house? Ask the person. We will still give that person a house, or we can say we will change houses with other homeowners. Ars paused and continued. In a case like your example, later, the owner of the special house will be moved to a lower quality house. Meanwhile, the owner of the lower quality house will get that person's house. Then, if someone has moved from his special home, I can guarantee that that person will no longer be able to occupy the house. Because to be able to get the house back, it would be like it is now, waiting for your turn. Also, as long as the owner of the house does not make mistakes such as not paying taxes and others, he will stay in the house. Ars paused for a moment and continued. You should be grateful for this house that will be given to you. Because in the future, there will be many people who will not be treated the same as you. For example, giving a house like this. In the future, there will no longer be such a thing as giving a house. However, everyone had to buy his own house and land. I will tell you now. The price of the house itself is very expensive, especially the house we are building at this time. At least the house we are building for you today is estimated at around 750 to 800 million berries. The price is only the price of the house building. While there is also the price of land, which later the land in this kingdom will become more expensive, especially the land where the house that you will later occupy. It is possible that the land will reach a price point of 200 million or more in the future. Therefore, take good care of your home and don't let anyone else take it. If your house is later taken, it will be your own fault. We understand. Everyone there nodded seriously. The majority of people listening are people who are on the home building team and also know how expensive the house they are currently building is. Therefore, their current thoughts are only one, namely to keep the house as their property and lest anyone take it. This firmness of mind becomes stronger and stronger over time. Especially when they thought about the future state of this kingdom at a time when this kingdom would soon open up to the world. Surely there will be many people who are jealous of them, especially seeing the house they live in. As expected of, Ars Kaguya muttered with a smile, he can manipulate their inner thoughts very easily. Okay. So far, my delivery. I hope you guys can help me in conveying this to your friends so they don't have bad luck in the future. Alright then, let's go to the second type house. We will start there then continue in the third type house. Ars paused and continued, those of you who haven't got your share can also come. It can also increase your sense of holding on to what you have. Chapter 34, World government assault. Elizabeth II becomes a target. Evening. New World, Protons Kingdom, Royal Palace, Protons King's Chamber. The current time has shown at 22:00 p.m. Usually at this time Elizabeth II still hasn't slept and is still doing some of his activities. However, today is different because the schedule and work he has today is very busy. In addition to discussing cooperative relations with the Fortis Kingdom, Elizabeth II still had discussions about new policies and plans for the future development of the Protons Kingdom. Although Elizabeth had good physical strength, however, his steady strength was very weak. This is also what makes Elizabeth II currently lying in bed and sleeping so soundly that he doesn't know that at this time there are already 2 people wearing black coats into his room. Cipher Palate agents. You fool king. Does he think establishing a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom is better than establishing a cooperative relationship with the world government? One of the Cipher Palate agents said coldly. He is just a few of the many idiots in this world, another Cipher Palate agent said. Once we get information about the location of the Fortis Kingdom from him, we will kill him and arrange for the killing to be carried out by the Fortis Kingdom. That way, these 2 kingdoms will do, before the sentence is finished. Instantly a very terrible pressure directly hit the souls of the 2 Cipher Palate agents. The pressure that hit the souls of the 2 agents instantly made both agents' faces terrified along with their entire bodies breaking out in cold sweat. They tried to move. However, their bodies couldn't respond because right now their souls had been suppressed by the terrifying pressure. I heard a very good sentence. Suddenly a voice came from the corner of the room and slowly Hashirama walked out of the corner of the room with his eyes very cold looking at the 2 agents. How could it be? Even though the 2 of them were currently being suppressed by the terrifying pressure released by Hashirama. However, the pressure itself was only a small part of Hashirama's full power. The faces of the 2 Cipher Palate agents instantly turned pale and full of fear when they saw Hashirama. Because this person in front of him was the person they were most afraid to meet on this mission. Someone who can kill them easily. The sound of a frightened scream from one of the Cipher Palate agents immediately woke Elizabeth II, who was currently sleeping. Elizabeth II immediately got up from his bed because he sensed that there were several people in his room and looked towards the front with a serious look, a world government agent. Elizabeth II's voice contained immense anger as he spoke those words. Elizabeth II's gaze then looked to the side and suddenly his face immediately showed surprise. Master Hashirama? I apologize for interrupting your rest, King of Protons. Hashirama said calmly while lowering his head slightly. These 2 men sneaked into your room and seemed to be kidnapping you and conducting interrogation in order to find the location of our kingdom. After the 2 of them found out the location of our kingdom's whereabouts from you, they will fight against our kingdom by killing you and arrange for the killing to be carried out by our kingdom. What? Elizabeth II was very surprised to hear this and his screams were immediately heard by the guards on duty at this time. The guards immediately went straight into the Protons King's room. Your Majesty, what is Mr. Hashirama? The guards were surprised to see Hashirama there along with people wearing black suits whose faces were currently full of fear and cold sweat. You don't need to panic. I am here to protect your king, Hashirama said calmly. Then his gaze looked at the 2 agents in front of him. They are both agents sent by the world government to kidnap your king and then kill your king so that they can pit our kingdom against us. What? The soldiers were shocked to hear this and their gazes immediately turned to the 2 agents with very angry looks. You guys go back and guard the entrance. Let me take care of this place. Your king is now safe with me. I too have now received orders from my king. Follow Lord Hashirama's orders, Elizabeth II said firmly. We understand. The troops immediately exited the room and immediately locked the entrance door again. Hashirama's gaze returned to the 2 agents. Who sent you? Hashirama asked coldly as the pressure released by Hashirama became even more terrifying than before, causing the 2 agents' bodies to immediately kneel on the floor. I think we'd better not ask this question, Mr. Hashirama, Elizabeth II said seriously. These agents have been trained by the world government to keep their mouths shut and not reveal the secrets of their mission to anyone, so? Hashirama asked, then nodded and continued to stare at the 2 agents. Maybe. If only the usual way will be difficult to do. However, there are many ways for us to get them to open their mouths. Many ways? Elizabeth II asked in confusion. Our kingdom has many ways to get them to open their mouths, one of which our king has the ability to do. Therefore, our king requested to reserve 1 remaining agent for us to witness tomorrow. Witness tomorrow? What does King Fortis want to do tomorrow? Elizabeth II asked hesitantly and felt that something big was going to happen tonight. Hashirama did not answer immediately and looked at the 2 agents and walked towards one of the agents, then took out his kunai and slashed the width of one agent, and then the other agent was hit on the back of the neck, which made the agent instantly unconscious. Your Majesty has given me a mission. If the people of the world government dare to take action against you, I was asked to attack them tonight. What? Attack? Wait. Are you going to attack Marijoa tonight? The king of Protons asked with a face full of horror. Don't panic. Hashirama immediately said, it's true that I was asked to attack. However, the attack carried out by me was not a direct attack but a sneak attack. His Majesty asked me to kidnap several Tenri Obito and also deploy bombs that can be detonated remotely throughout the Marijoa territory. Hashirama paused for a moment and continued, tomorrow, we will be broadcasting live to the whole world. We will embarrass them and also make them pay the price they do for playing games or seeking trouble with our kingdom or the kingdoms that build cooperative relations with us. We also want to use this action as an example if there is a group that dares to seek trouble with our kingdom or a kingdom that has a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. They will receive the same. Elizabeth II instantly fell silent hearing this. Therefore, I hope tonight after I complete this mission, the King of Protons can come with me to the Fortis Kingdom. You will become a victim during the live broadcast. To let the whole world know how bad the world government is compared to it looks. Also, during the live broadcast, we can also inform you that your kingdom is currently under our protection. It can also help your kingdom not get into trouble in the future. I see King Prudence nodded. Can Dagama and Ru also come with me? Yes. Let them come with you. Hashirama nodded then continued, please take care of this person. Don't wake him up. If he wakes up, you can knock this guy back into unconsciousness so we can make it easier for him to open his mouth during tomorrow's live broadcast. Leave it to me. Elizabeth II nodded seriously. Okay. Then I'll go first. I hope that by the time I return, you will be in the harbor and the ship will be able to sail. We will make quick movements so that before 12 o'clock, all preparations for tomorrow's live broadcast can be prepared. I understand. Elizabeth II nodded. Hashirama, who had received the confirmation, went straight through the window. Elizabeth II's gaze immediately turned to the Cipher Palate agents, one of whom had died while the other was unconscious. I think I've made a good decision. If I still join the world government, I definitely won't have the chance to build this empire and will still stay in the same place, muttered Elizabeth II, then walked towards the entrance and opened it. Go and call Dagama and Ru to come here. At the same time, you guys help take care of the corpse of this Cipher Palate agents. You can throw it away or do whatever. While fainting at this time. Leave here. Don't do anything to him. We understand. The troops immediately carried out the task. Meanwhile, at Hashirama's side. How are things there? Does it match my prediction? Accordingly, Ars Hashirama nodded. The world government actually sent 2 of their agents to attack Elizabeth II. They must have really wanted to get and control our kingdom. That's why they move so fast. Ars' voice became very cold. Did you leave a living one? There is. Hashirama nodded. Do you really have a way of getting them to talk, Ars? Stay cool. I have a way to do it. I just traded the ability to control one subconscious from the system. Control the subconscious? Hashirama asked in confusion. Everyone has 2 realms of consciousness. There is a subconscious and there is also an upper realm of consciousness. At this moment, we can be said to be in the upper realm of consciousness because we can control the actions we take. Meanwhile, what is meant by the subconscious is an awareness where a person cannot control his actions, words, and actions. Everything he will do is pure honesty, and someone at the time of entering this subconscious, their actions cannot be controlled by them. This ability can also help me control their movements as well as make them open their mouths when asked. I will form a suggestion or command in their minds so that they answer all the questions that will be asked by me without covering it up. What a terrifying ability, Hashirama muttered under his breath. This ability is truly terrifying. Ars nodded. However, to use this ability, the target must be in a weak mental state or in a state not ready to do something. The best condition is when the target has just woken up or is in a tired state. Is that why you asked me to knock the agent unconscious? Yes. That's the reason. The agents of the world government must have been trained and mentally strong. If we don't knock him out, it will be difficult for me to control them later. I see. Hashirama nodded. By the way, how are your preparations? Ars asked with great interest. Preparations are ready. I currently have 2,000 paper bombs ready to go. Besides that, I have also brought 5 storage capsules. Good, Ars nodded. Do as we planned before. Kidnap the Tenri Obito in the 5 residences and then take all the treasures they have. We will make these treasures as our spoils of war. Don't forget to plant the paper bombs in hard-to-find corners too. Oh yes. You also send your clone to Sayboundy Island. I'll be contacting Morgans after this to ask him to help with tomorrow's live broadcast as well as borrow some Denden Mushi live to him. I see. I will definitely do it. Hashirama paused and continued. What about the Ryugu Kingdom? Will they also participate tomorrow? Yes. I will also contact them after this and inform them of this. At the same time, I want them to be able to cut off their affiliation with the world government. Because, if they still maintain relations with the world government, it will be difficult for them in the future. Hashirama nodded. Then I'll close first. I will soon carry out this mission. Hashirama immediately hung up the call and immediately flew at high speed towards Marijoa using Water 7 Islands Eternal Pose as his guide. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, Battle Room. By this time all the higher-ups from the Fortis Kingdom had gathered in the meeting room. Ours who gathered them here before. What a disgusting group, Kaguya said coldly. They will do whatever it takes to get what they want. That's how they are. Ours nodded. As long as they can get what they want, they will not hesitate to commit heinous acts. Therefore, we must embarrass them tomorrow in the eyes of the whole world. We will drop their pride and face in the eyes of the world, especially the world also hates them very much. Ours, is it okay for Hashirama to go solo on Marijoa? Shinna asked in a worried tone. Sheena is a kind woman. However, if the case is like the current case, Sheena would not be kind to her enemy. You don't have to worry, Sheena R said with a smile, though it's quite risky for Hashirama to go on the offensive right now. However, they also never would have thought that someone would dare to attack them. There is a saying that the safest place can be the most dangerous place, while the most dangerous place can be the safest place. Are we going to involve the Ryugu Kingdom in this case, ours? Lowelmana asked. I will try to ask Neptune. Will they get involved? If they want to get involved, at the time of the live broadcast tomorrow, we will announce our cooperation with their kingdom so that they will not be disturbed again. Meanwhile, if not, we will not announce it. However, I hope they will be able to participate in tomorrow's activities, so that we can provide full protection to them and our cooperation does not need to be covered up, Ars said calmly. Chapter 35, Top 10,000 meters under the sea, Fishman Island, Ryugu Kingdom, Royal Palace. Since it is now nighttime, Neptune and Atoheim are already in their room while preparing to rest soon to continue their activities tomorrow. Especially tomorrow, Atoheim has to come to Fortis Kingdom to send orders for food ingredients to Fortis Kingdom according to the cooperation agreement. Are all the ingredients for the food that will be sent to the Fortis Kingdom tomorrow prepared? Neptune asked Atoheim softly. Yes, dear. Atoheim nodded. We just need to deliver the goods tomorrow. I can't wait to get back there, Atoheim said excitedly. Ha ha ha. If you really can't wait to get there, let's take a quick rest tonight so time can pass quickly. Then you before Neptune finished his sentence. Suddenly his denden mushi that was on the bedside table rang. Neptune's and Atoheim's gazes immediately stared at the denden mushi. Neptune immediately picked up the denden mushi and held it up while Atoheim stared from the side with a curious look. Hello, Neptune is here, it's me, Ars. Without waiting for a reply from Neptune immediately continued, I apologize for disturbing your rest time, King Neptune. King Fortis? Neptune and Atoheim were quite surprised by someone contacting them. No, it's fine. It's fine for King Fortis to contact me at this time. Neptune immediately shook his head and continued, if I may ask, is there something King Fortis wants to talk about right now? Yes. There's something. Ars nodded in a serious voice. This change in voice instantly made Neptune frown. Before that, I would like to inform you that our kingdom has established a cooperative relationship with the Protons Kingdom. I'm sure King Neptune must know about this kingdom, right? Protons Kingdom? I do know it. The king of the Protons Kingdom is one of those kings who left an impression for not looking at us with a discriminatory look. King Neptune nodded with a confused mind. Some time ago, the world government had sent several agents at their disposal to carry out the assassination of the king of Protons. What? Neptune and Atoheim, who heard this, immediately shouted with faces full of shock. Is it true? Neptune asked again to be sure. Yes. Luckily at that time I had sent Hashirama to give full guard to the king of Protons. That way, Hashirama has managed to save the life of the Protons king from the assassination plot that the world government wants to carry out. Ars said coldly, the current Protons kingdom has established a cooperative relationship with us. We will never allow the group that is building cooperative relations with our kingdom to be treated like this. Therefore, tonight, I have given Hashirama a mission to carry out an attack on Marijoa. Neptune and Atoheim fell silent for a moment with their faces immediately changing. You don't have to worry. The mission sent by me is not a full-fledged attack mission but only a kidnapping mission and also planting bombs throughout the Marijoa area. We have plans to kidnap several Tenri Obito and also plant bombs throughout the Marijoa area. Then the next day, we will do a live broadcast and will humiliate the Tenri Obito we kidnapped to the whole world and show our actions to carry out bombings in the Marijoa area. Ars paused for a moment and continued, in the live broadcast, we will also set up a world government as an example if there is a group that dares to seek trouble with our kingdom or a kingdom we have a cooperative relationship with. They will have the same fate as the world government. Besides that, I have plans to announce the kingdom that has established a cooperative relationship with us. This step is also an anticipatory measure so that the kingdom will not be attacked in the future, and all citizens of the world know that this kingdom is a kingdom that has built a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. Ars paused for a moment and continued, I wonder, is King Neptune willing to join this activity by appearing with me and King Prudence in the live broadcast activity? If you don't want to announce that the Ryugu kingdom is establishing a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. No problem. Because I know that currently the Ryugu kingdom is still affiliated with the world government affiliate. I wouldn't mind that. No, King Neptune suddenly said seriously, we will come along. I also actually have plans for the Ryugu kingdom to quit the world government. The decision taken by King Neptune was due to his trust in all the visions that Shaylee saw. King Neptune believes that the Fortis kingdom will become a very scary kingdom in the future. Even now it can be said to be a scary kingdom, especially their courage to carry out direct attacks against the world government. Really? Have you really made up your mind? Ars asked back, because there is no turning back. Yes, Neptune firmly nodded, I have made a decision and I believe this is the best decision. I feel that as long as we are affiliated with the world government, we never got any significant advantage even when our kingdom was attacked by a group of pirates and others. None of their troops ever helped us. In fact, our race is often made slaves by them even though our kingdom has merged with them. I can't stand this kind of treatment anymore. I see. In that case, King Neptune can come tomorrow to our kingdom before 10 a.m. We have plans to do a live broadcast at 10 a.m. later. The King of Prudence will also be taking part in the live broadcast, and tonight will be coming to our kingdom soon since he is the one who is the current victim. We have to fully protect it. Well, I will definitely be there tomorrow. Communication connection is lost. Honey, have you really made up your mind? Atoheim asked doubtfully. Yes, Neptune nodded, I believe in what Shaylee sees in the future. I believe that the Fortis kingdom will become the strongest kingdom in the future. Moreover, as long as we join the world government, they almost never thought of us as different from the Fortis kingdom. They consider us even. They have also given the citizens of our kingdom the same rights as the citizens of their kingdom that we never get from other kingdoms. I believe this is the best way, and also by establishing a cooperative relationship with the Fortis kingdom, we will likely slowly begin to be able to establish cooperative relationships with other human kingdoms. Atoheim nodded. The New World, World Economic Journal Headquarters, Office of President Morgans. Who calls me at this time of night? Morgans, who had been resting quietly, was immediately awakened by the sound of his den mushi. This makes him full of anger and emotion. It's me, Ares. The king of the Fortis kingdom, Ars said calmly. Morgans was immediately surprised by who contacted him at this time. The previous angry emotions immediately turned into a smile full of joy, since there were currently many people who wanted to get information about the Fortis kingdom. Oh, bye. The king of the Fortis kingdom, Ars. If so, what's the point of contacting me at this time? I don't want to talk much nonsense with you, Morgans. I just want you to help me out by lending me some den mushi that can be used to do a live broadcast. Live broadcast. Morgan's eyes immediately shone with excitement because he felt that something interesting was about to happen. What is your purpose for lending this item? I want to make a statement tomorrow. Some time ago, the world government sent their agents to carry out an assassination plot against the king of the Prudence kingdom. The kingdom of Prudence is a kingdom that has built a cooperative relationship with us. We do not accept the treatment they do. Because of that, we've managed to abduct several Tenri Obito and have also managed to plant bombs throughout the Marijoa area. We will broadcast it tomorrow and teach the world government a lesson. At the same time, I will make the Tenri Obito that we kidnapped humiliate in the eyes of the whole world, and also let the world government know that they are wrong if they dare to seek trouble with us. What? Why you? You kidnapped the Tenri Obito? Morgans immediately shouted with a face full of fear. Because throughout history, no one dared to act like this. I don't want to talk nonsense with you, Morgans. I want to know, will you help me or not? Are you going to lend me your live broadcast den mushi or not? I'm sure, as a professional journalist, you won't be able to miss this news, right? Especially making a group like the world government who is always on top will fall due to an incident they did on their own. Ars paused and continued, however, if you are too timid to do so, forget it. I can find another place to build nonsense. Morgans immediately shouted with excitement and joy in his eyes, you say I'm scared? Huh? Are you kidding? I am Morgans. I am a DJ. I am a journalist who will publish news how dangerous it is. I am the one who plays this world. There's no way I'd be afraid just because of this matter. Oh? This is interesting. According to my expectations. In that case, would you be willing to lend me your live broadcast den mushi? I have currently sent Hashirama to Seiboundy Island. I know there is a branch office of your newspaper. You can ask the head of your branch who is there to hand over the live broadcast of Den Mushi to Hashirama. No problem. I'll ask him to do it, Morgan said excitedly. Okay. I will be doing a live broadcast at 10 a.m. I hope you can help to gather an audience. The more people who watch, the more interesting it will be. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I'll definitely do it. Morgan's immediately closed the line with his face now filled with joy. Ha 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 ha. Great news. Big news. Big news. The world will be shaken again due to the movement made by the Kingdom of Fortis. Then, who was the person who broadcast the news? Of course I am. Morgan's the journalist. How will the world government react tomorrow when they find out that the Tenri Obito have been kidnapped and humiliated in the eyes of the whole world? How did the world government react when they found out that the Marijoa area had bombs planted all over the area? Ha 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 ha. This is getting really, really interesting. The world is about to usher in a new era. Who will be the leader of this era? World government? Pirate? Revolutionary army? Or the newly built kingdom of the Fortis Kingdom? Ha 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 ha. This is going crazy. With the change of era imminent and the one who will broadcast the change is me. Morgans laughed like a madman in his room. Right now he was filled with feelings of extreme excitement and madness. Because it can be said that the news that will be published by him tomorrow is the biggest news in his entire life. Morgans, without waiting long, immediately made the move. All the employees who should have been resting at this time were immediately awakened by Morgans at this time to start doing work to prepare for the big news that would happen tomorrow. Chapter 36. The safest place is the most dangerous place. Red line, Marijoa. Above the sky, Marijoa saw Hashirama, who had arrived there while looking down at the area that is currently the residence of the Tenri Obito. The area looks very luxurious because it has many large buildings and also beautiful gardens because it is well maintained. The street where Tenri Obito lived was also very wide and was made using large paving blocks. By now it was night time. There is no longer any activity going on in the Marijoa area. Everyone has returned to their respective residences. The Tenri Obito are already in their homes to rest. The Cypher Pol Zero agents who are tasked with being the bodyguards of the Tenri Obito are also currently resting and also doing their own activities. The slaves were also currently in their cages. That's right. The safest place can be the most dangerous place. For having thought that they would definitely not be attacked in their residence. They do not know that there are still many who dare to carry out attacks on their homes. Hashirama immediately formed a seal using his hands, wood-style, woodman clone. Instantly 20 wood clones appeared whose appearance was similar to Hashirama's. We will begin the task that His Majesty has given us, Hashirama said seriously, then looked at one of his clones. You go to Seiboundy Island to go to the branch office of the World Economic Journal newspaper to pick up the Den Mushi they have prepared. Prepare. After that, hurry back here so we can get back together. I see. The clone nodded and immediately flew towards the direction of Seiboundy Island. Hashirama's gaze then looked at the other 14 clones. Our job here is to kidnap the Tenri Obito and also plant bombs throughout the Marijoa area. The first clones up to the 10th clones will be tasked with kidnapping the Tenri Obito in 5 houses that are close to each other. Also, don't forget to bring the clothes they have because it can tell that they are Tenri Obito. Before doing the action, I will make everyone in the 5 houses that will be our targets faint, and then you put up an illusion that covers the house so that our activities are not known by various parties until tomorrow. We understand. The 10 clones nodded firmly. The remaining clones will be tasked with installing bombs throughout the Marijoa area. Remember, the installation is carried out in an area that is difficult to detect. Then also when installing it, create an illusion to cover the bomb so that the Navy or the world government people can't find out tomorrow. We understand. The 4 clones nodded. Hashirama then took out all the paper bombs made by him earlier and immediately handed over to the 4 clones who were tasked with installing bombs throughout the Marijoa area. If the task of carrying out the kidnapping has been successfully carried out, you guys come back here soon. We will meet here again. Hashirama's gaze then looked at the other 4 clones. As for you guys, when the task is finished, please immediately take a break. All the clones nodded. Okay. Then, let's start this mission. Hashirama and all of his clones started making moves. Hashirama, followed by 10 of his clones, immediately landed in one of the sizable houses. They all landed on the side of the house in a dark area. After Hashirama arrived there, Hashirama immediately released his Conqueror's Haki, which made everyone around the location that Hashirama had targeted instantly faint. The Tenri Obito, the slaves, and the guards in the entire area of the 5 houses who had currently become the target of Hashirama suddenly collapsed unconscious. You can move already. All the clones nodded and immediately began to separate themselves. Meanwhile, the clone who was currently together with Hashirama immediately created a strong illusion that covered the area of the house. After the illusion is installed properly, the clone immediately moved into the house to kidnap the Tenri Obito who were there. Meanwhile, Hashirama himself went to the basement of the house because the Tenri Obito's treasure storage was there. It only took less than a few seconds for Hashirama to arrive in front of the house's treasure storehouse. The door to the treasure vault is made of hard steel. Hashirama, without waiting for long, immediately used his armament hockey and smashed the lock on the treasure vault door, and slowly the treasure vault door opened. How surprised Hashirama was when he saw that there were a large number of treasures stored in the treasure warehouse in the form of berries, cash, gold, and also some devil fruits. As expected of the Tenri Obito, even the wealth of only one family already exceeds the royal funds we currently have. Although Hashirama could not determine the exact amount of the treasure, however, Hashirama could be sure that the treasure in front of him exceeded the treasure owned by the Fortis Kingdom. Hashirama immediately took out the storage capsule from the storage bracelet and put all the treasures inside. After finishing taking the property owned by one house, Hashirama proceeded back to retrieve the treasures belonging to the other 4 houses. None of the other 4 houses had little possessions. The treasures they have are very large, especially when it is still February, which can be said not to be used much by the Tenri Obito in shopping for their wishes. It's time to go. After Hashirama finished retrieving the treasures in the treasure storehouse of the 5th house, Hashirama immediately flew away from the area, and not long after he immediately met his clone, who was now carrying the Tenri Obito complete with the clothes they were wearing. The Tenri Obito are currently unconscious because their clones have used illusions on them. Good job. Hashirama nodded and looked back around. We will wait for the clone assigned to retrieve the Denden Mushi for the live broadcast, then we will return soon to meet the King of Prudence and the others. Okay, boss. All the clones nodded. Hashirama then took out his Denden Mushi and immediately contacted Ars. How was the job there, Hashirama? Ars immediately asked quickly. The work went smoothly. We've managed to kidnap 10 Tenri Obito and also managed to rob 5 of their treasures. Currently the unfinished mission is to carry out bomb installation throughout the Marijoa area. There's a chance it will take some time as there's a lot to install, and also right now I still need to wait for my clone assigned to go to Say Bounty Island to pick up the live broadcast Denden Mushi. Good. Ars nodded. If your clones come back, you immediately pick up Elizabeth II and the others. You immediately bring them here so we can start controlling the witnesses for tomorrow. I see. Hashirama nodded and continued. What about the Ryugu Kingdom? Will they participate in this activity? Yes. They will come. They will also later announce their exit from their affiliation with the world government along with the live broadcast. They will come tomorrow. I see. Their line of communication was immediately shut down, and Hashirama began to wait quietly there for one of his clones to arrive before they continued their journey. New World, Prudence Kingdom, Port. Currently Elizabeth II, Dagama, and Ru are already there and have prepared a ship that they will later use to sail to the Fortis Kingdom and only need to wait for Hashirama's arrival. Unlucky. Dagama said angrily. Those bastards. Is that how they treat us after our kingdom donated a lot of treasure to them? While shouting angrily. Dagama is currently still very angry, especially after knowing that Elizabeth II has been the target of assassination from the world government. This also applies to Ra, who is currently with them. There was nothing but the 3 of them on the ship. Because right now, it could be said that Elizabeth II didn't trust anyone other than these 2. Suddenly, Dagama's anger disappeared and his gaze was lifted to the sky. The same goes for Ru. The 2 of them saw Hashirama and his clones flying towards them carrying a number of Tenri Obito who were currently in a stupor. Master Hashirama. Elizabeth II and the others were very happy to see Hashirama's arrival. Hashirama with his clones immediately descended onto the ship. Their lord Hashirama. Ru's gaze immediately became very fierce when he saw Tenri Obito who was currently unconscious. They are the Tenri Obito who were kidnapped by me in Marijoa. You are free to do anything to them. However, don't die. They are still worth using. Elizabeth II, Dagama, and Ru's eyes immediately filled with excitement and joy. They did not expect to have the opportunity to vent their anger on the Tenri Obito who once looked down on them. Hashirama's gaze then turned to Elizabeth II. Are all the preparations done? We'd better go now. His Majesty has been waiting for us there. We are ready, Mr. Hashirama. Elizabeth II nodded. Okay. Then let's set sail now. His Majesty is waiting for us there. Hashirama immediately ordered his clone to start piloting the ship to return to Fortis Kingdom. While sailing, Elizabeth II, Dagama, and Ru satisfied hitting and beating the Tenri Obito until the faces of the Tenri Obito were now covered with wounds. Their bodies were also swollen from the punches and kicks. Luckily Hashirama immediately stopped their actions before the Tenri Obito died and could no longer be used by them. Along with the voyage, Hashirama also received a notification from his clone who was tasked with installing bombs in the Marijoa area. Hashirama's clones managed to install bombs and currently the entire Marijoa area has been installed with bombs that Hashirama can detonate at any time. Chapter 37, Making Preparations. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Port of Ship Construction Department. The ship used by Hashirama and the others finally arrived at the Fortis Kingdom. They immediately stopped the ship at the port belonging to the Ship Construction Department. Then everyone immediately walked toward the royal palace. It didn't take long for them to arrive in front of the courtyard of the royal palace, and they saw Ars and the others waiting for them. King of Prudence Ars immediately walked towards the front to welcome the arrival of Elizabeth II and the others. This greeting from Ars immediately got a happy response from Elizabeth II, King of Fortis. The two immediately shook hands and then continued, "Thank you for saving me earlier. If not for the actions of King Fortis, I might have been killed by them by now. No need to thank me. It's our job." Ars smiled then continued, "All right. It's getting late now. We'd better get started right away." Elizabeth II nodded. Ars' gaze stared at Hashirama's clone. "You guys go and hang those Tenri Obito by the beach. Tie their bodies to logs and stand them up. We will broadcast them tomorrow." "We understand." The clones nodded and immediately carried out the task Ars had given them. Ars' gaze then looked at Agent Cypher Palate Agents, who is currently under Hashirama. "Bring him in front of me, Hashiram. Then wake him up." Hashirama nodded and immediately did what Ars told him to do. The Cypher Palate Agents was immediately brought to the front of Ars. At the same time he was immediately awakened by Hashirama using the chakra that was inserted into his body. Slowly the Cypher Palate Agents began to regain consciousness and slowly began to open his eyes. However, before the Cypher Palate Agents could fully regain consciousness, Ars immediately grabbed the back of his head and then pushed his body in front of Ars. "Sleep," Ars said calmly. Instantly the Cypher Palate Agents who was about to wake up suddenly fell asleep again. Elizabeth II, Dagama, Ru as well as several others were quite surprised by this. However, for Kaguya and the others from the modern world, the abilities that Ars displayed were abilities they were used to seeing. As expected, Juichiru whistled. "Your Majesty could easily use this ability. Do you know the abilities used by Ars, Juichiru?" Nezuko asked in confusion. "Sure," Juichiru nodded. "However, it's better to let Shina or Kaguya explain. They can explain it better than me. Just say that you don't know how and have only seen his abilities," Kojiro said mockingly. "Aren't you the same too?" Juichiru asked with a grin. "HMPH. Do you think my brain is the same as yours, which only thinks about food?" Kojiro asked with a dissatisfied sniff. "Stop it," Jin suddenly said while hitting the two of them on the head. "Stop fighting. We are in a serious situation right now. Do it after this situation is over. Everyone has two consciousnesses. Subconscious and upper conscious tools. We can now be said to be using the subconscious mind. The subconscious can also be said as full awareness of the control of the body that we have. While the subconscious is a realm of consciousness that is owned by a person, he does not have control over his consciousness. Usually, when someone has entered into this subconscious, someone who takes him in can control all actions, both words, actions, attitudes, and others. Usually also when a person has entered into this subconscious, all actions carried out by his body at this time are unknown to him when he returns to consciousness. We can also change the mindset of the person and even make them a different person. Because this subconscious can also be said to be the core of our life or consciousness. This ability. Elizabeth II took a deep breath. "This ability is really scary," Ru added with a face full of fear. Loelmina, Nezuko, and the others who just found out about it were amazed. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to Ars, who had started playing with his hands. "You focus on my voice and don't listen to the sounds around you. If you understand, nod your head." The Cypher Palate Agents immediately nodded his head, and this made Elizabeth II and others surprised because Sheena's explanation was correct. "Okay. I want you to honestly answer my question. Who are you?" "I'm Phil. I am an agent of the World Government Cypher Palate Agents Group." "What is your reason for aiming for the King of Prudence?" "I am aiming for the King of Prudence to be able to get the location or coordinates of the Fortis Kingdom." "What are you going to do after you get the location coordinates of the Fortis Kingdom from the Prudence King?" "We will directly kill the King of Prudence." Elizabeth II, Dagama, and Ru's faces immediately turned cold upon hearing this. "After killing the King of Prudence, we will arrange for the assassination to be carried out by the Kingdom of Fortis so that the two kingdoms will have a war. Then, we will inform the location of the coordinates of the Fortis Kingdom to the higher-ups of the world government." This second sentence immediately made the gazes of everyone there become very cold. Even Sheena, who was usually bright, immediately became flat in her gaze. "What is the world government aiming for the Fortis Kingdom?" "Resource. We want to get the resources of the Fortis Kingdom. Besides, we also want to kidnap scientists belonging to the Fortis Kingdom along with recruiting Hashirama Senju to join us." "Scientist?" Everyone thought in confusion. "Who is the mastermind behind this mission?" Ars asked in a cold tone. "Gorosei. Those who handed over this mission directly to us." "Gorosei." Elizabeth II immediately gritted her teeth in anger. "Ars, Hashirama, and everyone else's gazes turned cold. Okay. Later when you wake up, you will answer all the questions I ask you. You can't hide anything and you can't lie. You must answer honestly as you are doing now. Do you understand it? If you understand, please nod your head. The Cypher Polite agents nodded. Good. Then, if you later hear me say the word life, you will wake up immediately. Meanwhile, when you listen to me say the word death, you will return to your current subconscious. Do you understand it? If you understand, please feel free to nod your head. The Cypher Polite agents nodded his head again. Ars then got up from his current position, then looked at Hashirama. You hold his hand. Don't let go. Hashirama nodded. Life, Ars said calmly. Immediately the Cypher Polite agents woke up slowly, and this then made everyone there again shocked, especially Elizabeth II, Dagama, Ru, and several people who had never seen this ability. What? Before Agent Cypher Polite agents could finish his sentence, Ars said coldly. Welcome to the Fortis Kingdom, Agent Phil, who belongs to the World Government Cypher Polite Agents Group. I am Ars, welcome you to our kingdom with dishonor. Ars' voice immediately woke up the Cypher Polite agents. His vision instantly became very clear, and his gaze was currently looking at Ars and the others in front of him, followed by Elizabeth II and the others. How could it be? The Cypher Polite agent's face immediately showed signs of fear and tried to free himself so he could try to escape. However, he suddenly felt his hand being held firmly by someone from behind. Trying to escape? The sound immediately made all the hairs on Agent Cypher Polite agent's body immediately stand up because it was very familiar with the sound. His face was now filled with fear. Why are you showing such a face, Agent Phil? Shouldn't you be happy because now your goal has been achieved? You have come to the Fortis Kingdom. Isn't that what the Gorosei asked you to do? Ars said back while still maintaining that cold tone. Suddenly the look in Agent Phil's eyes turned blank. I'm scared right now. I was very scared and also panicked. I'm currently not happy because I'm afraid, especially Hashirama sent you with me, replied Agent Cypher Polite agents in a monotone voice. Elizabeth II and the others immediately took deep breaths listening to the answer from the Cypher Polite agents. They did not expect the suggestion given by Ars to work so well. The previous monotonous face of Agent Cypher Polite agents instantly returned, and his gaze stared at Ars with a look full of fear. How is that possible? What did you do to me? Maybe I have some changes in your current mindset, Ars said calmly but still coldly. I want to thank you. Because with your existence, we have a witness to humiliate the world government in the eyes of the world tomorrow. Embarrassing the world government? What do you mean? Well, let's just say that currently, our kingdom has succeeded in kidnapping Tenri Obito and also managed to plant bombs throughout the Marijoa territory. If the world government if the Gorosei doesn't comply with the demands I'll give tomorrow, even if one of the demands isn't followed by the Gorosei's side. So, I'll leave the Tenri Obito we captured as a game for people who have a grudge against them. Besides, we can only destroy all of Marijoa too. The Cypher Polite agent's face instantly turned full of fear. Are you guys crazy? Are you deaf? Ars immediately said because he was too lazy to listen to the chatter of the Cypher Polite agents. Ars said it immediately made the Cypher Polite agents fall back asleep instantly. Ars' gaze then turned to Hashirama. How many live broadcast Den Mushi did Morgans give us? He gave us 3, Hashirama said calmly. 3? Okay. Later we will use one in the room where we will hold a press conference, one to broadcast the condition of the Tenri Obito, and the other to broadcast the condition of the Marijoa area when we are going to carry out bombings for several areas that are there as a warning for us. Later, tomorrow, you send one of your clones to guard the Marijoa territory. I understand. Hashirama nodded. Ars' gaze then looked at Ishiki. Ishiki, tomorrow you will be in charge of recording the status of the Tenri Obito. I see. Ishiki nodded with a smile. Ars' gaze then looked at Elizabeth II and the others. It's getting late now. We'd better get some rest. We have also prepared the room that you will use. Ars then looked at Megumi. Megumi, please take the King of Prudence, Dagama, and Commander Ru to the room they will use. I understand, Your Majesty. Megumi nodded and immediately walked towards the front of Elizabeth II and the others. Gentlemen, please come with me. Okay. Elizabeth II nodded and looked at Ars. King Fortis, then, we go in first. Until tomorrow's number. Yes. I hope you will enjoy the room we have prepared for you. Elizabeth II and the others finally rushed into the royal palace, leaving Ars and the others there. Ars' gaze then turned to Kajin and Garm. Kajin, Garm, please bring this Cypher Polite agents to the press conference room. We'll leave him there for the night. Is it okay if you don't have a guard? Kajin asked. No need. This person is currently under my control. As long as I don't let him wake up, he'll never wake up again. Alright. Kajin and Garm immediately brought the person into the royal palace. Ars then looked at Hashirama. The spoils of war you got, Just put them in our treasure warehouse. However, separate it from the treasure that has been calculated so that Kaguya doesn't bother to do the calculations. Okay, Hashirama nodded. Okay. Then, let's go inside and take a break. We have a lot of work to do tomorrow. Chapter 38, sometime before the world-shocking live broadcast. The next day, Ishiki, who got an assignment from Mars, was currently at the beach in the area where the residents lived. This area is also used as a place for the Tenri Obito who are hung on wood. Ishiki is currently arranging the placement of the camera, which will later be used to take screenshots during the live broadcast. Apart from Ishiki, Hashirama was also there to help Ishiki and was also waiting for the arrival of the people from the Ryugu Kingdom. Hashirama, help me to make a seat and table that will be used by me later. Hashirama nodded and immediately helped Ishiki make a small table along with a seat there using his wood elemental ability. Simultaneously, Hashirama's gaze immediately turned towards the ocean and his face revealed a smile. Finally they arrived. Arrive? Ishiki raised his eyebrows. The people of the Ryugu Kingdom have finally arrived, Hashirama said calmly. Following the words of Hashirama, see Neptune riding a large, satisfied with a look full of seriousness, while behind Neptune is followed by a ship that is quite large. On the ship were Toheim, Jinbai, 3 princes, and also some troops from the Ryugu Kingdom. While behind the ship there is also a small ship containing a cargo of food ingredients ordered by the Fortis Kingdom to the Ryugu Kingdom. That. Neptune's gaze was immediately taken aback by the appearance of the Tenri Obito hanging from wood with their bodies currently covered in wounds. It wasn't just Neptunus who was surprised, but Toheim, Jinbai, and everyone who saw this were shocked. Although they had heard of this directly from Mars. However, they were still surprised to see this scene in person. Hashirama and Ishiki immediately walked towards the beach area as Neptune and the others slowly started to approach them. Arriving at the beach area, Neptune immediately got down from the satisfaction he was using at this time and looked at Hashirama. Hello, are you Hashirama Senju? Hashirama immediately recognized Hashirama Senju because Hashirama himself was already quite famous in this world even though he currently did not have a bounty. However, his achievements so far were enough to make Hashirama one of the most famous people in the world. That's right, Hashirama smiled kindly and continued, welcome to the Kingdom of Fortis, King Neptune. I am Hashirama Senju, head of the Fortis Kingdom's intelligence department, and has been ordered by His Majesty to welcome you. Hashirama then looked to the side. This is my friend, Ishiki. He is one of the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom. Ishiki immediately came forward with a smile. Hello. My name is Ishiki. I am the deputy head of the Fortis Kingdom's agriculture department. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, King Neptune said with a smile. Hashirama's gaze then turned to the 3 princes. Those 3. The 3 of them are princes of the Ryugu Kingdom. Lord Hashirama. Neptune then turned to look at the 3 princes. You guys go ahead and introduce yourselves, okay? Dad. The 3 princes immediately stepped forward and stood before Hashirama smiling. Hello, Mr. Hashirama. Introducing my name as Fukaboshi. I hope we can have a good relationship. Nice to meet you too. Hashirama immediately returned the greeting shown by Fukaboshi. My name is Rubishi. Do re mi fa so musical scale? Hashirama asked in confusion. That is the nature of the younger brother, Mr. Hashirama. He likes to sing and nowadays that tone has become his nature whenever he speaks, explained Fukaboshi. Oh, I see. Nice to meet you too. Hashirama shook Rubishi's greeting with a smile. I'm Manboshi. Greetings. Hope we can be good friends, Mr. Hashirama. I have expertise in dancing. If Mr. Hashirama comes to Fishman Island, I will definitely take Mr. Hashirama to visit the interesting places there. I'm waiting for him. Hashirama smiled as he returned the greeting. After Hashirama introduced himself to the 3 princes, Ishiki then introduced themselves to the 3 of them. Sir Hashirama. They. Toheim, who was there, suddenly spoke with his face still showing shock upon seeing the Tenri Obito who was currently hanging. They are the Tenri Obito we kidnapped last night in Marijoa. At the time of the live broadcast later, they will be displayed to show the seriousness of the statement His Majesty will say. Hashirama said calmly, if it weren't for them they still have value. I believe His Majesty must have asked me to kill them outright. Use value? Jinbai asked in confusion. His Majesty said that the world government will definitely not allow the Tenri Obito to be humiliated or killed by someone. They will definitely do whatever it takes to save them. Therefore, His Majesty will threaten the world government. As long as they do not obey the orders that will be given by His Majesty. His Majesty will embarrass these Tenri Obito and it will be spread throughout the world. Everyone who was there immediately fell silent when they heard this. Oh yes. Are those the ingredients we ordered? Hashirama suddenly changed the subject. Everyone immediately woke up in their shock. Queen Toheim nodded. That's right. The ingredients in the back of the ship are the ingredients for your orders. Hashirama nodded and immediately jumped towards the ship. Hashirama immediately took out the storage capsule that was below him and immediately put all the food ingredients inside. Amazing technology. Neptune said with a surprised face and a compliment at the same time. Too bad. If our kingdom has that kind of technology, we can transport things easily, Atoheim said with a sigh. After putting all the food ingredients into the storage capsule, Hashirama immediately returned to his place and looked at Atoheim for the payment. We will complete the payment when we finish the live broadcast. I see, okay. Then, let's go. Right now His Majesty, as well as the King of Prudence, are waiting for your presence there. Hashirama's gaze then looked at Ishiki. I leave it here to you, okay? Ishiki nodded. Hashirama immediately led to the royal palace. During the trip, Hashirama explained a lot about the kingdom of Fortis to King Neptune and the three princes. Because this is the first time the princes came to the mainland, they have a high curiosity. The arrival of King Neptune was also immediately greeted by the construction workers who are currently working. They paused their work for a moment and greeted King Neptune and the others. It didn't take long for them to finally arrive in front of the royal palace. They all immediately walked into the royal palace and then continued their journey to the guest room where Ars and Elizabeth II were currently waiting for their arrival. Oh? King Neptune. Finally you have arrived, Elizabeth II said excitedly, looking at Neptune who was already there. We haven't seen each other for a long time, King of Prudence. Neptune also said excitedly. I am quite surprised to hear that your kingdom has succeeded in establishing cooperation with the Fortis kingdom. Haha. Same, me too. I am surprised that your kingdom has also established cooperation. By the way, how about your kingdom's affiliation with the world government? Elizabeth II asked in confusion. I already have plans to cancel the affiliation. Our kingdom can barely get anything while establishing cooperative relations with them. I have plans to announce the cancellation of the affiliation at the time of the live broadcast later, Neptune said seriously, then continued. What happened to you was quite a shock to me incident. Wait, how did you find out? Elizabeth II asked in confusion. King Fortis told me about it, Neptune replied calmly. I see. Elizabeth II suddenly remembered that Ars was there. He immediately turned to look at Ars with an embarrassed look. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, King Fortis. I'm too cool to meet King Neptune. We can be considered old acquaintances. No problem. I understand that too. Ars smiled, then walked towards the front of King Neptune. First meeting. I'm Ars. I am the king of the Fortis kingdom. Nice to meet you, King Neptune. Nice to meet you too, King Fortis. Neptune immediately returned a greeting from Ars, then continued. I want to thank you for allowing our people to have the same rights as your kingdom. No need to thank me. After all, we both benefit. Ars paused and continued. Besides, it's not only this kingdom that will free your people to build a business in the human kingdom. However, the kingdom of Prudence would also do so. Isn't that so, King of Prudence? Elizabeth II nodded and looked at Nepnitus, as King Fortis said. Our kingdom will also later give access to build businesses in our kingdom, and also later the citizens of your kingdom will get the same rights as the citizens of our kingdom. However, the citizens of your kingdom will have to follow the policies set by our kingdom. Neptune, Atoheim, Jinbai, and the three princes who heard this were very surprised, and also suddenly a feeling of joy immediately appeared in their heart. They didn't expect that just by establishing cooperative relations with the Fortis kingdom they could slowly build cooperative relationships with other human empires. If I may know, what policy should we follow? Atoheim immediately asked. The policy set by our kingdom is the policy used by the Fortis kingdom. I will later manage business policy matters in our kingdom like the policies used by this kingdom. That's good. Atoheim nodded. If that's the case, we will definitely follow the policy. King of Prudence, thank you, Neptune said seriously as he lowered his head slightly. If King Neptune wants to thank you, give thanks to King Fortis. It was he who advised me to establish a cooperative relationship with your kingdom. If not for the advice of King Fortis, I probably wouldn't have thought about establishing such a cooperative relationship. Besides that, I also won't be able to get any ideas on how to convince the citizens of my kingdom to be able to establish a cooperative relationship with you guys. Neptune's eyes immediately looked at Ars and immediately bowed slightly. Thank you, you're welcome. That's what collaboration is for. We will help each other in terms of development and not bring each other down. Ars said with a smile. Besides, if you really want to build a cooperative relationship, you better prepare what kind of cooperation you want to build. We can talk about it when the fellowship building is finished. In addition to discussing the problem of cooperative relations, if you have any problems you are having in your kingdom, you can convey it there so that we can jointly look for problems in solving these problems. We understand. Elizabeth II and Neptune nodded simultaneously. Ars gaze then turned to the three princes. Are the three of them just coming? How about the princess? Ars asked in confusion. Does King Fortis know Shirahoshi? Atoheim asked with a surprised face. I know him quite well. Lars nodded and continued. Where is she? Why can't she come here? I'm sure she'll be delighted to be brought up to the mainland. Neptune sighed. We really wanted to take him, even Shirahoshi herself wanted so badly. However, currently, Shirahoshi is often terrorized by someone we don't know about. Terror? Dagama asked in confusion. Can't you solve that, Jinbai? Hashirama asked in confusion. No, Jinbai shook his head. I can't find the whereabouts of the person who terrorized Shirahoshi. Was that act of terror perpetrated on Shirahoshi an axe moving to attack him? Ars asked casually. How did King Fortis find out? Neptunus and the others were surprised by this again. Didn't I already say? I know him quite well, and also there are more things I know about this world than you know. Ars paused and continued. If you want to know who terrorized Shirahoshi, that person's name is Vanderdecken. Vanderdecken Neptune, Atoheim, and also Jinbai immediately frowned. Does King Neptune know him? Elizabeth II asked. Yes. He was one of my former troops. I didn't expect that he was the one behind Shirahoshi's attack, Neptune said as he clenched his fists tightly. Your Majesty, please calm down. Jinbai said seriously, just let me take care of this matter. After we came back, I will definitely take care of Vanderdecken. I'm counting on you. Jinbai. Neptune nodded seriously. Red Line, Marijoa, Banja Castle, Gorosei office. Stop messing with us, Morgans. Quickly tell me who carried out the attack on Marijoa. Masato shouted angrily at Morgans through the Den Mushi. I'm not playing games, Masato-sama. I just want to get paid through that information. As long as you pay me the money I asked you for before, I will definitely share that information with you. Without any fear, Morgans said calmly. Bastard. Masato shouted again angrily. No need to be angry, Ogata said calmly, just give him what he wants. Only 10 billion berries can we get information about who was behind last night's attack. Give him what he wants. We'd better get the information immediately so that we can find the person who kidnapped the Tenri Obito, and also we can find that person immediately, Noda said coldly. Masato slowly took a breath and continued, alright, Morgans. We will give you the money you want. We will send it directly to your branch office on Seibounty Island. Say. Who carried out the attack on Marijoa last night? Ha ha ha. Good. That's what I've been waiting for. The one who carried out the attack last night was Hashirama Senju. No, it was the Fortis Kingdom that attacked Marijoa last night. Right now they have even kidnapped the Tenri Obito and will be doing a live broadcast at 10 o'clock later. What? The Gorosei shouted with a face full of shock. News of the live broadcast itself did not spread. Only the people on Seibounty Island knew that there would be a live broadcast going on, because Morgans only put up a live broadcast on Seibounty Island, and later the news would be passed on using newspapers so that he could make big profits from the sale of the newspaper. However, the moves made by the Morgans themselves were known to the world government. Because the movement made by Morgans coincided with the disappearance of 10 Tenri Obito along with the disappearance of all the treasures owned by the 5 Tenri Obito families. The news of Tenri Obito's disappearance is currently being suppressed by the world government. Apart from the Tenri Obito and the people from the world government, especially Cypher Pol Zero agents, no one knows about the disappearance of the Tenri Obito and the attack on Marijoa last night. Even the Navy doesn't know the current situation. Morgan. Stop the live broadcast now. Masato shouted furiously. That's impossible, Masato-sama, Morgans said without any fear. I have promised King Fortis to broadcast this live broadcast. I don't want to get into trouble with them, especially with Hashirama Senju's presence on their side. I also don't know how scary their kingdom is. Besides, even if you try to stop the live broadcast on Seibounty Island from happening, news of it will definitely spread as soon as the live broadcast happens. Morgan's face smirked excitedly. No one can stop him this time. God damn it. Ogata shouted angrily, do you dare to declare war on us? War? I don't want to go to war against you guys, Morgans said with a smirk. Also, if you guys dare to aim at me, I'm sure the Fortis Kingdom won't let you go, especially right now all over the Marijoa area there are bombs that are ready to be detonated. As long as you make the move now to stop the live broadcast, the Fortis Kingdom will activate the bombs they have planted all over Marijoa. What? The Gorosei were again shocked by the news. Their faces were now filled with fear as well as gloomy expressions. I advise you guys to stay still for now and wait for the live broadcast to happen. Because right now people from the Fortis Kingdom have sneaked into your territory. They can know your every move, even our current conversation they can know. Morgans laughed excitedly, ha 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 ha. This will be something very interesting. The great news of all history will soon be published by me. Unlucky. The faces of all the current Gorosei looked very ugly. They are currently unable to move. Because if the thing Morgans said was great, currently, They have been monitored for their movements by the people of the Fortis Kingdom. Looks like we underestimated this kingdom, Yasunori said gloomily. Never in our history have we been humiliated like this, Sonoda said cheaply. Should we tell Imusama about this? Asked Noda. Wait a minute, Masato suddenly said, we'll wait and see what the live broadcast will be. Later, after the live broadcast, we will inform Imusama about this. Besides that, bombs are still being planted in our area. They haven't activated it either. Of course, there is a request that must be asked by them. We are waiting for what request the kingdom wants to make. Chapter 39, Live Broadcast Shakes the World. Some time passed. Grand Line, Island of Sabounty Archipelago, Area 35. The current time will soon enter at 10 o'clock a.m. There are already many people gathered in Area 35 who want to watch the live broadcast, which will be held at 10:00 a.m. It could be said that everyone on Sabounty Island was gathering there. Reporters, Marines, world government people, tourists, natives, and also someone from the former vice captain of the Roger Pirates were there sitting on top of a building waiting quietly. Silverelli was quite intrigued by the upcoming live broadcast. The screen is on. One of the reporters immediately shouted as the screen flashed. When the screen is on, there are 3 image placements on the screen. However, currently there is only one screen that has been activated and shows the 3 kings who are there. King Fortis, King Neptune, and King Prudence. Neptune? Rayleigh exclaimed with a face full of surprise seeing Neptune in front of the screen. Rayleigh and Neptune can be said to be friends. They both know each other and have a very good relationship. King Neptune? King of Prudence? Elizabeth II and Neptune were quickly recognized by everyone present. Elizabeth II is known for having made many public appearances, while Neptunus himself is known for his body shape, which is currently also visible on screen. Apart from that, there are also some people who have seen Neptune in person, as well as some of the world government people and also the Marines. Who is the young man with them? Someone asked confusedly. The question issued by that person immediately aroused the interest of everyone present. When the screen is activated, the screen in the Gorosei office is also activated immediately. Neptune. Will that person also betray us? Ogata asked with a gloomy face and full of anger. Rather than thinking about it, Masato said seriously, the young man sitting in the middle of those 2 should be the king of the Fortis Kingdom. The live broadcast is also currently being watched by the Navy at headquarters. They were watching in the meeting room, and the people who were watching were the top Marines. Hello everyone, Ars immediately opened the live broadcast for the first time. Introduce, my name is Ars. I am the king of the Fortis Kingdom. King of the Fortis Kingdom? Exclaimed several people watching. The reporters immediately took pictures of Ars very quickly. I'm sure all of you already know who I'm currently with. Both are Elizabeth II, or often we know as the king of the Prudence Kingdom, and the other is Neptune, or we often know as the king of the Ryugu Kingdom. Ars paused and continued, regarding the live broadcast we are currently doing. There are a few things we tell you about. The first thing we're told is. Ars' voice stopped and looked at the king of Prudence. Elizabeth II nodded and continued, currently the kingdom of Prudence has severed its affiliation with the world government. We are no longer part of the world government, and currently we have established a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Fortis. Elizabeth II's words immediately shocked everyone. The reporters immediately recorded the information to report this. Ars then looked at Neptune. Then for the Ryugu Kingdom. Starting today, no, right now. We Ryugu Kingdom will sever any affiliation with the world government. Right now the Ryugu Kingdom only has a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom, Neptune said seriously. If the information conveyed by Elizabeth II is quite surprising. However, the information conveyed by Neptune immediately shocked everyone. Even Rayleigh was very surprised by this information, since the Ryugu Kingdom itself had joined the world government for a very long time. The reporters immediately reported this to their headquarters, as well as other information provided by Elizabeth II. God damn it. Masato angrily hit the table in front of him with great force. Their previous estimate was correct that the Ryugu Kingdom had completely cut off any affiliation with them. This will be a huge loss for us, Noda said grimly. The Ryugu Kingdom is the biggest tax contributor to us. With their family from affiliation, our income will become less and less. The higher-ups of the Navy who heard this were immediately shocked that even Garp's classmate, who didn't care about the current world of royal politics, immediately stopped eating. As you have heard before, the 2 kingdoms that previously established affiliated relations with the current world government have severed their ties. Because of that, these 2 kingdoms now no longer have any relationship at all with the world government. Ars added while pausing, these 2 kingdoms are currently establishing cooperative relations with our kingdom. There is one thing that I really don't want, that is, there is someone or a group who dares to interfere with my kingdom or the kingdom that builds a cooperative relationship with us. Ars's eyes immediately became cold and his tone became very angry. Last night there was an attempted murder incident against the King of Protons. Everyone immediately fell silent hearing this. Meanwhile the faces of the Gorosei immediately became very grim. The assassination plan was carried out by the world government with the aim of being able to obtain the coordinates of our kingdom through the King of Protons. Ars paused and looked at the King of Protons. What King Fortis said is true. Elizabeth II nodded. I was previously targeted to be killed by the people of the world government. If not for that time King Fortis sent Hashirama Senju to carry out covert surveillance on me. Maybe now I'm not brave here anymore. Even my kingdom is currently waging war with the Fortis kingdom because of the plans of the world government that wants to pit us against us. For more details on this matter Ars continued, we have arrested the person sent by the world government to attack the Protons king. Let him admit it himself. So that you can trust our words more. Hashirama, bring that person here. Hashirama immediately brought the world government's cipher palate agents directly onto the stage and seated him into an empty chair that had been prepared in advance. Ars then looked back at the screen. This person is the world government's cipher palate agent's agent. We've caught him. Previously there were two of them who were sent to kill the King of Protons. However, one person has been killed by Hashirama while the other has been arrested for speaking on this live broadcast. Ars paused for a moment and continued, this person's current state is already at the bottom of his subconscious. For those who don't know about the subconscious, the realm of human consciousness itself is divided into two, namely the subconscious and the conscious. Our current consciousness can be said to be the upper conscious realm. With our current awareness, we can control all the actions we take. For example, we can lie, cheat and act differently than we should. However, it is different from when a person is in his subconscious. All their actions, deeds and attitudes are pure and honest from them. Right now it is their brain that controls their actions and not their consciousness. Therefore, every answer or sentence he is currently saying is pure honesty and nothing is covered up. Ars then looked at the world government's cipher palate agents. Nod your head if you hear my voice now. Everyone with serious gazes watched. On the screen, the world government cipher palate agent's agent nodded calmly. Good. Then you say. Who are you? What was your purpose in being in the Protons kingdom yesterday? My name is Phil. I am a cipher palate agent belonging to the world government. My goal yesterday in the Protons kingdom was to kidnap the Protons king and then interrogate him to get the location of the Fortis kingdom. After successfully obtaining the information, we have been ordered to kill the King of Protons. Then the assassination was asked of us to arrange for it to be carried out by the kingdom of Fortis. The Gorosei who watched this had their faces immediately filled with panic. They had previously thought it was impossible for their agents to open their mouths. However, what they didn't expect happened before their eyes. Who gave you this mission? You have to name the person directly. Gorosei. Everyone who was watching instantly fell silent hearing this. Big news. One of the reporters immediately shouted excitedly and immediately reported the news to his headquarters. Not only him but other reporters soon followed to pass on the information to his headquarters. How could it be? One of the kings whose kingdom established a cooperative relationship with the world government was very surprised by the information. That's enough. Ars then looked at Hashirama. You can finish it. I understand. Hashirama immediately brought the person back to the backstage, then handed him to the clone to be killed immediately. What a terrifying ability. Rayleigh muttered as he narrowed his eyes. Ars' gaze then looked back at the screen. As I said before, I am the one who hates my kingdom the most, or the kingdom that builds cooperative relations with our kingdom is done like this. Especially the king of that kingdom is involved in the assassination plot. Ars' gaze became so cold that even the people watching could feel the gaze was terrifying, because the world government wants it. So be it. Because of what they did. They also have to get a reply. Show second screen. Instantly the second screen instantly lit up and everyone's faces immediately changed seeing the display. What? That. Tenri Obito? Unlucky. Everyone was surprised by the second screen, which currently showed the 10 Tenri Obito that were currently hanging on a piece of wood. Their faces were currently covered with wounds and their bodies were bleeding. They can be identified only because of the hair and clothes they wear. Rayleigh, who was watching at this moment, even fell silent at this person. They have dared to attack a kingdom that is building cooperative relations with our kingdom while also having a desire to take over our kingdom. Because you guys want to play with me. Well, I will serve him. Last night, I sent Hashirama to kidnap the 10 Tenri Obito that you are currently seeing on the screen in Marijoa in person. Ars paused for a moment and continued, world government. If you want these 10 Tenri Obito to be free from us, you must do as I am told. First, you guys do a live broadcast and apologize to the King of Protons. Live. Cannot be represented. I want you higher up Snow, you Gorosei directly apologize to the King of Protons through a live broadcast for all to see. Everyone fell silent hearing this. The faces of the Gorosei grew darker and darker. They had never been humiliated like this in all of history. Bah ha 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 ha. Finally those old people got their reward. Garp immediately laughed hearing this, and no one there was going to stop him. Even Sengoku right now wanted to see it in person. Second. You guys hand over 200 billion berries to the Proton's kingdom. Mars paused and continued. As for the latter. You freed all the slaves in Marijoa. All without exception. You returned them to where they were before. The third command given by Ars instantly made everyone speechless. You must carry out these 3 orders within 1 week. If you do not carry out the 3 commands or any of the 3 commandments you do not carry out. Show third screen. Instantly the third screen lit up and showed Marijoa's view from the sky. That environment. Marijoa. God damn it. What does he want to do? Ogata shouted angrily. If you don't do what I'm told or if one of my orders isn't fulfilled. Then, don't blame me if Marijoa gets destroyed by me in one hit. Boom. 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 Immediately several bombs were activated and destroyed several houses in Marijoa. Everyone who was watching immediately fell silent because they couldn't say anything at this time. Even Rayleigh's face immediately fell silent at this incident. This is my warning to you. Ars still kept his gaze. I have now successfully planted bombs throughout the Marijoa area and will be ready to be detonated whenever I want. I hope you guys don't do stupid things like looking for the bomb or trying to get away from Marijoa. Because if you do something like that, I will immediately activate all the bombs in Marijoa, which will cause immediate destruction there. I hope you Gorosei will take my word for it. I will not lie. I will definitely do it. In less than a week. You fulfill all my orders, and if you don't, do not blame me. You guys started it yourself. You also have to bear the consequences. After Ars finished his sentence, the screen instantly turns off. Everyone watching was still speechless to process the statement released by Ars earlier. Big news. Until one of the reporters immediately shouted very loudly, then immediately contacted his headquarters. The action taken by the reporter immediately woke up everyone who was there. Right now everyone didn't know how they felt at the moment. Some are happy, some are surprised, and some are happy. Almost all emotions are in their minds right now, especially the people who have been oppressed by the world government, especially the Tenri Obito. They couldn't believe that there would be a day when the Tenri Obito would be humiliated in such a way. What a bold statement, really mumbled. However, they also have capital. Planting bombs all over Marijoa? That's an amazing achievement. Even Roger definitely wouldn't be able to do that. Really said quietly, I think a new era is about to begin. I wonder, will the new era that will happen be the same as what Shirley said before? Or has it changed? News of the live broadcast conducted by the Fortis Kingdom, Proton's Kingdom, and Ryugu Kingdom quickly spread throughout the world. The news immediately took everyone by surprise, joy, and astonishment. Even many who read the news were surprised that there was a kingdom that dared to do all these things. It can be said that today's news is the biggest and bigger news compared to the Navy, which announced that they had succeeded in capturing Gul D. Roger would then be executed. That's because today's news is news related to the world government and the Tenri Obito. The greatest power that exists in this world and has not been shaken at all since the founding of the organization. Even the 4 emperors who received the news were shocked by the actions or movements of the Fortis Kingdom. Because, even though they also have power and status, they dare not seek trouble with the world government. However, only Whitebeard, who knew about what would happen in the future, did not feel worried or surprised by the news. Because Whitebeard already knew that later the Fortis Kingdom would become a kingdom with a very frightening power in the future. Whitebeard was also very happy at this time. Because one of his domains has built a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. Because that way, even though he died later, Whitebeard will not worry about the safety of his children later. Chapter 40, The Decision of the World Government. Red Line, Marijoa, Bangwa Castle, Empty Throne Room. You don't need to tell me what happened. I already know it. At this time on the empty throne sat a beautiful woman who wore a high crown and also possessed various gemstones. That person is the supreme leader of the world government, Imu. What is going on right now is because of your mistakes and stupidity, Imu said calmly while looking at the Gorosei who was currently prostrating in front of him. Did you never think, or maybe because you have held your current status for a long time, can't judge the situation very well? Imu asked again calmly, but there was a cold impression in the voice. This immediately made the Gorosei break out in a cold sweat. A device that can store various items in large sizes, has a device that can check a person's information, its location is hidden, has a person with a very strong level of combat power. Do you think the Fortis Kingdom is a small and easy kingdom to handle just by making a few small moves? Now you have committed the greatest mistake and folly. Because of the stupidity you are doing right now, we have lost control of the Ryugu Kingdom. The last sentence was coldly suppressed by Imu. It is now 800 years since the previous Poseidon died, and now is the time for a new Poseidon to be born. Because of the stupidity of what you are doing right now. We have lost our chance to obtain that ancient weapon. Imu's voice became very angry and also full of emotion. We apologize, Imu-sama, we were wrong and we didn't know that the Fortis Kingdom was a kingdom that was not afraid of anything. Please punish us for the actions we have done. Forget it, Imu sighed. Everything happened. You must be able to stabilize the current condition. There are many kings whose kingdoms they have affiliated with us will likely have doubts about us. You have to reassure them, especially this year is the year the reverie is held. I don't want this year's reverie to fail because of your stupidity. We understand, Imu-sama. We are fortunate that the king of the Fortis Kingdom is not someone with traits like Pdu and Big Mom. If his nature is like these two people, the long-standing Marijoa will be crushed by your stupidity. You carry out the orders that King Fortis has given you. If any of the Tenri Obito refuse to free their slaves, just kill them. This is my order. In addition, also tell the Tenri Obito that they should never get into trouble with the people of the Fortis Kingdom. This will only be the first and last time. Do you understand? We understand, Imu-sama. Don't forget to give bounty prices to King Fortis and Hashirama Senju. Although we will no longer be dealing with them. However, they have dared to attack us. In accordance with applicable regulations. Give them a bounty. Give them a high bounty so that they too will become the target of future bounty hunters. New World, Yukiri Island. Yo. Dracul Mihawk, what is your purpose in coming here? Do you want to challenge me to a fight? I am in good condition. I can accept your challenge. The current Shanks could be said to be in very good condition, especially when he received the news regarding the live broadcast conducted by the Fortis Kingdom. My interest in fighting with you is no longer there, Red Hair Mihawk replied calmly and continued, I am more interested in the Kingdom of Fortis. Kingdom of Fortis? Mihawk's words immediately attracted everyone's interest. It's rare to hear you're drawn to anything other than a sword, Dracul Mihawk, Ben Bachman said as he exhaled some smoke. I'm quite interested in whether the Fortis Kingdom has a strong enough swordsman there. Especially with someone as strong as Hashirama Senju there. There must be someone strong there besides Hashirama Senju. I hope that person has good sword skills, Mihawk said. So, what is your purpose in coming here to get information regarding the Fortis Kingdom from us? Yasup asked calmly. Yes, Mihawk nodded. With your status, it is very easy to get information in this new world if you really want information regarding the Fortis Kingdom. What a shame, Tilda. You came to the wrong person, Shanks said in a tone full of emotion. Wrong? Mihawk asked while raising his eyebrows. Don't tell me you don't have any information regarding the Fortis Kingdom? That's how it is, Shanks nodded. We've sent our intelligence squad to do a search regarding the Fortis Kingdom. However, apart from publicly known information, we have no additional information or special information at this time. The kingdom is very secretive. Even if they don't try to show themselves. It's possible that we didn't even know of his whereabouts until now. Lime Juice added. Dracul Mihawk Hongo suddenly called out, if you want to get information regarding the Fortis Kingdom, I think, you can try coming to the Prudence Kingdom. They had currently established a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. Moreover, their king had also come to the Fortis Kingdom in person. They must have a lot of information that we don't even know about. That's a good idea. Mihawk nodded and wanted to turn around immediately. However. Hey, Dracul Mihawk. Why do you want to leave right away? Why don't you sit here first? Shanks immediately ran over and hugged Mihawk's shoulder with a smirk. No need. I want to get out of here immediately. Mihawk tried to get away from Shanks. Well, don't be so cold. Come on, we should celebrate your arrival at this time, Shanks said, especially I believe the current king of Prudence is still in the Fortis Kingdom and still needs quite a bit of time for him to return. You can also go to his kingdom tomorrow so you can directly meet him. No need. I will wait for it, little children. Get all our drinks and food out. We will have a party to welcome the arrival of Dracul Mihawk. We can't just let him go. Oh. All the crew from Shanks immediately moved following orders from Shanks. I knew this was bound to happen. Mihawk's face immediately darkened. If I had known this was how it would end, I'd rather go to Whitebeard to ask for information than me, red-haired ha ha ha. No time for regrets, Dracul Mihawk. Come on, let's sit down and party. New World, Prudence Kingdom, port. Finally arrived. At this time in the harbor scene, Sabo and Koala have arrived at the Kingdom of Prudence. The purpose of the two of them coming here is to meet the King of Prudence in order to obtain information about the Fortis Kingdom and try to establish a cooperative relationship with them. I guess King Prudence still hasn't returned. Let's try to get information from the residents, Koala said calmly with a smile. Yes. Let's do it. Sabo smirked and the two of them walked straight into the Prudence Kingdom. Grand Line, Kingdom of Alabasta, Brickworks main office. The Fortis Kingdom. Interesting. If I can get my hands on the Pluto ancient weapon, I will definitely be able to get this kingdom. This kingdom definitely has many things that make the world government very interested in this kingdom. Isn't that right? Crocodile's gaze turned to Nico Robin, who was in the room. Miss All Sunday? Of course, Robin said with a sweet smile. The Fortis kingdom must be hiding various things and the possibility of these things being known by the world government. I think so too, Crocodile said as his eyes narrowed. I hope you don't betray me, Nico Robin. If you don't, you know the consequences. Foo, take it easy, boss. I definitely won't betray you. Even though Robin said that. However, she had other plans. Robin is currently waiting for a response from the world government. If the world government to accept and carry out the orders given by the Kingdom of Fortis, Robin will not hesitate to betray Crocodile and try to join or at least become a citizen of the Kingdom of Fortis. Because only by being there, Robin can live in peace. Meanwhile, if the world government does not obey orders from the Kingdom of Fortis, Nico Robin will wait to see how the war between these two major powers will turn out. If the world government wins, Robin will stay together with Crocodile. However, if the Fortis Kingdom wins, Robin will immediately betray Crocodile and try to join the Fortis Kingdom to save her life. Because only in that kingdom, Robin can be sure she can live in peace and quiet. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, Banquet Hall. It's time for lunch break. Ars had prepared a lot of food in the banquet hall for them to eat together. Currently at one of the tables, Ars, Elizabeth II, and Neptune were sitting together while talking casually like old friends. I never thought I would be able to do something like that, Elizabeth II said with a sigh. Yes. It was very intense, Neptune added. Ars just smiled and looked at Elizabeth II. I apologize for using your kingdom as a place for the world government to deliver the money, King Prudence. After all, I can't allow them to come here nor can they make a voyage to the Ryugu kingdom due to various factors, one of which island safety. Well, it really doesn't matter if they don't survive. However, the funds they brought in to do the redemption would be wasted. No problem. It's a normal thing for me, Elizabeth II said with a laugh. By the way, King Fortis, Neptune said, if it comes to the world government really following your orders, there is a possibility that many kingdoms might be able to establish cooperative relations with this kingdom. Will you accept them all? Depends, Ars said calmly. Depends? Neptune asked in confusion. I will only build a cooperative relationship with a kingdom that prospers the citizens of its kingdom and also does not have a dark side in the kingdom. If the kingdom that wants to establish cooperation with our kingdom is the same as the kingdom of you two, I will gladly accept. However, if the kingdom is very miserable for its citizens and also has its own dark side, I will reject it immediately. So, that's good. Neptune nodded. What next if the world government follows your orders? Are you still going to build a conflict with them? Forget it, Ars shook his head. If they had done my bidding, just forget about this matter. Too complicated to deal with them. Compared to us, we think of various problems to deal with them. We'd better focus on building our own empire. I also agree with that, said Neptune. Oh yes, Ars suddenly looked at Elizabeth II. There is a possibility that you will be contacted by the Revolutionary Army later on. Contacted by the Revolutionary Army? Why? The King of Prudence was very confused about this. We are currently at war with the world government. They will think we can be their allies. This is what makes them likely to make contact with you because only your kingdom is easy to visit. You can choose to help them or not. However, if they ever try to ask for our royal contact information, please tell them that the Fortis kingdom doesn't want to deal with such things. We will only focus on our kingdom, and also the kingdoms that we build cooperation with will not deal with such troublesome matters. However, if you want to build a cooperative relationship with them, it's your decision. However, the Fortis kingdom will not do so no matter what. I understand. Elizabeth II nodded. By the way, King Fortis, if I may know, when will the fellowship building be completed? Neptune asked curiously. Yes. I also want to know about it, Elizabeth II added. According to our estimates, it is possible that the building will be completed on the 14th. However, this is only a development process. We still need to do decorations and various other things. There is a possibility that the building can be used around February 16th or. You don't have to worry too much. If the building is ready for use, we will contact you soon. Ars paused for a moment and continued, besides, we are also likely to have discussions about visas and payments soon. We will share this information at our next meeting. The two of you also prepare the things that you want to discuss at the meeting. We understand some time passed. The luncheon together was a success. After having lunch together, Hashirama finally took Elizabeth II, Dagama, and Ru back to the Kingdom of Protons. While Neptune and others still persisted to see the Fortis kingdom, since only Atoheim and Jinbai had seen the full Fortis kingdom while the others had not. They were accompanied directly by all the higher-ups of the kingdom who were out of work. They saw various locations in the Fortis Kingdom. After they finished sightseeing, King Neptune and the others also said goodbye to return because they also still had to take care of their kingdom's problems, especially regarding information about their exit from the world government affiliation that their people must immediately know. Kaguya-Ars suddenly called out to Kaguya, "I think it's about time you can get someone who will help you in completing your work." "I guess so." Kaguya nodded. "Do you have someone to rely on?" There is. Ars nodded. "However, we may not be able to recruit him at the moment due to the fact that we still have a lot of work to do in her current location in the Grand Line. Hashirama needed time to get there. It's better if we first resolve the problem with the world government and then recruit them. What do you think?" "No problem. I can wait," Kaguya said with a smile. Ars then looked at the woman, Loa, Sheena, Ina, Nezuko, and Megumi. "You guys currently still don't have any errands to do you? Help Kaguya in calculating the treasures that Hashirama got in the attack last night. There are a lot of them and it is difficult for Kaguya to be able to complete the calculations alone." "We understand." The five of them nodded. "Oh yes. Ars, I heard you say that the visa issue will be resolved soon before the meeting between the three kings. Does that mean you'll be calling another friend soon?" Kojiro asked. "That's the plan. There is a possibility that tomorrow he will arrive. We will be able to start a meeting to determine the visa price issue when he arrives. Right now, his presence is urgently needed to record our royal residence documents." Everyone there nodded. "Okay. Then let's get back to work, everyone. We still have plenty of time to finish the day's work." Chapter 41, Rejection. New World, Prudence Kingdom, Cafe. "What about the information gathering?" Sabo asked calmly to Kola, who was currently sitting in front of him drinking the drinks they ordered. "I couldn't find any detailed information regarding the Fortis Kingdom." Koala shook her head. "I've gone to several bars to ask for information and also asked some of the residents here. Information about? They don't know the detailed information of the Fortis Kingdom and the information they have is only what we have." Koala paused and asked, "What about you?" Sabo sighed. "Same. Me, too. I also did not get detailed information about this kingdom. I even had a chance to talk to some troops from the Protons Kingdom. The information I got is only general information." Sabo paused and continued, "However, I can tell that the people of this kingdom really love the Fortis Kingdom. As long as I ask them. They explained very passionately about the Fortis Kingdom. I think it's because the kingdom of Fortis is willing to help in resolving the war that is happening in this kingdom. With their help, the current kingdom is no longer involved in war problems. They are also currently getting protection. It can be said that their lives are currently in good condition." Koala said calmly. Sabo nodded. The two of them ate quietly while continuing the conversation. After the two of them finished eating, the two strolled around the city awaiting the return arrival of the Protons King and the others who were currently in the Fortis Kingdom. When the two of them walked towards the port, they both saw a ship sailing towards the port. Sabo. "That ship." Koalas were immediately excited to see the ship. Yes. It was a ship from the Protons Kingdom. The king of the Protons Kingdom has finally returned. Sabo's gaze immediately became excited. Besides, on that ship there is a very powerful existence there. A very powerful existence. Is that? Yes. It's possible that person was Hashirama Senju. He may have received an assignment from King Fortis to carry out an escort for King Prudence and the others. Sabo said with a smile, "Instead of us having to talk to the King of Prudence, it's better if we talk directly to the higher-ups of the kingdom." The koala nodded excitedly and the two of them immediately rushed to near where the boat had stopped. The Prudence Kingdom's ship finally stopped right at the harbor. "King of Prudence, my work here is done. Then, I'll go first," Hashirama said with a smile. "Yes. Thank you for protecting us." Elizabeth II nodded. At that time Hashirama would immediately go back to do the task assigned to him. Suddenly a scream was heard. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Hashirama." Sabo shouted loudly when he saw Hashirama was about to leave. Hashirama immediately stopped his actions and turned to look at the two people who were sailing towards the ship currently being used by Elizabeth II and the others. "Stop!" The Prudence Kingdom troops immediately shouted and aimed their weapons at Sabo and Koala directly. This action immediately stopped the movement of Sabo and Koala. "We are not bad people," Koala immediately said calmly. "We just wanted to meet Mr. Hashirama and talk to him about something." "Talk to me?" Hashirama asked confusedly. "I bet we don't know each other, do we?" "Of course, Mr. Hashirama." Koala nodded. "There are some things we want to talk to you about. Can you spare some time?" Hashirama thought for a moment and continued, "Okay." Hashirama nodded. Hearing this answer from Hashirama, the troops who had previously pointed their weapons at Sabo and Koala immediately lowered their weapons. Hashirama immediately descended in front of Sabo and Koala then said, "Well, before that. Who are you two? How about we talk somewhere else, Mr. Hashirama?" I think we better talk while sitting down, Sabo suddenly said. It doesn't matter. We can talk here. Hashirama said quickly. I have now received an assignment from His Majesty. I must return immediately to complete the task. You can say what you want to talk about here. This. Koala hesitated a bit after hearing this. We are from the Revolutionary Army, Sabo suddenly said seriously. Revolutionary Army? Hashirama raised his brow. Meanwhile, Elizabeth II and the others were still there because they wanted to hear the conversation. I'm sure Mr. Hashirama knows about us, right? Sabo asked again. Yes. I do know. Hashirama nodded and continued. So what did you guys want to talk to me about? Does this have anything to do with cooperation to overthrow the world government? Asked Hashirama. Koala and Sabo were immediately delighted to hear this. Yes, about that, Koala immediately said. What do you think, Mr. Hashirama? Our leader has the desire to establish a cooperative relationship with your kingdom. With you guys joining forces, our strength will definitely be enough to overthrow. Forget it, Hashirama cut off Koala's words. Forget it? What do you mean, Mr. Hashirama? Sabo asked in confusion. If you want to attract us to join your movement, you can forget about that. We have no interest in joining your movement. Hashirama immediately rejected him back in a suppressed tone. You may have a misunderstanding with us here. Misunderstanding? Koala asked in confusion. I'm sure you guys must think that we hate the world government and want to overthrow them, right? Well, it's true. We do hate it. However, our kingdom has no intention of making moves like you guys do. It's too much trouble for our kingdom. We only want to focus on our kingdom, or the kingdom that has a cooperative relationship with our kingdom in terms of building an empire. We don't want to get involved in such complicated matters. Why? Why don't you want to join? Do you have the power to do it? Why don't you want to? Koala asked in a tone full of emotion. Master Hashirama. Why don't you want to do it? Sabo asked in a serious tone. I've already said our reasons. We don't want to take care of such a complicated business. The war we are currently having with the world government, because the world government is the mastermind behind this incident. As long as they do what His Majesty tells them to do, we will put an end to this matter and will not rethink this matter. However, if they don't follow orders, we will only attack them by activating the bombs in Marijoa. That's simple. After that it's done. We will not take care of the previous problem. We only want to focus on developing our kingdom and also the kingdom that builds relationships with our kingdom. We will not take care of world affairs and other matters. Are you really not going to be able to help us? Koala asked with a sad face. Koalas previously had very high expectations. However, that hope is currently shattered. Not. We will not help you. It is the decision of our king. We will not help with matters that are none of our business. Hashirama paused and continued, if that's all you want to talk about, I will go. Please forget the idea of cooperating with us to overthrow the world government. Besides that, I hope you guys don't do weird tricks like pitting against each other. Our king hates that very much. If you do that, it won't be the world government that will be our target but you. Hashirama, without waiting for a long time, immediately flew out of the place. Sabo and Koala instantly fell silent hearing this, then their gazes turned to Elizabeth II and the others. If you guys want to try to establish a cooperative relationship with our kingdom, I am sorry. I will also reject it. Right now our kingdom is still recovering from the war. We understand. Koala nodded and didn't really mind it. The reason given by Elizabeth II is also very reasonable, because the kingdom of Protons is a new kingdom that has gone through a long war and needs restoration. Elizabeth II, without waiting long, went straight to his palace again to take care of various things. We failed. Sabo muttered under his breath. I never thought that they would actually reject us. Koala smiled dryly while remembering Hashirama's previous refusal. Sabo immediately took out his Den Mushi and contacted Dragon. How was the job there, Sabo? Can they be invited to work together? Dragon asked in a hopeful tone. I apologize, Dragon-san. They rejected us, Sabo said sadly. Reject? Who refused? Did King Fortis do it? Dragon asked again seriously. Not. It wasn't him. Sabo shook his head. Hashirama Senju rejected him. Hashirama Senju. Dragon's voice sounded quite deep and serious. We still have a chance. Opportunity? Sabo asked in confusion. The one who rejected you was Hashirama Senju and not the king of the Fortis kingdom directly. As long as we can convince the king of the Fortis kingdom to establish a cooperative relationship with us, we were able to obtain very strong reinforcements. The dragon paused and continued, you too, try to find a way so that we can meet the king of the Fortis kingdom in person. If you have found the way, you contact me. We will go with all of our higher-ups to convince King Fortis to help us. As long as he helps us, we can definitely overthrow the world government's regime, Dragon said seriously. I understand. Sabo nodded. I will try various ways for us to meet him sometime past. The world government finally did the two things Ars had ordered. The first thing was that the Gorosei apologized to the king of Protons live, which was broadcast live. The second thing is the release of all slaves in Mariajoa, and currently with the help of the Navy. All the slaves were released. The actions taken by the world government are immediately published and known to the whole world. The world is in an uproar with the actions taken by the world government. New World, Dressrosa Kingdom, Royal Palace. Fufu, this is getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo grinned excitedly reading the new newspaper. Doffy, I think we could consider establishing a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom, Diamondi said. Fufu, I did think of that idea. Doflamingo smirked. If we can take cover under their banner. This 7 Warlords of the Sea title is no longer needed, and we don't need to be afraid of Kdu anymore. Kdu definitely wouldn't dare attack us even if we weren't on time for the delivery of his order. Besides, Doflamingo's grin deepened. There must be something interesting in the Fortis Kingdom that the world government tried various ways to gain control of that kingdom. Fufu. I'm interested in what interesting things are there. Grand Line, Amazon Lily Island, Royal Palace. I've decided, Haycock said seriously. I will quit the 7 Warlords of the Sea. We will establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. If that is your decision, Hebeheim-sama. I also support him. Nyamba nodded and felt that it was better for them to take refuge under the banner of the Fortis Kingdom than to take cover under the banner of the world government. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, Lounge. Oh? Had they done it? I think it will take them quite a while to do that, Ars said calmly with a smile. Oh yes. King Fortis. Besides that, the world government has also issued a fugitive against you and Mr. Hashirama, said Elizabeth II through Denden Mushi. Ars is currently talking to Elizabeth II using a Denden Mushi. Bounty price? Now then, how much is Hashirama and I's bounty worth? Ars asked with interest. The bounty for the two of you is very high for the first time you get a bounty. Hashirama Senju earned the title of Crownless Emperor and had a bounty of 3,976,098,000 berries. As for you, King Fortis, Ars getting the title of King of Fortis has a bounty of 6,223,576,000 berries. You are currently the owner of the highest bounty in the world. Wow, 6 billion berries? That's a very high number. Looks like the world government still has quite a bit of money even though we took it at that time, Ars said casually. Also, I think Hashirama will be very sad after knowing the bounty he got, ha. I thought so too. I'm interested to see the expression. You will see it later when Hashirama comes to your kingdom to collect the money that will be sent by the world government. Ars paused for a moment and continued. Oh, yes. What about the previous deal? Are you really going to use the 25 billion berries that will be given to you to buy our wood? Sure, Elizabeth II nodded. I will use the wood as capital to build our business. I see. Ars nodded. Okay. Later, if people from the world government have came to send money, you tell me. I will send the Tenri Obito back to them along with the wood ordered by you. I see, Elizabeth II. The communication line was closed again. You have become a fugitive, Ars Juichiru said with a smile. It seems so. Ars smiled. After all, there's no way they wouldn't give a bounty to someone who attacked their kingdom head-on. It's a natural thing to do. Ars paused and stood up from his seat. Where are you going, Ares? Lowell Minajin asked with interest. I want to go meet Hashirama. I'm interested in his expression when he finds out the number of fugitives he has is less than Whitebeard. Surely Hashirama's expression will be very interesting to see. Then I'll come to. Chihiro immediately stood up from his seat and smirked. I also want to see Hashirama's expression. It will be very interesting. Are you two going together? Ars asked while looking at Kojiro and Jin. I guess it's fine to come along. I also want to take a little walk and see the progress of the work that Hashirama is doing right now, Jin said seriously. I'm coming too. I'm interested in Hashirama's expression. Kojiro added. Okay. Then, let's go meet him. Chapter 42, Sword level surpasses supreme grade swords the next day. The funds we received from the world government have entered ours. I've already left it to Kaguya and the others. At the moment they are doing calculations from the funds. Hashirama reported the completion of his current task in Ars' room. Good job. Ars nodded and continued. Did you meet the world government people upon arriving at the Protons Kingdom earlier? Yes, Hashirama nodded. Oh, yes. They conveyed to me as well that the world government from now on will no longer interfere in our kingdom's matters. Oh? Was it that they had taken a truce? A good choice. Too lazy to deal with them. Ars paused for a moment and continued. By the way, can you finish cutting down the trees today? Is there something we're going to do? Hashirama asked back with interest. The head of the Fortis Kingdom's population department is coming soon. We have to start the meeting again to discuss visa issues and other things. I see. Hashirama nodded. I will try to finish it today. Okay. Aries nodded. New World, Prudence Kingdom, Royal Palace. How? Is there a shipyard that wants to work with us? Elizabeth II asked one of his ministers with interest. It's there, Your Majesty, the minister said excitedly. They have even placed orders with us in large quantities and are currently in the process of sending the goods to their place. That's good. Elizabeth II nodded excitedly. The name of the Fortis Kingdom has now reached its peak, Dagama said, with the achievements they gained from their assault on the world government until the world government followed their orders. Certainly, if there is anything related to the Fortis Kingdom, the public will receive it enthusiastically. Elizabeth II nodded in agreement to this, then sighed. There are even a large number of kings from several kingdoms who are trying to ask for my help in order to communicate with King Fortis. How do you respond? Do you accept it, Your Majesty? Dagama asked with interest. No. Elizabeth II immediately shook her head. The kings who contacted me are people that King Fortis doesn't like. I immediately rejected their wishes. It was a good decision. It's better for us to reject it than King Fortis rejecting it. Dagama nodded. Suddenly a footstep was heard running very quickly towards the royal palace. The person who entered was one of the Prudence royal soldiers. Report. Your Majesty, the 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo is in front of the royal palace asking for permission to meet with you. Doflamingo? Elizabeth II and Dagama's faces immediately became serious. They had met Doflamingo several times. However, the relationship between them could not be said to be good and could not be said to be bad. The relationship between them can be said to be neutral. What is the purpose of Doflamingo coming here? Elizabeth II muttered while frowning. There is a possibility of trying to gain direct contact with the Fortis Kingdom, Dagama said seriously. Isn't Doflamingo also a king of the Dressrosa Kingdom? Doflamingo probably came here because he wanted to talk to us directly and try to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. Let him come here, Elizabeth II ordered. Well. The troop soldiers immediately walked back. It didn't take long for Doflamingo to finally arrive in the throne room, and he could see himself grinning at Elizabeth II. Foo-fa-foo, we haven't seen each other in a long time, haven't we? Elizabeth II? Doflamingo? Elizabeth II's gaze became very serious. What is your purpose in coming here? Hey, don't be cold with me, okay? I didn't come here looking for trouble, but I want to ask for your help to be able to make direct contact with the Fortis Kingdom. You can definitely do it, right? Doflamingo said with a smile. Why do you want to have direct contact with them? Isn't your kingdom currently in good shape? Dressrosa is also currently affiliated with the world government. If they find out about this, Dressrosa Kingdom's status will soon be revoked from affiliation. This is indeed quite risky, Doflamingo replied calmly. However, the risk is also worth the payoff. Even though later my kingdom will be immediately revoked its affiliation by the world government. However, if it comes to my kingdom being able to establish a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Fortis, isn't that the right thing to do? Even better? Elizabeth II looked at Doflamingo with a calm gaze. Simultaneously, footsteps were heard again walking towards the room. The previous soldier re-entered with a face full of cold sweat. What is it? Dagama asked seriously. Report. His Majesty is currently the Dracul Mihawk. 7 warlords of the sea Dracul Mihawk is at the front and wants to meet you. Dracul Mihawk? Elizabeth II and Dagama were immediately shocked to hear this. Foo-fa-foo, Dracul Mihawk? What is the purpose of this person coming here? It's getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo grinned excitedly and felt that his coming to this place wasn't such a bad thing. Let him in. Elizabeth II without waiting long gave the order. Okay. The squad member immediately returned. It didn't take long for Mihawk to walk into the room with pride and arrogance. Doflamingo. Mihawk's gaze immediately turned to Doflamingo, who was staring at him as well. I wonder, what is the purpose of a swordsman like you coming to this place? This place itself doesn't have a strong swordsman you've always been after. What I do is none of your business, Mihawk said coldly. Foo-fa-foo, how cold. Doflamingo was not angry with Mihawk's attitude, since Doflamingo was aware that his current strength would not be able to fight Mihawk. Mihawk's gaze immediately turned to Elizabeth II. What is your purpose in coming here, Dracul Mihawk? Elizabeth II asked seriously. I want to ask you about the Fortis Kingdom, Mihawk said seriously. Oh? Dracul Mihawk are attracted to the Fortis Kingdom? Doflamingo muttered. What do you want with the Fortis Kingdom? I think for someone like you. You are not interested in the affairs of the royal politics or anything else, Elizabeth II added back. I really have no interest in such things, Mihawk said calmly. I want to ask you a question. Is there a very powerful swordsman in the Fortis Kingdom? With Hashirama Senju there must be one person with sword skills, right? Mihawk's eyes are now filled with hope. Swordsman? Mihawk's words then made Elizabeth II and Dagama a little surprised. If you ask about it, we don't know either. Elizabeth II immediately shook her head. Don't know? Mihawk raised his eyebrows. Don't hold too much hope on us, Dracul Mihawk Dagama suddenly said, even though we've been to the Fortis Kingdom several times. However, we ourselves have never once met with all the higher-ups from that kingdom, especially for the higher-ups who specialize in the field of combat. The higher-ups who specialize in combat? Mihawk asked while frowning. The Fortis Kingdom itself divided their kingdom's top brass. The first ranker deals with documents while the second one deals with combat. Hashirama Senju is one of the higher-ups from the Fortis Kingdom who is in the top combat specialist section with the position of head of the Fortis Kingdom's intelligence department. Elizabeth II paused and continued, the Fortis Kingdom has many departments but those related to the battle department are only 4 departments. Intelligence Department, Royal Palace Guard Department, Navy Department, and Army Department. I myself do not know about the higher-ups of each of these departments. However, according to Mr. Hashirama's explanation, every department head of each of these departments has strength that can be said to be on par with him and some are even stronger than him, especially for the Royal Palace Guard Department. Each of the higher-ups in this department has strength equal to him, some even stronger than him. Doflamingo was immediately surprised to hear this information. Only with Hashirama Senju's presence was the power of the Fortis Kingdom able to stand at the pinnacle of this new world and even hold the position of Emperor of the Ocean. However, nowadays there are more of them. In any case, I should be able to establish a partnership with them, muttered Doflamingo. Even though we know about this, we don't know if any of the higher-ups are skilled in swordsmanship. Because Mr. Hashirama only said that to us and did not explain in detail about the higher-ups. You can contact King Fortis at this time, right? Mihawk's eyes are now filled with seriousness as well as determination. For years looking for an opponent. Finally he had the hope of meeting someone who could fight a swordsman with him. Even if it's just a hope. Mihawk didn't want to waste this opportunity. I can do it, Elizabeth II nodded. However, don't get your hopes up. Even though I can do it, King Fortis is quite a busy person and will rarely pick up my communications. Usually only the higher-ups from their kingdoms raise it. Elizabeth II immediately took out his Denden Mushi and contacted Ars. It didn't take long for the Denden Mushi to connect. Hello, Ars here. Ars' voice immediately sounded clear to Doflamingo and Mihawk's ears. Mihawk's gaze was currently filled with hope. King of Fortis, it's me, Elizabeth II. Oh? King of Prudence? What is it? Ars asked with great interest. This. I have currently been visited by 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk. I'm sure King Fortis knows both of them, right? Doflamingo and Mihawk? Well, I do know them. Then, are the 2 of them causing trouble there? Do I need to send someone to help solve the problem? Cold sweat immediately wetted Doflamingo's body upon hearing this. While Mihawk is very common, doesn't really have much of an influence on it. No, King Fortis. They didn't cause any trouble, Elizabeth II said quickly and added, Doflamingo's purpose here is to make direct contact with you, and for Eagle Eyes he wants to ask about the swordsman. Ars immediately set aside Doflamingo's aim and was more interested in Mihawk's goal. Is Mihawk looking for an opponent to fight with him? A powerful swordsman? Leave this Denden Mushi to him. Let me talk to him directly, I see. Elizabeth II nodded and immediately held the Denden Mushi out to Mihawk. Mihawk immediately walked towards the front and took the Denden Mushi. Here, is your goal really to find a strong swordsman to fight with you? Ars asked with interest. Sure, Mihawk nodded. Does your kingdom have someone strong? I just heard information from the King of Prudence that your kingdom has higher-ups who specialize in combat. Their strength is also comparable to Hashirama's and some are stronger. There must be some of them who wield swords, right? Well, there are indeed some swordsmen, even their strength is equal to or stronger than Hashirama's. Mihawk's eyes were currently filled with passionate emotions. Meanwhile Elizabeth II, Dagama, and Doflamingo were shocked to hear this. However, if you want to fight with them, you are currently still not strong enough to be able to fight with them. Especially if you only use the sword you are currently using. The sword used by me this time? Mihawk asked while frowning. Everyone knows that in this world alone there are 3 levels of swords. Skillful grade blades, great grade blades, and supreme grade swords. However, everyone does not know that above supreme grade swords there is one more level, and that level is divided into 3 types of swords. Zanpakuto sword, noble phantom sword, and ignition sword. These 3 types of swords are very, very strong swords, and currently only a few people know of the existence of these 3 types of swords. Even I believe the world government does not know about these 3 types of swords because these 3 swords have existed since ancient times, or can be said to be all 3. This type of sword has been around for over 1,000 years. Everyone immediately fell silent hearing this. The Zanpakuto sword, or it is said to be the sword of the soul. Before this sword was owned by a great swordsman. This sword will only look like an ordinary sword in general. However, if a swordsman could implant his soul into the sword and be able to convince the soul in the sword to reveal its true name to the owner of the sword, the swordsman will later be able to get a power called Shinkai, or in the sense of liberation of 1/3 of that power. Then if the swordsman could fight on par with the soul in the sword and the sword's soul recognize the swordsman's strength, the swordsman will later get a power called Bankai, or in the sense of liberation of half of the full power of the sword. Finally, if the swordsman can defeat the soul in the sword, the swordsman will get the full power of the sword, which is called the end. However, it is very difficult for a swordsman to reach this last level because the soul in the sword is his own soul, and the stronger your power, the stronger the soul power in the sword. It can be said that the soul in the sword is you, who is in a very perfect condition and you must defeat if you want to get all the power of the sword. The noble phantasm sword is a sword that has terrifying power. Unlike the Zanpakuto sword, which looks just like an ordinary sword before the sword is inserted into the soul, this noble phantasm sword already possessed extremely terrifying power. One only needed to know the true name of the sword to be able to bring out its full potential. There is even a sword legend called Enuma Elish. This sword could even destroy entire lands and seas if the one who wielded this sword was someone with an extremely terrifying level of strength. That sword was last used by a king who came from the kingdom of Ruk 5,000 years ago, and the whereabouts of this sword itself is currently unknown. While the last sword is the sword of Igenishin. This sword is a living sword, or a sword that has a soul of its own, and will choose a worthy swordsman to use it. If a swordsman is worthy to use the sword will instantly put all its power to use. Meanwhile, if the swordsman was not worthy to use it, the sword won't be fully used. In the worst case, that person will be killed directly by the sword. Ars paused for a moment and continued, Dracul Mihawk. Ars called. If you really want to fight a swordsman in my kingdom and get the battle you've always wanted, look for one of these 3 types of swords. There are still many types of this sword, the largest in the whole world, for example a sword called Enuma Elish, which was owned by King Ruk 5,000 years ago, or a sword called Caliburn, which is part of the sword belonging to Phantasm. There is also a sword called Durandal. However, it is not Durandal sword that is included in supreme grade swords. The sword Durandal I was referring to was the sword used by a swordsman named Roland in the past. Or, you can also look for a sword that belongs to the Igenishin Wapun sword. There are a number of swords out there called the 13 Moon sword. These swords are classified as swords in the ignition weapon level. Currently the 13 swords, there is only one that has been found, and the person who found it is one of the higher-ups from our kingdom named Yuriha. There are still 12 swords that are currently missing and are in the process of being searched. Ars paused for a moment and continued, if you really want to fight on par with the swordsman of my kingdom, you should look for one of these 3 levels of the sword. That is my advice to you. However, if you want to fight right now, you probably can't do it. Cannot? Mihawk frowned. As I said, there are still a lot of swords in all 3 types that have now disappeared. My swordsmen are currently looking for them to keep. They are not in my kingdom right now. Although I can call them back. I don't like doing it because I prioritize them looking for those swords. I don't want those swords to fall into the wrong hands, especially the Enuma Elish sword. I don't want that sword to fall into the hands of evil people because it can destroy the order of this world. Ars paused for a moment and continued, however, if you can get one of these 3 types of swords, I will immediately call someone to fight with you. Even I will summon Arihan to fight with you. He is the best swordsman in my kingdom and uses the sword Igenishin as his own. The name of the sword is White Hour. What do you think? Best swordsman? Mihawk's gaze was currently filled with a different spirit than before, which was empty and aimless. Mihawk currently has a goal to do, which is to find one of these 3 swords, then fight with the strongest. Alright, Mihawk said seriously, I will definitely get one of these 3 types of swords. Hopefully you can find him. If you find it, just come to King Prudence or King Neptune. They both have my contacts and ask them to contact me. I understand. Mihawk nodded and immediately handed the Denden Mushi back to Elizabeth II, then immediately turned to leave the room, which is currently still processing all the information they have. Chapter 43, Ars Firm Rejection. Fufafu 3 types of swords that society has forgotten. Besides, the Kingdom of Ruk? Fufafu. Looks like my coming here was a really good decision. Doflamingo, who had just heard the various kinds of information, felt a sense of joy. Well, Doflamingo, Ars' voice came back from the Denden Mushi, which immediately woke everyone from their thoughts. The King of Prudence said you have the will to cooperate with us, right? Ars asked calmly. Fufafu, of course. Doflamingo smiled slyly. I wonder if my kingdom can establish a cooperative relationship with yours? No, Ars said calmly. Not? Everyone fell silent again listening to this. Even Doflamingo, who previously had high hopes, fell silent at this. I have special criteria for any kingdom that wants to establish a cooperative relationship with my kingdom, even though I can gain enormous benefits to the kingdom. As long as the criteria are not met, I will never build a cooperative relationship with them. Ars paused for a moment and continued. The kingdom of Dressrosa seems to be a peaceful, beautifully kingdom, and can also be said to be the destination many people want to come there. The kingdom was also very prosperous compared to the previous reign of King Rick III. Since your leadership, the kingdom seems to have changed for the better than before. Then may I know, what was the reason you rejected it? Aren't you praising my current kingdom? Doflamingo asked with a gloomy face. Do I need to say it here, Doflamingo? Are you self-conscious? I myself know the secrets that are kept secret by the world government, be it the Age of Emptiness, their national treasures, as well as various other things. Then, only a secret from your kingdom? It's not worth it. What you do is very easy to predict. Well, how about that? I'm sure you must be familiar with the word sugar, right? Doflamingo was currently breaking out in cold sweat. A secret that only the higher-ups of his kingdom knew. Doflamingo didn't know that anyone knew about it. Sugars? Elizabeth II and the others frowned. I remind you, Doflamingo, I won't mind your royal affairs nor interfere in your matters with due. However, if you dare touch my kingdom, the kingdom that builds cooperative relations with my kingdom, or any citizen of my kingdom, if until I find out there are citizens from my kingdom who disappeared unnaturally, remember Doflamingo, I will instantly destroy the entire Dressrosa without mercy. I don't care about your old identity. Even the world government and the navy will not be able to save you from my wrath until you dare touch the 3 things I said earlier. You are free to do whatever you want. But, remember. Once again. Don't look for trouble with me. I can destroy what you currently have just as I destroyed the pride of the world government. R's voice was cold as he said this. Do you understand, Doflamingo? I understand, Doflamingo said in a frightened tone. He couldn't believe it wasn't just a secret that only the higher-ups knew. However, there are many things that Ars knows. If you have nothing to do anymore, please go and don't make trouble with us. Doflamingo with a face full of fear and gloom immediately walked away from the room. After Doflamingo left, Elizabeth II immediately spoke to Ars. Does the Dressrosa kingdom really have its own dark side? Elizabeth II asked seriously. The war that happened earlier was because of them, Ars said calmly. The war going on? Wait, what do you mean? Elizabeth II and Dagama were surprised to hear this. Yes. He is the one who supplies weapons in every place where there is a conflict of war. Not only in your kingdom, but in various other kingdoms which are currently seen at war. It was he who supplied weapons to the kingdom who was always at war. He was someone the emperor of the underground world was quite famous for. You must know it. Doflamingo has the code Joker, god damn it. Elizabeth II shouted angrily upon learning of the information. Bastard. Because of him. We have to deal with war almost every day. Dagama also said angrily. What you are seeing right now, or the very peaceful, safe and prosperous kingdom of Dressrosa, has its dark side. At the bottom of the Dressrosa kingdom there is a port. In the port, armed transactions are carried out by the kingdom or the pirates. In addition, in that place, every human who was not needed by Doflamingo, or in other words, people who became Doflamingo's enemies, were turned into toys. Every human being transformed into a toy would eventually disappear from the minds of those who knew him. The toys you see hanging around Dressrosa are humans who have been turned into toys by one of Doflamingo's top brass named Sugar. The official named Sugar is a devil fruit eater named Hobi no Mi who can turn humans into toys when touched by him, and everything about people who have been turned into toys will be instantly forgotten by everyone, even those closest to him. Let's just say it's almost like being wiped out of this world without anyone knowing. This. Elizabeth II and Dagama fell silent for a moment hearing this. If possible, you tell your citizens to be careful when going to the kingdom of Dressrosa. It's actually not a problem to go there. However, do not be seen with the people or officials who were there. However, it is better not to do it in anticipation. Because the number of citizens from your own kingdom is quite large, and currently you still don't have a system for monitoring the number of citizens from your kingdom. As long as you don't have the system, it's better to forbid citizens from your kingdom from coming to the kingdom. I understand. Elizabeth II nodded seriously. But, you also have to pay attention. If your kingdom has trade relations with the people who are there, it's okay to keep working with them. However, I advise you to be careful. Not. We don't have any trade relations with them. Elizabeth II immediately shook her head. Well, then. For now it's better to forbid citizens from your kingdom to take any action with the Dressrosa kingdom until your kingdom has a system to monitor the population for your kingdom, so that if at any time someone suddenly disappears unnaturally, for example in your system, your name that person exists but you don't remember that person, not even their family remembers him. We know where that person disappeared to. I understand. Elizabeth II nodded seriously. By the way, King Fortis. Regarding the 3 types of weapons you described earlier. Do they really exist? Elizabeth II asked with interest. Dagama, who was there, also immediately plugged his ears. It really does exist. Ars nodded. Those 3 types of weapons are weapons that have now disappeared from the world's view because they have been forgotten by the world. Currently our kingdom has ignition swords, namely white are used by Erihan, ignition sword Black Mark and Kranos currently used by Uriha. Then there is a sword called Rita which is used by one of the royal palace guards named Skinner, which is classified as a noble phantasm sword. There is also a Zanpakuto sword named Drijanjaku which is currently used by one of the royal palace guards named Yamamoto Genryuzai. The Zanpakuto sword named Murslago used by Royal Navy Vice Admiral Fortis Sulcurachifer. The Excalibur sword, or often referred to as the Sword of Victory, used by the Etruscan Army General Pendragon, is classified as a noble phantasm sword. Then there is also a sword or maybe a stick called Gobold used by Deputy General Chuchilane, which is classified as a noble phantasm sword. There are many more swords that we have now found. We got these swords because we have an information book about these swords. If your kingdom is interested in looking for this sword, I can share information regarding these various types of swords. Really? Elizabeth II and Dagama were very surprised to hear this. Well, you can get it. However, you can only access the information, but I won't give away the book. If you are really interested in doing a quest, you can come to the library in our royal palace. Ask Sheena for help to find a book that records information about these weapons. He will definitely help you. I see. I will definitely do it, Elizabeth said excitedly, then continued. Does that mean the sword you said earlier in Yuma Elish really exists? Does the kingdom of Ruk that existed 5,000 years ago really exist? Yes. The Enuma Elish sword really does exist. However, the truth is still unknown at this time. I suspect that this sword may have been deposited in the food of its previous owner, the king of the Ruk kingdom at that time named Gilgamesh. So far, we've been trying to locate it. However, we still haven't found his whereabouts. It is possible that this kingdom had sunk to the bottom of the ocean after this kingdom was destroyed due to the divisions that occurred between its people. No one knows for sure about that. However, if this Enuma Elish sword had disappeared from this world or had sunk in this ocean, we'll let it stay there. It is better to be kept with the previous owner than to be resurrected. 5,000 years ago. Elizabeth II muttered under her breath, then recalled ours and Doflamingo's earlier conversation. Wait. If you knew about the history of 5,000 years ago, does that mean what you said earlier? Regarding the century of emptiness? I know that too. Not only me, but the higher-ups of our kingdom also know about it. In the library of the royal palace, complete information about the history of this world is recorded. Although it can be said to be complete. However, the book does not record every historical detail. Only an outline. If you want to know, you can come to read it. However, I'm sure you will be angry, especially at the world government, after reading its history. After all, the creation of the current world pattern was indeed their fault. Discrimination, nepotism, racism and all kinds of things that are happening right now are their doing. So it's really their doing. Elizabeth mumbled softly, then shook his head. Forget it. I'm not interested in the age of emptiness. Let the old go. I'm too lazy right now to deal with them. I'm probably more focused on building my empire right now than focusing on what's happening in the outside world. Ha ha ha. That's the best choice. To be honest, it's too troublesome to deal with all kinds of things, especially to carry out an overthrow of the world government. As long as humans will still exist in this world, crime will always exist. It could be that when the current world government is overthrown, a new world government will reappear and they may be even more violent than they are today. We'd better just focus on our kingdom. We focus on the prosperity of the citizens of our kingdom. Whatever happens out there, as long as it has nothing to do with us, just forget it. Elizabeth too nodded. Okay. If so, I'll close it first. I have to have a meeting with the royal officials to discuss our royal visa issue. Oh, yeah, there's a chance we'll be able to use the fellowship building on February 15th or 16th. Prepare the things you want to talk about at that time and also the problems you are currently experiencing. Please also inform King Neptune of this. Because I may not have time or maybe forget to tell him about this. At the same time, inform him of the things I previously gave you. So that he knows too. I will definitely do it. New World, Yukiri Island. Dahahaha. How was your quest, Dracul Mihawk? Did you find what you were looking for? Shanks asked, smiling at Mihawk's arrival. I don't think you found it, did you, Dracul? Mihawk Van Bachman said calmly. After all, if you did find it, you wouldn't be here right now. No, Mihawk shook his head. I did find it. In the Fortis Kingdom there is indeed someone who has the ability of a swordsman with a level of strength surpassing Hashirama Senju. What? Shanks and the others were very surprised to hear this. If so, why don't you fight him? Yasu asked while frowning. The swordsmen of the Fortis Kingdom are currently not in the kingdom, Mihawk replied calmly. Not there? Shanks frowned. The higher-ups who especially possess swordsmanship abilities are currently being given a mission by King Fortis to search for the various swords that have disappeared from this world. The sword that has disappeared? Shanks asked again strangely. Mihawk without hesitation immediately shared the information about the 3 swords to Shanks and the others. Everyone was then very surprised to hear the information given by Mihawk. So, does that mean that above the supreme grade swords level there are still Zanpakuto, Noble Phantasm, and Ignition levels? Shanks asked with a surprised face. You don't seem to have any information regarding this matter. Mihawk sighed and turned around. I guess the worst choice came to you, Red Hair. I meant to ask you but you really don't know. I better get out of here and start my own search. Mihawk without waiting for a reply immediately walked away, leaving Shanks and others who were currently still in a state of absorbing the information provided by Mihawk. I think there is only one grade above supreme grade swords and that grade of sword is the grade of this sword, Van Bachman replied calmly. After all, Mihawk never told us that these 3 swords were of different grades but only tell us about this type of sword. But, does this type of sword Mihawk speak of really exist? Lime Juice asked hesitantly. It must exist, Shanks said seriously. The higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom have it. That means the swords really do exist and it might just be what Mihawk says. The sword itself has now disappeared from this world, or can be said to have disappeared information from this world because it has been missing for over 1,000 years. Then, boss, shall we try to do this sword quest? Building Snake asked. Yes. Shanks nodded. If we really intend to look for it, we'd better look for a Noble Phantasm type sword or Ignition sword. Because only these 2 swords might be easier to find compared to Zanpakuto, especially the Zanpakuto sword itself is an ordinary sword before it has completely absorbed the soul of the sword user. Well, boss. If we do a search for information about the sword, what about the problem of the mission given to find information regarding the Fortis Kingdom? Should I cancel it? Hongo asked with interest. Let go of the mission, Shanks said with a grin. We already know enough about this kingdom. With the help of the information we got, we were able to know some basic information about the Fortis Kingdom. Divert our troops to search for swords of the Noble Phantasm type or Sword of Ignition. Okay. Hongo nodded. The Kingdom of Fortis. This is no ordinary kingdom, Ben Bachman said seriously. A kingdom that knows about 5,000 years in the past is not an empire built by ordinary powers. It is possible that this kingdom was built by people from various places where the place existed before the world government was founded. In fact, I believe that the higher-ups from that kingdom, such as Hashirama Senju, were someone from a place that existed before the establishment of the world government. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to know the history of the world very well. Yes, Shanks nodded. This kingdom is really interesting. In addition to the Red Hair and Mihawk groups who are currently making moves to search for that type of sword, Doflamingo is also currently using his intelligence squad to search for the sword. Although Doflamingo was very disappointed to get rejection from ours. However, at least he got some very useful information. Chapter 44, Meeting New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, Meeting Room. The time is now past the day and night break. All the higher-ups are currently gathered in the battle room because they will discuss various things, one of which is the issue of royal visas. This meeting happened because the current head of the Fortis Kingdom's population department had arrived. Rin Tasaka, head of Fortis Kingdom's population department. Everyone already knows each other. The introduction was done at lunch together and now it can be said that Rin has been able to mingle well with the others. Okay. The meeting we will have today is about the topic of visa issues, which I will bring to the meeting with the other kings on the day the alliance building is inaugurated. Ars paused and looked at his friends. However, before we start discussing this, for those who have several reports to submit, please submit. Kajin immediately raised his hand. Please. Kajin immediately brought the microphone closer and said, I forgot to tell you yesterday that the 5 housing units for the first type have been completed. Only need additional furniture and equipment to be ready for use. Thank you. Ars nodded, then continued. We will postpone the use of the house first. Right now my points will not be enough to buy the equipment and furniture of the house. In addition, we also currently do not need the house. Compared to using our points to redeem the building, it's better to use it where it's needed more right now. Keep on building even though we haven't used it yet. I understand. Kajin nodded. Kaguya then raised her hand. Please. Kaguya immediately brought her microphone closer and said, "We've managed to count all the treasures in the storage warehouse. However, these calculations are currently still in rough numbers. We can only predict how much the treasure will be since most of the treasures that Hashirama got in the raid were gold. We only match the data with the data in this world about how valuable the gold is in exchange for the value of the currency." "No problem. Please report," Ars said calmly. "We estimate the funds that Hashirama received in the attack on Marijoa at 538 billion berries. That includes berries, precious metals and also some other treasures except devil fruit. There are 24 devil fruits that come with Hashirama, consisting of 7 Paramansha-type devil fruits, 9 ordinary zone-type devil fruits, 5 ancient zone-type devil fruits, 1 mythical zone-type devil fruit, and finally 2 Logia-type devil fruits. Then, the funds that just came in this morning currently amount to 200 billion, of which 5 billion is obtained through the redemption of the world government and another 25 billion is the purchase of the Province Kingdom for our wood production." Kaguya paused for a moment and continued, calculating the current total incoming funds. Currently the kingdom has a treasure of 795,627,201,000 berries. Juichiru whistled, 795 billion berries over. We became one of the richest empires in the world. Thank you for the financial statements. Kaguya Ars nodded, then looked at everyone. Is there anything else you want to say? Kaguya raised her hand again and continued, Ars, currently our matter with the world government side has been resolved. The funds currently owned by the kingdom are very large and it is difficult for me to manage it myself. I need a subordinate to help. You promised before, didn't you? Ars nodded and his gaze fell on Hashirama. How was your job in the fruit and vegetable area? Is the territory ready for use? Just finished earlier, Hashirama said. The area is only half finished. We need to make a water drainage system, namely the installation of water pumps for the area that is ready for full use. We will install the water pump tomorrow, Ars said calmly, then looked at Nezuko and Megumi. The territory of you two is currently half finished. You can already mark the territory for each fruit and vegetable and then prepare the seeds. The seeds are currently in the storage warehouse within the departmental office area. You can go check it out. Ars gazed then looked at Ina. Help them too. Especially for Nezuko. She is still learning and needs someone to supervise the work he is doing. I see. Ina nodded. Ars gazed then looked back at Hashirama. After this meeting, you went to the kingdom of Alabasta. Hashirama asked in confusion. The kingdom of Alabasta is a kingdom located in the ocean region of the Grand Line. The kingdom was built in a vast desert region and the founder of the Alabasta kingdom, the Nefertari family, was one of the Tenri Obito. However, since they refused to become Tenri Obito 800 years ago, they are currently the owners of that kingdom, Lowomina said. Thanks for the explanation, Ars said with a smile and looked back at Hashirama. You go there and look for a woman named Nico Robin. Nico Robin? Hashirama muttered. Yes. She is the target we will recruit. She is someone who hails from Ohara and is one of the most sought-after people by the current world government due to his ability to interpret the Poneglyph language, which the world government fears the most. Nico Robin is currently working in the Bricks Works organization, which is led by 7 warlords of the sea named Crocodile. If you want to find it, you can simply go to the casino built by Crocodile, which is located in one of the cities in Alabasta. You can find it there. Casino? Hashirama's eyes immediately lit up at this. I know your desire and your hobby in gambling, Hashirama Ars said calmly. I will give you the funds for this trip. However, don't use those funds to gamble. However, use it to pay for your needs on this trip. If you want to gamble, use your own money. Ha 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 ha. I know, Hashirama said with a smile. Ars gazed then looked at Kaguya. Is one person enough? She is someone who is smart and also has excellent work skills. If you want to get more, I have someone who has good skills in paperwork. However, it would be quite difficult to find this person's current whereabouts. No need, Kaguya shook her head. One is enough if the ability is qualified. Okay, Ars nodded. After this meeting, you give Hashirama 2 days travel funds for him to use on this trip. I see. Kaguya nodded. Ars gaze looked at Hashirama. After this meeting, you prepare to travel there, I understand. Hashirama nodded. Ars Kojiro suddenly called out, what are we going to use with the devil fruit we got? For now we will save it first. We will think about what the devil fruit is used for later. Ars said calmly. I think it's better for us to keep a devil fruit with great potential, Ars. Compared to given to others or sold. We'd better keep it. After all, right now our kingdom already has a fair amount of cash at its disposal. We no longer need to earn extra cash through selling devil fruit. Jin said good idea. We will use it. Ars nodded and looked at Myard. Myard, how long will it take for the fellowship building to be completed? Can you finish the construction tomorrow? There's a chance it can be finished tomorrow afternoon. Myerd nodded. Okay. After you finish building the building, you can give your people rest on that day. The next day, you can divide your subordinates into a team. Divide into 3 teams where one team will be tasked with building a cowshed, one team will be tasked with building a meat storage warehouse at the Department of Animal Husbandry, and the other team will be tasked with building a storage shed at the Department of Agriculture. I see. Myerd nodded. Okay. Is there anything else that needs to be added? Ars asked while looking at everyone. I guess it's gone. Then, let's get into the topic of the meeting regarding visas from this kingdom. You certainly already know about this visa, and this is something that is really needed, especially for us to manage the problem of people who will later build a business in our kingdom or regulate the problem of the population of the citizens of our kingdom and conduct the selection later. Ars paused for a moment and continued. Visa is something that is very important for us to apply. In making this visa, we also have to ask for payment in the field of administration and also an extension payment for everyone's visa problems. What do you think about this payment? How much should we apply? And every time people should do a visa extension? Rin, what do you think? Rin immediately brought the microphone closer. We can charge a low price for visa administration, Rs. As we already know that in the process of making a visa, we also have to go through a selection process whether the person is eligible to be granted a visa or not. If that person is someone from the world government, of course we can't give that person a visa due to identity issues or people from the evil pirate group. We can't hand over visas to them. We can apply a price for visa administration of 5,000 berries, and for renewal or extension of visas, we can take payments of 50,000 berries to 100,000 berries within 1 year. If we take 1 month or 6 months, that time is quite fast for updating. It is better to set an extension rule for 1 full year. Ars nodded and looked at the others. What do you think about Rin's opinion? I think it's a good idea, Kaguya suddenly said. The amount given by Rin is quite small and can be afforded by all circles of society. Besides, if they really will later build a business in our kingdom, it's not impossible for them to be able to earn a sizable profit if they take the products sold in our kingdom. I agree on this, Mitushina suddenly added. However, I think it's better if we set a fixed price. The price given by Rin previously was only a price range, and we currently don't know what the fixed price will be for the update. We can set a renewal price of 100,000 berries, Ishiki suddenly said. The value of 100,000 berries alone is quite cheap if they build a business in our kingdom. We also can't set the price too low for a visa renewal. Because in the future, there will be many who will want to get our royal visa. There will be competition to get it. If there really is a fight going on, we can arrange a price increase for visa renewal, Lena commented, although it will also burden many people because of the price increase. However, it is a natural thing. Like an item, the more people who target the item, the more expensive the item will be. And also, as Ars said earlier, we need to control the surge in population that will later be in this kingdom. This method can also help us in controlling the population in the future. I agree with the idea, Ina Megami suddenly said. However, we can't increase the price by a high amount either. Because, for example, there is a family of 5 who are members of that family who wants to open a visa in our kingdom. Every year they have to pay as much as 500,000 berries more. The payout itself is already quite high. If that's the case, we can limit the age, Shujin suddenly said. We can arrange for the placement of someone who is required to apply for a visa in this kingdom. Age problem? It does have to be considered. Ars nodded and continued. How about we use years of age as a mandatory visa application? At that age, every citizen of our kingdom will be required to make an identity card so that they can be categorized as our residents. What do you think? Years? That's a suitable age. Rin nodded and added, regarding the price issue, I don't think we need to increase the price even though many people are after visas from our kingdom. Because, as Megami said, it would only be a burden on a family where if the family had problems with a large number of family members. But, if there is no increase in the price, it will be difficult for us to control the population later. Loelmina suddenly said, at least we have to enforce this rule. Although it is enough to incriminate a number of people. However, we also have to firmly do it. If not, in the future the population will increase uncontrollably. If we worry about that problem, we can deal with the problem of providing housing for them, Sheena suddenly said. If we limit the space for them, there has been no jump in the number of people living in our kingdom. For example, only registered residents can buy a house or get a temporary house. For someone who is a visa holder will not be able to get a house and can only rent a place to live. We can limit the number of developments on this housing issue. We don't need to build too many residences in order to control the number of people who will live in this kingdom. This could also prevent us from increasing the amount of visa payments. Other than that, I don't think it's a problem for our visas to be held by a lot of people. It can also bring us a large amount of income. For example, there are 1 million people who have our visa and every year they have to pay 100,000 berries. We can get additional revenue of 100 billion berries. This is just an estimate. What if there are 10 million citizens who apply for our visa? We can get revenue of 1 trillion for every year. I think Sheena's idea can be used, Kaguya said calmly. We can limit the number of residences that we will prepare later for visa users. In addition, it is not impossible that there will be an increase in the number of the original population of our kingdom. We have to at least prepare a large amount of land to build houses that they will use later. Rather than building a house, Kajun suddenly said, we'd better build a multi-story building. What is it called? Oh, yes. Mansion for those people to use. Kajun paused and continued, ours, I think we should limit construction house. The area where the residents live has a size of 40 square kilometers. We can use an area of about 20 square kilometers to be used in building houses for residents. 3 kilometers will be used for infrastructure development such as schools and others. While 10 kilometers will be built a multi-story building that you say is a mansion for the residents to use. Kajun said seriously, we can't change the area where the entire population lives into a place to live. At least leave the area for reforestation so that the temperature in that area can be controlled properly. As for the idea of building a mansion, the mansion that will later be built specifically for the residents of our kingdom. We were able to build the mansion a bit better than the mansion that the visa holders would later use. Because the mansion will also be bought by them and not rented. At least we can provide them with quality housing, comfortable even though it's just a mansion and a house. I agree with Kajun's words. Sheena suddenly said again, we can't arbitrarily change the entire area where people live to build buildings. We have to set aside a little area for greenery so that the temperature there can be controlled very well. This also applies to urban areas that will later be built. We have to control the development that is there and not all the areas that are there are built by buildings to build businesses. I think Kajun's idea is also good for us to implement. Nezuko, who had been completely silent before, suddenly said, although I'm not very familiar with your discussion myself. However, I also know that if we build a residential area with all the houses, it will only make the area not look good either. In addition, the construction of the house itself takes up quite a lot of territory, especially if you build houses in large numbers. As for the construction of high-rise buildings, it will only take up a small amount of area because the building itself is built up and not evenly. Any other suggestions? Ars asked back while glancing at all his friends. Everyone was silent and no one had an opinion. Okay. In that case, we will implement this idea that Kajun gave us. We will limit the construction of houses by only using an area of 20 kilometers to build houses. Ars said calmly and continued, back to the previous topic regarding visas. How about the price issue? Are we going to stick with the 100k berries price? Or will we use a price change? We'd better use fixed prices, Ina suddenly said. If we use price changes, we need to convey this and it will take a lot of effort and time to have to rearrange the changes that occur. Change of opinion change? Ars asked with a smile to Ina. Ina sighed, I was too quick to jump to conclusions earlier. So, I didn't think about it first. Ars nodded and looked at the others. What about the others? Everyone is silent and will not give their opinion. Okay. Since everyone is silent, I will assume that you agree with this proposal. We will apply a price of 5,000 berries for the administration fee, 100,000 berries for updates that are carried out annually, and the price of people who are years old who are required to make cans. This is what we will set from now on. Ars gaze then turned to Rin. Rin, you are currently the head of the Fortis Kingdom's population department. There is currently no office for your department. You use Iowa's departmental office to do the registration. There was yes. I remember you weren't good at using technology, right? Rin was immediately surprised to hear this, then angrily sniffed, HMP. Who says I don't know how to use it? I know. However, her face was currently red, which indicated that she was not telling the truth. Rin, do you really not know how to use technology? Juichiro immediately said in a teasing tone. Not. Rin shouted in annoyance, I know how to use it. I'm just not very good at it, Rin muttered shyly. Ars sighed, you can stop teasing her. Juichiro. Ars looked at Rin and continued, okay. There's no need to be ashamed of your limitations. After this, I will help you in mastering the problem of technological devices. From now on you will be in charge of the population and will use technology a lot. Ars gaze then turned to everyone, Loa, Ina, and Nezuko. The three of you will also learn together with Rin. I will help teach the three of you to become proficient. When are we going to study, Ars? Nezuko asked excitedly. We will do it right at night during break time. We were able to use the computer on the 4th floor, which is the game room. There are lots of computers there that we can use to study. Loelmina immediately sighed, lucky night and not now. Why Loa? Is there anything you want to do after this? Ars asked while raising his brow. Aloomino was slightly surprised to hear this. They want to make chocolate, Ars Juichiru suddenly said. Chocolate? Ars raised his brow. If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow is February 14th, right? Ars' gaze stared at everyone. Anyone who has plans to make chocolate for tomorrow? Instantly all the girls immediately raised their hands except for Rin, who had just arrived earlier. Oh? All of you? Do we really have a lot of chocolate in stock? Ars asked with interest and looked at Juichiru and the others. We do have a lot in stock, especially yesterday we got a new addition to our ingredients. Jin nodded. However, they will later use the chocolate they bought themselves. I see. Ars nodded. Well, if you really want to do it, just do it. If you are short on ingredients, you can use the food ingredients we have. You are free to use it. However, if you want to make chocolate, ask Juichiru and others for help, especially for people who are not good at cooking. I don't want the utensils in the kitchen to be damaged because of your accident. We understand. All the women except Rin nodded. Hey, can I come with you guys too? Rin asked excitedly. Of course, Sheena said with a smile. The more people the more interesting it is. Good. Rin nodded happily. Okay. Even though you guys will be busy in making chocolate later. However, especially for the four of you. Ina, Rin, Nezuko, and Iowa. Don't forget a little night. After you have finished showering and getting ready, come straight to the game room on the 4th floor. I'll help you guys. Ars' gaze looked at Jin and the others. Jin, Ishiki. You two can help me too. It would be quite difficult to teach the four of them directly if only I did it myself. We understand. Hey, Aries. What about me? I'm great too, Juichiru said with a smile. You'd better not come, Juichiru. Jin suddenly said. You'll only make things worse there. Hey. Are you saying that I can't teach them? Chihiro asked with a frown. Just accept your fate, Juichiru. You really are a person who isn't good at teaching. Kojiro suddenly said. Aren't you the same, Kojiro? Ishiki suddenly said with a smile. I've seen you try to teach some palace maids. It's not that they understand, but they are getting confused. Ishiki. Kojiro immediately looked at Ishiki with an annoyed look. Okay. Stop your stupid bickering, Ars said calmly. This meeting is over. For anyone who wants to do activities again, please. Kaguya, don't forget to prepare the travel funds that Hashirama will use. Ars' gaze then looked at Hazirama. If you can finish this mission until tomorrow, Kaguya must need someone to immediately assist her in managing the royal funds. I understand. Hashirama nodded. The meeting is finally over. Chapter 45, Chocolate Making Activities. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace Forecourt. This is the eternal pose that will help you to reach the Kingdom of Alabasta. Ars immediately handed over the eternal pose of the Kingdom of Alabasta that he had just obtained through the system. Hashirama immediately took the eternal pose and then stored it into the storage bracelet. Has anyone left anything to buy me? Ars asked with interest. Yes, Hashirama nodded. All the women leave it to me to buy perfumes made by Alabasta people. Perfume? Ah, I see. Ars nodded and wasn't too surprised by this. Does the perfume made there really smell good? Hashirama asked with great interest. Not bad. Aries nodded. Though I never kissed him at all. However, the smell of this perfume is said to be quite strong and pleasant. Maybe that's why they want you to buy it. I think so too. Hashirama nodded. Oh yes. Hashirama. You're definitely going to the casino built by Crocodile, right? Especially with the awakened observation hockey ability, I'm sure you will definitely come there even if I forbid it. Ha ha ha. Hashirama immediately laughed embarrassedly. Is that too obvious? That's pretty clear with my attitude, Ars said calmly. It's fine for you to go there. However, use your own money and don't use Iowa's and others' money if you really want to survive after returning here. Stay cool. I definitely won't use their money, Hashirama said proudly. Yes. I believe. If you really want to play there, don't just take a little profit. Squeeze the casino until they run out of money, Ars said with a smile. The owner of the casino is the 7 warlords of the sea and he also runs a pirate hunting organization. Every day he can produce tens to millions of berries through his business. It's okay for us to do a little blackmail on the business. That's good news for me. Hashirama grinned excitedly. Well then, good luck on your assignment this time. Also, take time to rest. If you can, after you arrive there immediately look for a place to stay and try the dishes that are there. There are many interesting things you might find there. I see. Hashirama nodded. Well then, I'll go first. Royal Palace, 2nd floor, kitchen. All the women at this time had gathered in the kitchen in cooking clothes. The ingredients for making chocolate are also ready with various collections of chocolate bars and also granulated sugar that can help increase the sweetness of the chocolate. Juichiru, Jin and Kojiro were also there to monitor the work the women were doing. Okay. We have told you all the equipment on how to use it. You will be solely responsible for the chocolate you make. We're just here to keep an eye on you so there's no damage to the equipment in this kitchen, Jin said calmly. HMPH. Do you think we will destroy all the utensils in this kitchen just for making chocolate? Rin sniffed in a dissatisfied tone. We didn't say such things, Kojiro said. We're only here to follow orders from ours. Also, for you especially, Rin. You have weak skills in technology, as said ours. We are afraid that you will destroy the kitchen, causing pain to ours. Hey! Rin shouted with a sullen face. I'm not stupid in technology. However, the technology was too difficult to learn. Besides, although I'm not very good at technology, I am good at cooking. Oh? Good in cooking? Is that true? Joichiro was immediately attracted by this. She's really good at cooking. R's voice suddenly sounded and everyone immediately looked at her, even though Rin is indeed a woman who is not up to date on technology matters. However, he is good at cooking. Even though her cooking skills are quite lacking compared to the three of you. What's the matter, Aries? Did you come here wanting to make fun of me again? Rin said while hugging her hands in a dissatisfied tone. I came only because I wanted to monitor your progress. It turns out that you guys still haven't started the chocolate making process yet, R said calmly and continued. Besides, didn't you listen to what I said earlier? I am not mocking you but praising you, especially in your cooking area. You are good at cooking. I admit it. However, when compared to Joichiro, Jin, and Kojiro, your cooking skills are below them. However, you excel in other areas such as brains and similar things, as well as your quite strong fighting ability. HMPH. Even if you praise me, I won't be happy, Rin said with a slightly blushing face. Well then, I'll go first. I will not interfere with your business. I hope the chocolate that you guys make can be finished quickly and given to someone you want to give. Rs immediately turned around and immediately walked away from the location. By the way, I'm quite curious, Joichiro suddenly said. Loa, Kaguya, and Sheena. You guys will definitely make chocolates to give to Rs. The three women's faces immediately reddened upon hearing this. What about the four of you? Who are you making your chocolates for? Joichiro asked, looking at Rin, Ina, Nezuko, and Megumi. I want to make chocolate for everyone, Nezuko replied excitedly. Also, I want to improve my cooking skills, especially according to Rs. My brother will also come to this world. I want to surprise him with my improved cooking skills compared to before. I also want to make chocolate for everyone. Megumi replied, everyone helped me a lot, I want to repay you. Their answers are the same as mine. Ina replied, my chocolates will be given to everyone. Me, too. I will give my chocolates to everyone, Rin said proudly. You should be happy that you got chocolate from me. Because this is my first time giving chocolate to a man. Especially that guy. I will definitely make him remember the chocolate that will be given by me. Just wait. Okay. Everyone has said why. We'd better start now. The longer we start, the longer your chocolates will take to finish. Jin said with a smile. Finally the chocolate making process begins. Megumi, Rin, and Ina are the three people who are very good at cooking compared to Kaguya, Sheena, Loilmana, and Nezuko. Wow, you're really good at cooking, Rin. Joichiro commented with a face full of surprise. HMPH. How? Didn't I already say that? I am the best. Except in technology, Kojiro added calmly. You insolent Kojiro. Rin shouted in annoyance. You two are good at cooking too? Jin asked with a surprised face, seeing Ina and Megumi skillfully using every available equipment and starting to mix every ingredient. Yes. Megumi nodded. Not bad. In my previous world, I had the profession of a chef. I did not think that here I would change professions. I see. Jin nodded. If we need help with kitchen matters, can you help us? No problem, Megumi smiled. I will definitely be happy to help. Jin nodded and looked at Ina. How about you, Ina? In my previous place, I lived alone. So, every day I have to cook to meet all my needs. So, I'm a bit familiar with every available utensil and also I'm pretty confident in my cooking skills, Ina said with a smile. Although my cooking skills are a bit lacking compared to yours, it doesn't matter. That's good enough. Especially you will later become a wife. You must have this ability, said Jin. Their cooking activities resumed. The first to finish the chocolate making were Rin, Ina, and Megumi. The three of them finished very quickly. After the three of them finished, it took a long time for Loilmana, Kaguya, Sheena and Nezuko to finish making the chocolate. Even in the process, they need help from everyone to make the chocolate they make successful. It's finally over. Sheena breathed a sigh of relief. I never thought cooking would be this difficult. Kaguya muttered. Yes. Me too. Loilmana nodded. For me the tools are the first time I have used them. It's quite difficult the first time, Nezuko said. Great. We can finally finish all our chocolates, Megumi said happily. Yes. We were finally able to finish all our chocolates. We just have to wait for tomorrow to give it to everyone. HMPH. I will definitely make chocolates that can make the guy ask for more, Rin said proudly. I think it will be difficult for you to do that, Rinjin said, especially this chocolate made by Megumi is really delicious. I think ours will definitely like Megumi chocolates compared to yours. We didn't know before ours tasted it, Rin, even though she had tried the chocolate made by Megumi. However, she didn't want to admit that her chocolate was inferior to hers. Okay. Your project is finally finished. I think you'd better get going to save it. As for the kitchen matters, let the palace maids clean it up. We understand. All the women nodded and immediately took the finished chocolate and then took it to their room to be stored with pleasure. Chapter 46, Alabasta Kingdom Grand Line, Water 7 Island, Number 1 Shipyard. Iceberg San, I was asked by Fleet Admiral Sengoku to come here to check on the ship ordered by us, Giant said calmly after meeting with Iceberg and Khalifa, who were currently in front of him. If I may know, what happened? The reason for the sudden increase in the price of the ship. The price increase was due to the materials we used, Vice Admiral Giant Iceberg said calmly. The wood that you build your ship with is wood from the Fortis Kingdom. The wood from the Fortis Kingdom? Giant raised her brow. Our company has changed places to prepare wood supplies and the Kingdom of Fortis is the place. We get a pretty high price from them. This has also become an increase in our current selling price. Not only your ships but also the ships ordered by others have now increased in price due to the use of different base materials. I see. Giant nodded. Can I check the finished ship and see the quality for myself? Meh. Of course. Iceberg nodded and immediately walked into the number 1 shipyard and started to take Giant to the Navy ship which was currently completed. How many of our ships have been completed? Giant suddenly asked. Meh. Khalifa, how many ships have been completed so far? Currently ships have been completed and only need to build 3 more, Khalifa answered quickly. What? Suddenly there was a very loud scream from behind them. The 3 of them immediately stopped walking and turned to look at Polly, who was looking at Giant with a blush on his face. Women. Why are you wearing clothes like that? That shirt. Those pants. Damn it. Hurry up and put on some more revealing clothes. Giant immediately frowned upon hearing this. Please don't anger Vice Admiral Giant. He is Polly, one of the great foremen our company has. He is indeed very strange when it comes to women, Khalifa answered calmly. You too, Khalifa. How could you wear clothes like that when you're with Iceberg-san? Change your clothes even more covertly. Polly said with a red face. Polly, calm down, Iceberg said calmly. This is Vice Admiral Giant. She came here to check on the finished ship. Vice Admiral? Polly was quite surprised to hear this. You can continue your work, Polly. I will continue accompanying Vice Admiral Giant to see the finished ship, Iceberg said again and immediately turned to leave Polly, who was there. You freak, Giant muttered quietly, then continued. By the way, I heard some news that Hashirama Senju had come here. How's his attitude? Meh. He came here before and he is also the one responsible for the transactions that happened, Iceberg said calmly. Really, it's hard to believe that the person behind the various events that shook the world a while ago was him. Through your words, he almost looks like someone who isn't strong, Giant said. If you meet him in person, you won't be able to tell the difference between him and an ordinary person. Hashirama was also a jovial person and also in several places in this city where he had previously resided for a while. Hashirama was quite surprised among the people who were there because he liked to help others, especially for elderly mothers. Hashirama often brought their belongings to his house. You wouldn't be able to tell that Hashirama was a strong person if you saw him in person. Giant was quite surprised by the assessment Iceberg made of Hashirama. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the ship ordered by the Navy. The 3 of them immediately boarded there and through his observation hockey, Giant could feel the change in the quality of the wood used on the ship. This ship is indeed different compared to our previous ships. Giant said with eyes full of joy, the quality of this ship has improved several times compared to the ships we used before. It's because of the wood we used. That way, the quality of this ship has also improved compared to before, Iceberg then sighed. Nevertheless, the quality of this ship compares to the quality built by the Fortis Kingdom. The ships we have are still inferior compared to theirs. Still lost? Giant was surprised to hear this. The ships belonging to the Fortis Kingdom are ships made by their own shipbuilders. The way of manufacture, structure, and various other things is perfect. In addition, their ship no longer uses candles as lighting but uses electricity to light the ship. Then, their ship also has a water filter that can convert seawater into ready-to-drink water, and then the wastewater that the ship can also turn into clean water that is ready to be discharged. It can be said that the ship will never run out of clean water even if they don't have land or city to supply it. Iceberg sighed and continued, Meh. I already asked the shipbuilder how to build the ship. Too bad. It's a secret of their kingdom and can't be divulged to the public. Giant fell silent hearing this and then continued, Iceberg-san, Can I have the Fortis Kingdom's contact number for a Den Mushi, please? Den Mushi number? What does Vice Admiral Jian want to do with the number? Iceberg asked back. This ship itself is a ship made using the wood they produce. In the battle that will take place using this ship is likely to be damaged or various other things. Of course we have to be able to have the same stock of wood to be able to maintain the quality of this ship. Instead of asking the galley law company for help in repairing the ship, we will do it ourselves, especially we also have a shipwright who can help in repairing it. Meh. I see. Iceberg nodded and immediately took out a piece of paper containing the number of Den Mushi. I don't have the direct contact number of King Fortis. I only have the contact number of Hashirama Senju. He is usually the one in charge of delivering goods. If possible, please contact him directly, thank you, even though it was a fugitive's Den Mushi number. However, Hashirama is a special fugitive where the Navy itself will not interfere with his arrest because the actions taken by Hashirama are only related to royal politics and others and not about pirates and so on. In addition, Hashirama himself had also assisted them in capturing quite a number of powerful pirate groups during the war that took place in the Province Kingdom. Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's Office. Is that so? Alright, you can come back. We need to discuss with the other higher-ups about purchasing wood to the Fortis Kingdom. The communication line is disconnected. I think I already know the reason why the world government is so eager to get this Fortis Kingdom, Tsuru said seriously. Resources, abilities, and technology. Almost all of them are in the kingdom. The world government must feel a huge threat to the power they wield with the emergence of this kingdom. Too bad just because of too hasty decision-making. That's what caused the world government to suffer a very fatal loss. Sengoku nodded and looked at his aide. You call all the top marines and ask to gather in the meeting room immediately. Alright, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Grand Line, Kingdom of Alabasta, Tamariska City. Wow. Is this the Kingdom of Alabasta? Hashirama, who had just arrived in the territory of the Kingdom of Alabasta, was currently standing in the sky and was looking down. I guess I need to buy clothes to match. Hashirama quickly got off near Tamariska town and took a leisurely stroll into the city. Like the cities on the western continent in the Middle Ages. Upon entering the city, Hashirama was immediately shown a view of a merchandise shop with various kinds of sales selling their wares to passers-by. Hashirama casually passed the shops and started to search for the clothing stores that were there. It didn't take long for Hashirama to find a clothing store. Hashirama immediately entered and started looking for clothes that matched him. After finding clothes that matched him, Hashirama bought some clothes for him to use and also later on when he returned. Master, how much do all of them cost? Hashirama asked kindly. Please wait a moment, young man. I'll count them first, the shop owner said excitedly, looking at the large number of clothes Hashirama bought. Young man, are you a newcomer here? Yes, Hashirama nodded. I just got here. Oh yes. Sir, do you know this perfume selling place in the Kingdom of Alabasta? Perfume? If you are looking for a perfume, you can go to Nanohana City. You just go west from this town. You will be able to find the city. The city itself is very famous for selling perfumes. There are many shops selling perfume there. Thanks for the information. Hashirama paused and continued, oh, yes. Also, could you give me information regarding the location of Crocodile's Casino? Casino? The owner of the shop was suddenly taken aback and looked at Hashirama doubtfully. Young man, just a suggestion. You better not go there. Many of my friends go there to get a lot of profit. However, it didn't take long for all of their possessions to run out due to losing the gamble. There's no need to worry, sir. I know about my abilities. I came here also. One of the goals was to go there because I wanted to meet someone there. Meeting someone? The owner was a little curious and took a good look at Hashirama's face. Young man. Your face. I seem to have seen you before. Hahaha. Maybe you've seen me in a newspaper or whatever. I'm also quite famous lately. But, forget about it. Sir, could you tell me the location of Crocodile's Casino? Hashirama asked again with a smile. The shop owner sighed. Alright. But, I warned you, young man. The location of Crocodile's Casino is in a town called Rainbase. The city is located in the western part of the island. You have to pass through the Sandora River to reach that place. Thank you for the information, sir. Hashirama smiled and continued to say, what is the total cost of all my purchases? Total everything is 3,450 berries. Hashirama nodded and immediately took out the money and then handed it to the shop owner. Hashirama immediately put all his belongings into the storage bracelet and turned around. Wait, young man, your change. The owner quickly called out. No need, sir. You can take the rest. You have helped me provide the information I need at this time. Hashirama immediately walked out of the shop and then quickly left the city. I'm sure I've seen that person in the newspaper before, muttered the shop owner seriously, then quickly moved to find the newspaper that was published a few days ago. This is it. The shop owner's face was very excited to find a newspaper that was discussing about Hashirama. By the time the shop owner returned to reading this newspaper, the shop owner's face immediately paled. He. That person Hashirama Senju? Kingdom of Alabasta, city of Nanohana. Hashirama didn't take long to arrive at Nanoan City. Hashirama had previously changed his clothes to match the clothes worn by the citizens of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Hashirama immediately went to look for the order the women had asked for. Without much thought about which perfume to buy, Hashirama immediately bought the perfume selected by the employees who worked at the store in the amount according to the desired order. After finishing his business in Nanohana City, Hashirama immediately rushed to Rainbase City, which was the location where Casino Crocodile was located. Although the distance between Nanohana City and Rainbase City is quite far and one must pass through the Sandor River to reach it, Hashirama with his flying ability quickly arrived there. Wow! Is this the casino owned by Crocodile? Looks like what Tars said was true. Crocodile must have had a lot of treasure in his possession right now. Just taking a few won't make him mad, right? Hashirama's gaze was currently filled with joy. Ever since he came to this world, Hashirama had never gambled because he had a lot of work to do. Although Hashirama currently has the passion to play and earn a lot of money. However, Hashirama didn't leave right away but instead went to find a hotel where he would rest for the day, especially on the way here, which required a lot of energy. Hashirama had a plan to go to the casino in the evening after he finished resting and recovering all his stamina. The hotel Hashirama chose to stay was a hotel built next to the casino. The hotel is a hotel that is quite luxurious with a room rental fee per night for the room used by Hashirama of 7,500 berries. After booking a room, Hashirama immediately went straight to his room and took a break to recover his energy by ordering a lot of food and drinks from the hotel. Chapter 47, Transaction Talks with the Navy Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Supreme Meeting Room. Sengoku, what is your purpose in gathering us at this time? Garp asked directly while eating his donuts. Ara Sengoku-san, did something happen? Is it related to the four emperors? Aokiji asked with great interest. Currently all the Marines have been gathered by Sengoku. These officials are people who hold the positions of Fleet Admiral, Admiral, and Vice Admiral. This meeting has nothing to do with the four emperors, Tsuru said calmly. The purpose of gathering you here is to talk about the ship we just ordered to the galley law company, huh? The two of you gathered us just because you wanted to have a conversation about something like that? You two are like old people with no other job. Garp said fearlessly. Shut up, Garp. Sengoku immediately shouted angrily and continued, even so. However, this conversation is also quite serious. I just got a report from Giant regarding the ship we ordered earlier to the galley law company. Currently, of our vessels have been completed and all of these units are of a better quality compared to the vessels we currently have. Better quality? Okay, and you asked while raising his brow. A ship built using wood materials that came from the Fortis Kingdom. The quality of the wood they produce is almost comparable to that of the atom wood. This also improves the quality of the ships built by the galley law company. He. Sengoku, then, can't I get one ship? Garp asked with a grin. Doesn't Garp-san already have the ship currently in use? Asked Vice Admiral Chiton with a smile. Even though I have one ship. However, what's wrong with having another ship? After all, the ship made is also of good quality. I hope the ship can survive the time it is used by me. We will not discuss the issue of ship unit division, Tsuru said seriously. The ship unit division can be done later. Right now the thing to talk about in this battle is to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. Yo. This is really surprising. Establishing a partnership with the Fortis Kingdom? Does the Fortis Kingdom want to establish a cooperative relationship with us, especially they have a dispute with the world government? Asked Borsellino. We can try it. As long as we have not received direct confirmation from them. We still have a chance to establish cooperation with them, Tsuru said calmly. The ships built by the galley law company in the future will be made using wood from the Fortis Kingdom. If we don't have a supply of wood coming from the Fortis Kingdom, we will not be able to maintain the ships we have and maintain their quality when the ship is damaged. We can't use ordinary wood to make repairs because it will degrade the quality of the ship. Meanwhile, if we send the ship to the galley law company for repair, it will only increase the amount of our expenses. The most effective solution is to establish a cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Fortis so that we can have a steady supply of wood. Sengoku nodded and continued, according to the information Giant gave us. The price of one unit of wood is 500,000 berries. 500,000 berries? Everyone was very surprised by the price. Isn't that price too high? Okay, and you asked while frowning. I also thought the same as you when I first heard the price from Giant, Sengoku said seriously. However, The price of the wood is comparable to the quality of the wood. The wood was of almost comparable quality to the wood of the very famous Adam tree. Although the quality of the wood is worse than the wood from the Adam tree. However, the wood has a quantity that exceeds the wood from the Adam tree and is also cheaper than the wood from the Adam tree. Right now the Navy still has 10 billion berries left over from the fund we had last year. Tsuru and I have a plan to use these funds to purchase wood for the Fortis Kingdom. What do you think? Is it really worth spending that much money just to buy wood? Aokiji asked while frowning. That's worth it, Tsuru nodded. The ship repair fee provided by the galley law company has also increased compared to before, even several times higher than before. By using these funds, we were able to save a large amount of our expenses which were used for ship repairs as well as other things. 10 billion berries, if we use it to buy wood at least we can get as much as 20,000 units of wood, Jin said calmly. Yes, that's about 20,000 units of wood. Warships themselves are usually made using wood as much as 1,500 to 2,500 wood. Meanwhile, the price of shipbuilding that we ordered to the galley law company for each unit currently reaches a value of 2.5 billion berries. Meanwhile, the cost of repairs provided by the galley law company has now reached 100 million berries to 1 billion berries, with each level of damage being different in price. The greater the damage, the greater the cost of repairing the ship. 100 million berries to 1 billion berries? That's too much expense. Aokiji said seriously. That cost is very high indeed, Tsuru nodded. That's why Sengoku and I have made the decision to use the currently unused funds to buy wood from the Fortis Kingdom so that we can reduce the expenses of the Navy. If we continue to rely on the galley law company to repair our warships to keep them stable with quality, we had to spend a lot of money to get that. The purpose of this meeting is also to discuss this with you guys, Sengoku said seriously. We need an agreement from all of you to use these funds. Should we buy wood from the Fortis Kingdom or use the galley law company to repair our ship? I have no problem using the funds to buy wood for the Fortis Kingdom, Garp said calmly and directly. By the way, who will send the wood later? Is it Hashirama Senju? Sengoku nodded. According to Jian, Hashirama was the one in charge of the task. So we might meet him in the future if this cooperation can happen. In addition, I also currently have obtained Hashirama's Denden Mushi number. We can try to communicate with him and ask him about this. Hashirama Senju Akainu narrowed his eyes seriously. Don't act rashly, Sakazuki, Sengoku said seriously, even though Hashirama Senju is a fugitive. However, he has no conflict with us and he is not a pirate. Our navy is only in charge of capturing pirates and not someone like Hashirama Senju. Don't make our navy add more terrifying enemies than the 4 emperors. It's just the 4 emperors that make it difficult for us. Don't let the Fortis Kingdom turn against us until they will attack us. We cannot bear the damage like the world government due to their previous attack. Akainu was silent for a moment then nodded. Ha ha ha. If Hashirama Senju sent it, I agree. I also want to meet him in person and want to see someone who dares to make a direct attack on the world government. Besides, Garp grinned excitedly, I want to try fighting him. The one who defeated Whitebeard. He must be very strong and worth fighting against. I haven't seen Garp-san this excited in a long time, Aokiji said with a smile. I have no problem using the funds. As long as it can help improve the performance of the Navy. I agree to use it. All the Marines quickly agreed with this decision. Even Akainu also immediately agreed to improve the performance of the Navy. Get everyone's approval. Sengoku immediately took out his Denden Mushi and contacted Hashirama. Everyone was silent because they wanted to hear the conversation. Will the Navy be able to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom or not? Communication links are quickly connected. Hello, Hashirama here. Hello, Hashirama. This is me. Admiral of the Navy Fleet, Sengoku said with great dignity. Fleet Admiral? How did you get the Denden Mushiku number? I bet we never got in touch with each other. I got it from Kuberg, Mayor of Waters 7A. So. Well, what's with you calling me? Well, I'm sure it's a bit strange for you Marines to contact a fugitive like me. No problem, Sengoku said seriously, even though you are a fugitive. However, you are not our enemy. You are also not a pirate and we have no right to arrest you. Oh? This is interesting. In that case, what is it you want to contact me for? Hashirama asked back with great interest. The Navy wants to place an order for the wood your kingdom produces. Wood order? No problem. How many would you like to order? Hashirama asked with a friendly smile since he now knew that the Marines were not his enemy. We want to buy wood for 10 billion berries, Sengoku said calmly. How long will it take you to deliver this wood to us? How long? Usually I can send it now. However, I am currently on the mission His Majesty gave me. I can only send it tomorrow or the day after. Does not matter? Mission? Murmured everyone who was there curiously. No problem, Sengoku nodded. Okay. In that case, I'll send it tomorrow or the day after. And please tell all Navy personnel in your headquarters not to attack me. I'll come straight to your headquarters later. I see. You don't have to worry. I will give you my Denden Mushi number for you to contact me when you will send a good. Sengoku immediately gave Hashirama his Denden Mushi number. Okay. I close first and I also need to present this report to His Majesty. You just wait tomorrow or the day after. I'll send your order right away. Well, New World, Fortis Kingdom, Ars Chamber. The Navy bought our wood? Ars is currently communicating with Hashirama. Hashirama had given a report regarding the Navy wanting to place an order for timber against them. Yes. They seem to know the quality of the wood we have from Iceberg, Hashirama said calmly. What do you think? I have received the order, no problem, Ars said. Dealing with the Navy is a good thing for us. The Navy has always used ships as their main means of transportation. This causes the Navy to always need large amounts of wood to make repairs and others for the ships they use. Dealing with the Navy could give us a lot of profit. After all, this is a matter of transaction and not of cooperation. If it's cooperation, you can refuse it. As long as the Navy is still working under the world government, we will not establish cooperation with them. However, if it's a transaction problem, there's no problem making transactions with them. Good. I thought you would reject this transaction, Hashirama said with a sigh. You don't have to worry about that, Ars said calmly. Oh, yes. How are you today? Have you arrived at the Kingdom of Alabasta? I arrived a while ago. The order requested by the women has also been bought by me. I am currently at the hotel for rest and tonight the plan is to go to the casino to play there while looking for our target. It was quite easy to find Nico Robin. You simply win a lot of games there and take as much profit as possible. If the casino, they will soon get a big loss. Robin will appear soon and at that time is your chance to talk to him. However, well, because of your current identity, it would be very easy for Crocodile to find out. But, with your strength, you will be able to defeat him easily. You don't need to worry. Crocodile can also be said to be the weakest 7 warlords of the sea for now. Even his strength isn't as good as Marco's. That's quite disappointing, Hashirama said. Are the 7 warlords of the sea weak? Not all of them are, said. There is one 7 warlords of the sea whose strength level is on par with the 4 emperors. He is Dracul Mihawk. He was currently dubbed by the #1 swordsman in this world. The power is quite strong. However, Jia is compared to you. He's still weaker than you. Swordsman, huh? I'm quite interested in fighting him. Forget it, Hashirama Ars said. Mihawk is only interested in a swordsman and has no interest in fighting someone who is not a swordsman. Well, it was quite disappointing. If you really want to fight, why not go fight Whitebeard again? Only he is capable of fighting me until you have to use your full strength. If you fight with the others, it will be difficult for you to be able to use all your abilities. I think there are others that can take you seriously too. Oh? Anything else too? Who? Hashirama asked with excited eyes. Monkey D. Garp. Navy hero. He is someone who has strong power. Although its destructive power is lower compared to Whitebeard. However, if the two are compared in terms of physical strength, Garp is better than Whitebeard. If you want to find a fighting opponent, Garp is the best choice. Garp, huh? Hashirama grinned excitedly. You better lose your fighting will, Hashirama Ars said calmly. You've been making a lot of news recently. Better to rest first and focus on building the empire. You also after this still have to help Nezuko and Megumi in planting seeds in their territory. I think so too. Hashirama nodded. Okay. You continue your work first. I will continue my work too. Good luck. The communication line is disconnected. Hashirama immediately put away the Denden Mushi and lay back down on his bed. Monkey D. Garp, huh? I wonder how strong this person is. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, Ars Chamber. Ding. Ars, who was working at the moment, suddenly stopped the work he was doing, listening to the notification sound from Ellie. Ars, the conditions for system upgrade have been met. Do you want to upgrade your system? Enhancement? Ars asked in confusion. Is there such a thing? Of course. By the time the number of beings who know your kingdom reaches 1 billion creatures, the requirements for system upgrade have been met. Your kingdom is currently known to 1 billion creatures at this time and requirements for system upgrades have been implemented. Do you want to upgrade it? What benefits can I get from upgrading the current system? Ars asked with interest. Is it possible that there will be an increase in the number of popularity scores? Hopefully. Of course. By the time the system upgrade is complete, the limit of the popularity value you get will also increase. Previously you could only get 50 popularity scores and that was the maximum.